What's up, everybody? Give me a minute. I literally just got home. But I've been getting texted so much stuff. Yeah, we're gonna have to go through this stuff here because apparently it's over. "25 years in the making." And now we finally have some clarity. I haven't gotten to watch anything yet, so what we're gonna do is I want to watch everything live, and we'll go through everything. But yeah, it finally happened. We finally found out who was lying this whole time. We finally found out who was lying this whole time about losing back then and who was actually the winner. You guys can hear me clearly, right? Here's what we're gonna do. Of course, the game crashes again. Why wouldn't it? There we go. We're gonna play a couple games. We're gonna wait for more people to get in here. We're gonna go through all of this, and yes, I'm gonna keep my word. I'm gonna blow up the person responsible for causing all this drama and not admitting that they lost. Because this is what it's all been about. It's all about both sides were saying, I beat the other guy lied about losing to me. That's what it's always been. What's up, Fuji? What's good, soldier? Let's do a couple MK2 games. Hopefully we'll get more people in here, and then we'll go through everything. What's up, pork? I found a crazy input bug only on pad in this collection. Really? What's the input bug? Is there really an input bug? Because that would explain a lot. Sometimes when I'm doing training mode here, I drop like the most simple things for no reason. No, the game's not frozen. I'm finding an opponent right now. I'm actually not sure if you can land 4 axes on Striker, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I never get to play against Striker, so I'm not sure about that. It's a character I've never practiced against. But yeah, I can't believe we finally know the truth after all this time. We're gonna go through everything. If you don't mind me asking, are you Nigerian American? I'm not. What's up, Melina Specialist? No. Something happened that we never thought would happen. The person who lost has finally been exposed. We now all know who won and who lost. This is what the argument was all about. It was about literally for 25 years. One side was saying the other guy was shit. They lost. I beat them. They're lying. And then the other side was saying the same thing. Okay, maybe we're not going to play some games before I get into this, because apparently there's nobody playing Collection right now. So I'll give it like a few more minutes. If we can't find anybody, then we're just going to... I still have to watch the videos Tom made. Wow, you guys are DMing me like crazy on Discord. Oh, how nice, Mr. Bitcoin. This is going to be a tough match. Mr. Bitcoin's extremely good. What's up, 500 cigarettes? You guys can hear the game audio, right? Because I don't have my phone near me to listen to it. To listen to my own stream, I mean. Cam, hold on. I have like so many people blowing up my Discord right now. Why is this guy saying I'm gonna get exposed? What are you talking about? If you got time, please check out the bug, because I'm trying to get this fixed with the devs. Did you post what it was, Old Man Skills? Cam, I'm gonna invite you later. I just want to go through all this and watch the videos obviously first, without getting distracted. Yes, I'll post it again while holding forward. Hold on one second. Let me just choose my character. While holding forward, press high punch and quickly down and up. The game will include a middle input between the down and up. That's so weird. If you're able to explain it further, what does that cause conflict with? Like, does it make it so you can't do certain specials or mess up your inputs? Yo, Final Anthony, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub, man. Thank you. My top 5 characters of all time? Like in terms of tier list or favorite? I played MK on PS3 controller. It will mess up inputs, even make combos like Noobs Have Infinite harder to do. So this game has like an input bug thing. That's crazy. But it makes sense though, because I even dropped some of the most simple stuff in here for no reason. Like, I'm struggling here compared to 5K to do input sometimes that make no sense. What's up, Diddle? Yeah, this drama, I mean, I'm just glad it finally came to be. We find out who was lying this whole time and who actually was winning. That's the only good thing about this drama, is we finally get to see who won and who lost. Oh, my favorite characters from MK. So my first favorite character ever is Noob Saibot. By far, he's always been my favorite. Second most favorite character has always been Serena. Then after Serena Cabal's always been number 3 for me.
Round 1, fight.
I think Cabal is a super cool character. Which noob? I mean, I like the original Noob Saibot. I don't like MK. See, the thing is, I don't like how Noob looks in MK1. He looks a little too bulky and he has green going on. I'm not, like... I don't like when Noob has any kind of green on him. Well, yeah, here's the thing though, Fuji. That was kind of what the whole point was. However, that kind of ties in with... So, the dramas basically has escalated to this. One of them has been saying the other person didn't beat them and the other person lost. Obviously, here's where this is an issue. It's a fighting game. It's a one-on-one. There's always 2 players involved. Both cannot win at the same time. One person obviously lost, right? One person lost, one person won. That's how it is. But for some reason, no side was admitting who won and beat the other person. It was literally forever. Lex is bad. He got blown up. I beat the shit out of him. He only uploaded 1 win because that's how bad he got beat. And then Lex's side was Tom lost. Tom never beat me. You know, like he beat him in the set and whatever. Like the same shit, both sides. They're both saying that the other person lost in this big set. They played this big set apparently. Like I'm not talking like they played a first or 2. It wasn't a first 2. It was like a big set. Like think like they were playing like a long set for hours, right? And the whole argument is during this big set showdown set, one of them lied about being who the person was that won at the end. Like that was the better player. That's what it's been about. And there's been no proof now until now. I'm spamming right now. No, there's no matches of it. I mean, there's only 1 match of it, but that's a whole other can of worms. So there's only a match of it. There's only 1 match of this big showdown happening between them. And the match is of Lex beating Tom, that 1 match. However, Tom has said that in that time they all played, that was literally the only match Lex got a win on Tom. Like Tom beat the shit out of Lex. It was like bad. Like Lex was getting streaked on, barely got any kind of win. So Lex only uploaded 1 win, and that's why there's only 1 win of it. So yeah, Tom basically said demolish Lex. It was free as fuck. But yeah, we're gonna get into everything. After this set, I'm done playing Bitcoin. We're gonna get into everything.
Round 2, fight.
Then you guys are spamming my Discord right now. Why are there like 4 different people DMing me right now on Discord? And why is this one person saying I'm gonna get blown up, it's over, I'm getting exposed? What do you mean I'm getting exposed? Durat, thank you so much for the resub, man. Yeah, the outbreak drama. No, that's not what it was, Final Anthony. Unless if he said that, then he's changing his story now. That's never what it was about. No, that's not what it was about. Every time we've heard about Lex, Tom said he demolished him and beat him. That's why there's beef. Don't you get it? Both sides are saying the other person is bad and one person's better. That's how those all drama came to be about. So I guess some quick history from my perspective. I never known Lex in terms of like ever meeting him or anything. The first time I heard of Lex was back during Xbox Live. When I was getting into UMK3 competitively, I was like, who are the good players in this game? Like, are there any stuff? Because I wasn't like a 2D MK player like that competitively. And during this time, I was playing Deception Armageddon. So I'm like, you know, UMK3's coming out for Xbox Live. Let me get into this. Is this game as good as the 3D MKs? Like, let's see. So I get into UMK3 Xbox Live, and you know, I'm playing people. I find out about Crazy Dominican, who demolishes me. Find out about other players like Shaney, Juggernaut, DC Hustle, Alanus, Base. Like, there were so many people that were good on Xbox Live. And you know, people like Misspin, so on. And during that time, I find out people like Shock, not because I directly played with Shock on Xbox Live, but because, you know, you talk to players talk to you, and they tell you who the good players are around that time. Like, who are the people to beat in UMK3? And people would mention like Shock, people would mention Lex, they would mention like Hanzo, people like this, right? So that's the first time I heard about Lex. It was word of mouth. Like, he was, back then, at least during Xbox Live, he was considered like one of the people in UMK3 that were very good. So I never interacted with Lex though. Like, I never spoke to him on a forum or that. I just heard word of mouth, and I was like, okay, he's one of the good players, so I remembered him from that. Then fast forward years later from Xbox Live, because Xbox Live UMK3 was during 2006, and I only played it for a couple years because I hated the input delay. The Xbox Live version of UMK3 had such terrible input delay. Like, it was awful, and the online was trash. So I didn't enjoy it at all. So I ended up going to MAME in like 2008. Like, I only played Xbox Live for like a couple years, and then went to MAME because MAME felt so much better. And Xbox Live felt like a terrible version of the game. What's up, Tremor? So anyway, when I go to MAME, I start meeting players like Winter Wars, who I never met on Xbox Live, coming across some of the newer players like No Doubt, other people like Broken, people like Ares, and so on, right? Because there was like a whole other crowd playing UMK3, and I would play with them a lot. And we were playing UMK3 a lot. It's kind of like my main game, because at this point I wasn't playing much of MK. I only played MK vs DC for like the first year and a half, and then I kind of started focusing more on UMK3 at the end of that, in like 2009 and 10, because I was gonna plan to go to tournaments and start competing in the game. So then we're playing. It's like 2009, 2010. I start going to some tournaments. We're doing all this stuff, and then on TYM, I decide to do tier list threads. Right? I'm like, let's talk about UMK3. Let's make tier lists, because that was fun. In the 3D MKs, we used to always make tier lists. We used to always argue about which character is better than who. Like, we had for Armageddon, we had all the characters ranked from the best to the worst, and there were like 6 characters in the game. For Deception, like, we had all the tiers down. We used to talk about that constantly. It was one of the best topics to talk about, was which character's better, which character's broken, which character's good in this matchup, which character does this. So we would continually talk about that. It was enjoyable. So I'm like, in UMK3, at least at around that time, there was talk about tier lists and stuff, but it wasn't like, there wasn't huge emphasis on it. Like, yo, who's broke? Who's, like, you know, people kind of already knew. It was Cabal, Human, Smoke, and so on. Like, it wasn't. However, during playing with these players, we would look at the old tier list on UMK3.com and be like, you know what? Is Kung Lao really top 3? Is Melina really bottom 2? Is Katana really that low? Like, we would debate this, and then we would start moving characters around. I would start saying, yo, Katana's way better than people think. This character's a lot better than people think. I don't think Kano's this good. So on. So during this time, and the reason why I'm mentioning this is this, now that we're talking in this tier list thread I made, I come across with my first interaction with Lex. This is the first time I ever interacted with him, like in a post or anything. And he kind of comes in the thread. Yeah, what's up, Rusty Sparks? He comes in the thread and he basically quotes me and goes like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just someone who does jabs. Like, what do you, like, your tier list is trash. Like, you're not, you know, very condescending, like very dickish attitude. And at this time, like, again, I never interacted with him, so I didn't know he was like this. And I'm like, wow, like, you know, isn't this like one of the good players? So I respond to him, we get into it. I'm like, bro, what do you mean? Like, you're just like, show me Kung Lao's good, this and that, blah, blah, blah. So we get into arguments. And then, you know, during this time, remember, this was during when I was going to offline UMK3 tournaments and stuff, you know, and I already was hanging out a lot with Tom and stuff. Like, I when I first met Tom was in MK vs DC, and that's when we met. So Tom tells me after this drama with Lex, he's like, bro, Rio, don't sweat it, dude. You don't know about Lex. Let me tell you about Lex. So he tells me about Lex. I'm like, yeah, tell me. Like, all I heard was he was a good player, but why is he such a dick? So Tom tells me Lex is one of the most ego-heavy most like garbage players he's ever played. Like he tells me that he like beat the shit out of Lex. He's this trash player. He doesn't know how to accept a single loss. He will never admit when someone's better than him, and so on. So you tell me, and then I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I should not even be talking to this guy. This guy's just like an asshole, and he's not even good at the game. Like Tom tells me you beat the shit out of him. He's not a good player, this and that. So I'm like, okay. That's the last time I heard about Lex, was from Tom's side of the story telling me how Lex was. He told me all this. So nobody cares, we move on. UMK3 tournaments keep happening, stuff keep going on, and then MK9 comes out, and then when MK9 comes out, I kind of stop following UMK3 and playing the 2D MKs. I just move on because, you know, I wanted to play MK9, so all that happens. So we get into MK9, and then obviously Ghost and Injustice 1, MK and Injustice 2. 2D MKs, none of UMK3, any of this is in the picture. This is all different shit. So, to fast forward, basically, from the last time this UMK3 drama, all the way to present time, the reason why this got resurfaced present time from way back is because Legacy Collection was coming out. What is Legacy Collection about? Obviously, the 2D Mortal Kombat. So, what happens when now a game is being made to re-release these older 2D MKs, and now everyone's gonna get back into these 2D MKs? What happens? Well, now we start talking about all these older players. People start saying they're hype. I mean, I kind of make my return because I don't know if you guys know this, but when I played MK1, I played it for a couple months and then I was out. I was not a fan of the game. So, like, I wasn't playing MK1 for years. Like, I started playing Counter-Strike and other stuff. So anyway, this cool announcement of Legacy Collection comes out. A lot of people are hyped. I hear about it. I'm like, yo, this is sick. Like, we're gonna have all these cool games to play, rollback netcode, ranked, all this stuff. You know, like, there's some fun ass MK games that are probably gonna be in this, like MK Trilogy for N64. You know, all this stuff. It's gonna be awesome. Now, obviously, we didn't expect it would come out and be this bad, where the shit literally doesn't work and only has quick play. We were going into it being positive and going like, this is gonna be like amazing. But anyway, Legacy Collection comes out. It's completely trash, absolutely bad. Nobody could have seen it being this bad. Like, this is worse than MK1 launch, if you can believe that, because MK1 in the beginning was horrendous. So then we started doing podcast episodes about Lex and UMK3 and the 2D MK players and so on. And actually, I mean, we didn't really do a podcast episode about Lex, but we kind of did about the 2D MK players and whatever. And then there was one episode where Lex kind of was brought up and talked about a lot with the keyboard talk. And, you know, again, he was roasted and stuff, as he should have been, right? Like a lot of us, I didn't have a good personal interaction with him on TOM 14 years ago. Tom was explaining how he couldn't take a loss. He's a fraud. Like, all he does is upload one win. He doesn't upload 100 losses that he got beat down, you know, etc. And, you know, we're like Detroit says, Big says, like, yeah, you play against like he complains. After that episode was over, we continued to do more episodes, and, you know, Lex keeps getting mentioned, you know, here and there. And then Lex makes a comment on one of my YouTube videos, and I come across it. One of those episodes, and I remember reading it, and he was basically like, yo, Rio, can you guys stop talking about me? Keep my name out of your mouth. I don't want anything to do with this drama. Like, he's basically said I'm worse than base. You're a drama starter. You and your friend, my friend referring to Tom, he's calling Tom a liar, saying he's a drama instigator. He lies about wins, this and that. So I respond to him and go like, hey, do you want to come on the episode? Like, regardless of, you know, this and that, I still think you're a UMK3 legend back then, like I do for all the players back then. It would be awesome to have you on. You could come talk your piece. He then says, no, I'm not coming on your drama show. Like, you're toxic, this and that. And I'm like, okay, I respect that. I can't force him, right? I'm not going to force him to come on. He doesn't want to come on. So then he just tells me, like, yo, just stop mentioning me. Like, I don't want to be in this. And I'm like, okay, fine. If your name comes up again, I'll say, let's stop talking about Lex. Let's just move on. Like, who cares? So, of course, an episode after that, you know, because we did a lot of episodes, he gets brought up, he gets name dropped again. And then I'm like, during that episode, I'm like, hey guys, can we stop ragging on Lex? Like, just let it be. Like, who cares? He said he didn't want to come on in the comments. He said he didn't want to talk about it, so let it go. That like, it's kept like repeating, and Tom did name drop him in multiple different episodes, saying, yeah, Lex is scrub, this and that, you know, whatever. But again, this, even though we kind of moved on from that on the episodes, then all of a sudden, recently, because these 2D MK episodes have been going on for like, I'd say the past 2 months or so, but recently this has been leaking out of the podcast. Before, where it was like starting on, well, I mean, the beef obviously started with Tom and Lex back in the day. Like, they hate each other, they both think they're shit, that the other person's lying, one of them obviously won, but the beef got reignited because Legacy Collection and then the podcast talk about all that, so it got brought back into the podcast and then the comments and all that. But then it gets but then it leaks off the podcast. Like, it starts transitioning into other areas, other platforms. Like, now it's on stream, Twitch chats, it's on other platforms. Like, so now it's becoming everywhere. And then the stream I had like 5 days ago in here, and I don't know if some of you were here that night, but it ended up now being where the drama's happening in my chat, like for hours. Like, it's just going in. Tom and Lex are basically ripping a new one on each other, going in, and it was escalating. Like, it was like for hours. I remember I was trying to play MK2 and it was like the chat was just going off, and it's gotten so serious where it's like now you see this everywhere. And not only was it mentioned on podcasts, now it's on Twitch chats, now there's YouTube videos about it. It's just like nonstop everywhere. So now we ended up doing a podcast about the arcade era, which I had planned with James, that was going to be on Sunday. Tom before told me that he told me he wasn't available until next Monday, which was fine. I usually always ask Tom. I know he's busy. He can usually only make something once a week because he's extremely busy, right? I mean, he has like a lot of stuff going on, so I don't expect him to be on, because sometimes we do like 2-3 episodes a week. Like, I'm not expecting Tom to be on that much, right? He's only available like once a week basically. So Tom was going to be on Sunday, which is going to be James summoning whatever. We were going to talk about the old school MK, like MK1 arcade, MK2 arcade, MK, you know, like how the MK competitive scene started, who were the first players going around, like who were the first people known to beat when Mortal Kombat, like who were like the top dogs back then. And during that day, well, I guess before that day, I had a stream Saturday night because I got home very late. I decided to play some Legacy at like 2-3 a.m. It was very late. And I played some MK2, of course Base is there, there was like a small crowd there, and we're playing, and you know, Base is going off the drama that happened on the stream the other day where Lex and Tom were basically going at each other's throats in the podcast for hours, like World War III basically. And Base is like, bro, like, how could you do that to your boy? What do you mean you want to talk to Lex? Like, what do you mean? And during that, at the end of that, I was like, dude, look, this drama, it's getting out of hands. Lex in the chat said, hey Rio, can I talk to you in DM, like just tell you my side of the story? And I'm like, okay, sure, I'll listen to your side of the story, because I mean, I've been hearing about this shit for so much and so long that I kind of want to know the backstory. Like, what happened? Like, this is so dumb. Like, is it really just you guys are both saying each other are shit and bad and the other person never won, like that forever? Like, that's just what it's gonna be. So I want to know more of the backstory, because Tom told me his side a long time ago about all this drama and how Lex is a fraud, this and that. So okay, I'll listen to you, Lex. But then for some reason, Tom like didn't want me to talk to Lex in private. Like, he kept saying, bro, don't talk to Lex. Like, stop, don't. He's gonna lie to you, he's gonna do this. Like, and I just found that weird. I'm like, what is the big deal? I'm gonna talk to Lex. Like, do you think I'm dumb? I'm not just gonna magically believe everything Lex says. Like, if he says, hey, I beat Tom 100-0, this and that, I'm not all of a sudden gonna be like, hey guys, so the truth is, and this is what actually happened, Lex beat the shit out of Tom because he said this. That's never what it was about. The problem was, when I listened to Lex, is they keep, like, everything Lex told me was opposite what Tom told me. Because what Tom told me in the beginning, when he was telling me, like, Rio, don't sweat it, like, ignore Lex trashing you in that tier list thread, I'll tell you who Lex is and really is. He's a bad player, a fraud. I went there, I beat the shit out of him. He only got one win on me because they were recording, and then they uploaded that one win, but they didn't upload all the 100 losses of me beating him. Like, he's a terrible trash player, never won anything, this and that. I'm like, okay. However, when Lex is telling me the opposite. Lex is telling me that Tom and him did play, and Lex beat Tom badly. It was the opposite. It wasn't Tom that was beating the shit out of Lex and that Lex was bad. It was the opposite. It was Lex was beating the hell out of Tom. And that's how it, so you have both sides saying this person is bad, I was better, and then the other side saying the opposite. So who am I supposed to believe? Like, there's no video proof. There's no, like, text messages, there's no like screenshots, there's no posts, like there's nothing. So who do you believe? It's just word of mouth. Rusty Sparks, thank you, man, for the 200 cheer. So instead of me, and I understand Tom is my friend, and I don't know Lex. However, I want to really believe someone when there's proof involved. Like, even though, like, let's say, like, I'm friends with Dave or whatever, and then someone comes out of nowhere and says, "Yo, bro, me and Dave played here. It's not true. He's lying." I would be even asking Dave, even though Dave is my friend. Hey, like, Dave, do you have any proof of this? Like, is there like anything like? Do you have anything of him admitting you lost, or like, can you know, like, I'm not just gonna randomly believe. And the problem is also, Tom and I don't exactly have a perfect friendship. I mean, like, let's be honest. He's lied to me in the past, so obviously that's in my conscience, right? I don't want to get blown up again for believing Tom, like the whole thing back then when I was getting roasted in my chat. And by the way, I was the first person to believe during MK11 when Tom got roasted for the whole shit with the money and stuff. I was the first person to be like, what do you mean? Like Tom wouldn't do that, whatever. And then my chat was roasting me saying, "Rio, are you dumb? Why are you defending this, bro? He said November 30th. And then once I got more details, I was like, oh shit, okay, fine. That was my fault. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm not going to blindly believe anybody anymore. Like, I'm just going to wait before I get blown up. Like, I'd rather wait for there to be proof, which is fair, than for me to just believe someone and then all of a sudden, wait a minute, but this actually didn't happen, and now I have to get blown up and get roasted. So anyway, I wanted to hear both sides. Like, I want proof. Like, all they have to do, and this is why this drama is so dumb again, because all they have to do is just show the dumb set, show the text messages, whatever, of one of you admitting the other person lost and the other person won, and that's it. It's over. Why is this such a big deal? Like, and then it's turned, like, they keep going back and forth. It's almost like Fantasyland. Like, it's a fighting game. There's two people playing against each other. It can't be you guys both won and another person lost. Obviously, one of you, because this involves two people playing, one of you lost and got beat in this big set, and one of you won. Why are you both saying the opposite? That's it. And because there's no proof of this shit until now, because what Tom texted me earlier, this is big. There's finally proof about this shit. And now this is where it's going to lead to later. But before we get to that, and I know you guys, hold on, you guys are blowing up my Discord. Watch the Tom video. I understand. Yes, I didn't watch the Tom video yet. I'm going to watch the Tom video. I'm going to do that here. So really quickly, let me pull up the Tom video. And again, I haven't watched this yet because I literally got home like 40 minutes ago, and I was like, and my phone's getting blown up. I have like 20,000, and you guys, like, can you guys just stop messaging me on Discord for 2 seconds, please? Because I'm not going to go through all this stuff on Discord right now. So anyway, now what we're going to do is we're going to watch the whole video, and we're going to, and I want to see Tom's side of the story and see what he said. So Tom made a reaction video to me. Let's see. We're going to put this up. Okay, so this video is reaction to REO. Oh yeah, and if you guys don't know this, I guess I have to explain this. So, because I know a lot of you weren't here last night. I was streaming last night. I made a video. I uploaded it to my Twitch archive. And the video was me. It was very brief. It was like 20 minutes me explaining the whole situation. Because I know this is all about Tom versus Lex, but then Tom made it about me. He started blaming me about, you know, I'm the reason why this drama has legs. I'm the reason I started this, when first of all, that's not true. That's not what happened. The way the drama started was, again, I just explained it all. It started on the Pox, him getting mentioned, then it kept getting, his name kept getting dropped in episodes after that by you. Lex finally makes a post about it in the comments, and I go through it. I say, hey man, do you want to come on? He doesn't. He says, leave my name out of your mouth. So next episodes, his name continues to be dropped. I say, guys, stop talking about it, and that's how it went. Then it leaked into outside the podcast, where it went to Twitch chat. I really don't want to repeat this all again because I feel like I'm just going in circles. But anyway, Tom is saying I basically started the drama with Lex. I gave the drama legs. This is not true. Again, Tom is literally doing streams on his Twitch, and I don't know why Tom would lie about this and why he would delete his Twitch videos, because it's getting annoying. Because if the videos weren't deleted, I could show you that Tom was instigating on his Twitch for days and days and days about Lex this, Lex that, Reo's not my friend. Oh my god, I'm never gonna be an episode. Like, it's so dumb. and there were clips I was sent, but now these clips don't exist anymore because the Twitch videos are deleted, so I can't show you guys. So now you guys are probably gonna say I'm lying. But anyway, let's get into this video because I made a 20-minute video last night. Well, it wasn't a 20-minute video. I was streaming last night, but I clipped the 20-minute segment where I talked about this and how I don't like how Tom is basically saying I'm the reason for this drama. I'm getting blamed under the bus. Bro, that's not the reason for, like, what are you doing? Now you're painting out me and that I'm on Lex's side. I never said I was on Lex's side. I never even once. Can somebody find me once anywhere on any podcast or any of my stream? They're all up on my channel where I said I 100% believe Lex and Lex was right and Tom lost. Did this ever happen? It didn't. Never said it. I always said, I don't know who to believe. There's no proof. It's 50-50. I want to know who lost. Like, you can't, like, there needs proof. That was the whole thing. So right there, that's a lie. Like, stop saying that shit. Stop saying I'm believing Lex and I agree Lex beat Tom. But that never happened. I always said, I don't know who to believe. It's a 50-50 because you guys both don't have any proof. You guys keep saying the other person got bodied and they're lying, but yet none of you have videos, images, texts of the other person saying the law. Like, you guys have nothing. So what am I supposed to go off? You guys are literally just saying word of mouth. That's what it comes down to. Literally word of mouth. Anyway, to get past that, because it's annoying how now I'm like the reason why I'm the reason why the sex drama is a thing, even though I never gave it legs. I made this 20-minute video explaining this, my side basically. I tried to keep it as quick as possible. I know it was a lot to go through, and I had YouTube comments up which were annoying because these YouTube comments are basically lying, saying things that aren't true. Like, yeah, Rio said that Lex is better than Tom and he believes him. I never said any of that. It's all a lie. Again, if you guys want to quote where I said this, go ahead. All the podcasts are up, my Twitch streams are up. Please go find that because that never happened. So anyway, after this whole 20-minute video was done, I clipped it, I put it on Twitch. So you guys, it's still on my Twitch archive past broadcast channel. Now apparently Tom makes a video today responding, and I have not seen it yet because I literally got home like 50 minutes ago, and I'm now catching up with everything. And Tom sent me text saying, bro, it's over, I got Lex. And I'm like, okay, and we're gonna do a podcast tomorrow. Like, okay, we got everything, but I now want to watch what Tom said, because obviously I want to hear what he's saying and how he responded to mine. So let's see. Dude, some of you gotta stop spamming my Discord right now, man. Like, just... So let's open this video, and wait, first of all, wait, hold on. I gotta do my... Okay, let me set this up right now. Let me set up my screen share, because I keep forgetting you guys can't see my screen, so hold on, let me put up the video. Okay, how do I do... Hold on. Okay, so add... Okay, add monitor capture. Okay, display capture. Okay, monitor 1. Okay, you guys can now see my monitor, right? Yeah, you guys can now see my monitor. Okay, perfect. So now all I have to do, let me just put... No, you guys can, it's just, hold on. It's because I have the game on the monitor. One second. Anyway, let me open the video. You guys should be able to see my monitor though. Like, it's just I have this game running on my monitor, so that's what you see. Anyway, so let's watch this video.
All right, what's up everyone? MK Tom Brady here. So I'm doing this video very quickly because some new evidence has come.
Hold on. Let me rewind it. Let's go to the beginning. Why is it not showing? Hold on. Just have to make it bigger. I don't know why you guys can't see this. You guys only see the game. Hold on one second. I don't understand. I have it on display capture. Okay, you guys do see it. Hold on. How long? Wait, hold on. We gotta go in order.
What's up everyone?
Okay, one second. There's two videos from Tom. Let's One where he's responding to what I said, and then the other one that's the follow-up. Okay, so hold on. Let me open this in, I hate the standard video player. Let me open up in...
What's up, everyone? MK Tom.
I prefer VLC so much than the standard. Anyway, hold on, let me make this bigger. But anyway, let's go through order so nothing gets confused. So, where I left off, remember when I said I made that 20-minute video yesterday, guys? So, Tom responded. Obviously, I didn't get to watch this yet because I just got home, but we're going to watch it. And I want to see Tom's side, what he responds. And wait, this is really 2 hours long? I thought it was 1 minute and 48 seconds. 1 hour? This is almost 2 hours? I made a 20-minute video. How is the response 2 hours? I thought it was 1 minute and 48 seconds. This can't be accurate. Hold on. Is it? Wait.
What's up, everyone? MK Tom. I don't want to go
shit,
on
it
here
is.
cheating.
Okay, well, anyway.
What's
hold
up?
on. Well, look, we're gonna go through this because I don't want anything to get left out. We're just gonna go through it. I thought it was 1 minute. I thought it was like 1 minute and 48 seconds. I didn't realize it was an hour. Anyway, hold on. You guys want me to lower the game volume? 1 second. Hold on. Let me open up. Now I gotta open this volume mixer. 1 second. Okay, is the game volume lower for you guys? Hopefully I didn't lower the video. I'm trying to lower the game volume. Let me hold on. Okay, this is better. Okay, the game volume should be lower for you guys now. Hopefully the video is not low. Let me see.
Everyone, MK Tom Brady here. In this video,
can you guys hear the video good? And is the game lower, or is both the video and the game volume lower? I need to know because I don't know if what I lowered was general or if it's like specific.
I'm going to be reacting to a video by...
Can you guys hear the video clearly? Okay, the audio is good. Perfect. Okay, so let's watch this whole video. I haven't seen this yet.
What's up, everyone?
And to be fair, I want to be fair to Tom. I don't want to just skip over the video and not watch the whole hour of it because that'd be stupid. But yeah, but I apologize. I didn't realize this was going to be. I seriously thought it was like 2 minutes. I didn't realize it was an hour and 48 minutes because I made a 20-minute video.
Everyone, MK Tom Brady here. In this video, I'm going to be reacting to a video by...
Is that possible? Is it possible to put it on quicker speed? How do I do that? How do I make it so... I mean, I don't want to put it on 10 times fast because then I wouldn't be able to hear some of the stuff. There's... Playbacks. Okay, playback. Speed. There's only faster, fastest, slower, slower. That's it. There's only 3 options. Let's try faster.
By REO called "I'm Tired of Being Blamed."
Okay, so this is good. This is faster now. So it's not going to be an actual hour 4. This will be quicker. So okay, let's listen to what Tom says, and then I'll respond to what's going on here.
What's up, everyone? MK Tom Brady.
You guys can see the video, right? Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, anyway, let's watch this.
What's up, everyone? MK Tom Brady here. In this video, I'm going to be reacting to a video by REO called "I'm Tired of Being Blamed by MK Tom Brady."
This is the video I put up last night, by the way, guys. This is what I was talking about.
I was not planning on making this video, but I have to. And I thought we were going to hash this out on Wednesday on a podcast. Maybe we still will. Who knows? I'm going to react.
We are going to hash this out. It's still happening.
To this video, and I'm going to be setting the record straight. And hopefully, all of you can see this, and hopefully, REO will finally see this as well. Let's get into the video.
Let's start from the beginning of how this drama became relevant this year. I'm watching a video of Tom watching a video of me. 2000. This is actually kind of funny. 25, and led up to where it exploded now. Tom is saying I started the drama, and I gave the drama legs. This is direct. This is true. Tom did say that. He did say that. He did say I'm the one that started the drama, gave it legs. Yes. Quote from him. This isn't true at all. Tom actually kept fueling and adding to this Lex drama by constantly mentioning and bringing up the guy multiple times in the episodes we've been doing over the past few months about the 2D MKs.
Okay, this is a lie.
What? You did say the drama has legs and all this.
Now, I weighed in on Lex, but I did not bring up Lex.
You actually did bring up Lex multiple times in multiple different episodes. Again, all the episodes are back there.
I've been doing podcasts with Rio and Dave since 2011. That's now.
This is true, actually. We've been doing a podcast for a very long time. Very long time.
We're in the end of 25. That's 14 years. Lex was not mentioned in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
This is true. Again, I already told you guys the backstory of what happened. I said the last time I interacted with Lex was 2010. Once MK9 came out, I did not care about 2D MKs anymore. I moved on. I literally told you guys this already, so I don't know why Tom is saying this. But this is true. Nobody cared about Lex after until Legacy Collection came out.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and now not till finally the very end of 25. But it wasn't me. It wasn't me that was bringing Lex up. The reason why Lex came up is because Rio was doing podcasts based on cheating is the keyboard cheating and the Detroit drama. Now, it was brought up that Lex's name was first introduced because when it was said that it is cheating, it was said that the reason why it's being called cheating is because Lex, a game tester, said it's cheating. And the game was not meant to be played with glitch jabs, and it was not meant to be played on a keyboard. That is the first time Lex was mentioned. And Lex is constantly brought up whenever the glitch jabbing and the keyboard came up. If we had never talked about the glitch jabbing and the keyboard and who's cheating, Lex's name would have never come up. Ever.
This is true. Lex did get brought up, and I mean, I kind of explained it earlier, but yeah, this is true.
So this is kind of where a lot of the Lex drama comes from. It comes from the first time Lex was ever brought up is in Rio's video about Detroit winning CKK. And this is in regard to the glitch jabbing, the keyboard, etc. Now, all I did was weigh in on Lex and just say that Lex, as a game tester saying it's cheating, that Lex's personality is such that he hates on every new player. So, and this has been confirmed by stories Rio has told about Lex himself, by Biggs, by other people, that when Lex loses to new players doing the jabs, he just can't take it. He calls them cheaters. He says blah, blah, blah. And all I said was he's not a tournament player, that he doesn't like the current state of competitive play.
Wait, that's not all you said. He's just a tournament player. You said way more than that. You said he was a trash garbage player. You beat the hell out of him. He's basically a fraud because he only uploaded the one win he could have gotten you and you demolished him. That's what I was told way back, and that's what you also said recently. So it wasn't just, oh, he's not the tournament player. No, it was way more than that from what I heard.
He's not a tournament player. And that's what I was talking about. This is why he calls it cheating and et cetera, et cetera. He doesn't believe in playing tournament play, playing the win at any cost, et cetera. He's not a tournament player. This is what I would say every time Lex was brought up. I did not randomly bring up Lex at all. He was brought up, and you guys all know that this is true. He was brought up as a point to rebut. Is the keyboard and glitch jabbing cheating? Yes, it is. I'm saying it's cheating because a game tester says so. That is how Lex entered the conversation. I was never a time when I'm bringing up Lex all these times randomly. I went years and years and years, never mentioned the guy's name.
Okay, Tom must not be understanding here. I never said Tom was the first person to bring him up on the podcast. I said it started with Lex getting mentioned and then went on for episodes. And then Lex made a comment in the chat saying, hey guys, can you guys stop talking about your lying this, blah, 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 blah. Like I already explained this earlier. I want to get through it again because I don't want to bore you guys saying this for the fourth time. But then when he said that, when Lex got brought up again, and Tom did mention him multiple times in different episodes, it wasn't just that one time in the beginning, I said, guys, can we stop talking about Lex? Doesn't want to come out, let it go. Then it ended up leaking to outside the episode and went everywhere. It went to Twitch, it went everywhere. That's how it happened. It wasn't just this one time beginning. No, that's misleading.
The first time I was talking about Lex was when he was brought up after Detroit won CKK. That is a fact. Let's continue.
Most of us have no idea who Lex is.
And I shouldn't have said brought up. I didn't bring him up. The first time he was brought up in general was during that.
This is true, but that's not what this whole Lex drama is about, though. It's not the first time he's brought up. It's about everything that happened after Lex made it clear he didn't want to be talked about in the comments. That's what it's about.
And I did give my opinion, but not our story. Only my opinion on Lex talking about jabs being cheating and at tournaments.
Tom's community doesn't know who Lex is. The modern MK audience.
Do you know why my community doesn't know who Lex is? Because I don't talk about Lex.
Well, I mean, they know who he is now because, bro, your streams lately, the clips I've been being sent, your recent like streams for the past weeks have been about Lex. Like, so when I said this, I meant in the beginning of the origin when Lex was having a podcast. But now a lot of your community knows who Lex is because you keep talking about it.
I don't talk about Lex. That's why my community doesn't know who Lex is. So for someone claiming I'm bringing up Lex all the time,
doesn't know who he is. No one is trying to talk about. You do bring Lex up all the time. You had. Oh my god, bro. Guys, if these clips existed of this week, not even joking, Tom had days and days and days of different streams about Lexus, like that, blah, 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 like repeatedly on repeat. Why are all the videos deleted on his Twitch channel again? Can someone explain to me? Oh, because he kept talking about Lex nonstop for weeks? Okay. About Lex these days.
except for you. Because
Actually, no. Except for you as well. You also have been talking about Lex.
if there was no CKK, the drama of the keyboard, who's cheating, Lex's name would have never been brought up. Simple. It's simple to say. Lex's name got brought up because he said something ridiculous. And his name was brought up by other people who are saying, well, the game tester said blah, blah, blah. Who was the game tester? Oh, it was Lex. That's how Lex's name came in this. Again.
But Tom, I feel like Tom's disconnected here. This argument is not who mentioned Lex first. I literally explained how Lex got mentioned first in the podcast. I already went through that. The problem is when he kept getting name dropped on these episodes after the first initial episode where he got mentioned, he eventually made a comment in one of the episodes saying, "Can you guys stop talking about me?" I read it, I responded and said, "Okay, do you want to come on?" He said no, and he told me to stop. So after that, on the future episodes after that, he was still getting name dropped, and Tom was one of the people that continued to name drop and talk about him. And then, when I brought up that, guys, let's stop talking about Lex, let's move on, he said he didn't want to talk about it. Then it leaked outside the podcast and went everywhere. That's why this is being talked about right now. Even Dave would ask me after the podcast, who is this Lex person? Why does he keep getting brought up? This is true. Dave was saying, who is this Lex? Why does Tom keep mentioning him? Who cares about this random person? I'm like, I don't know. But anyway, then I said, Lex doesn't want us to talk about him anymore, so let's just drop it. Let's stop talking about him.
Again, how is Rio confused? Lex keeps being brought up.
I'm not confused. I understand everything that's going on. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying you were the first person to bring up Lex out of nowhere. I already covered Lex was brought up in that first episode we did. It's the episodes after how it kept continuing of him getting brought up, and then him making a comment in one of the future episodes where he said, "Can you guys stop talking about me?" And then he was still kept getting brought up, and then I had to tell you guys to stop talking about him, and then it leaked everywhere else. Surely Tom understands what this is about. It's not about who said it in the first episode.
Because we're talking about glitch jabs and keyboard and who's cheating. And that is the only realm in which Lex's name is ever mentioned. That's it. And I constantly say Lex is not a tournament player. He doesn't like losing to the modern players. He disrespects them, which is confirmed by Biggs, confirmed by an earlier story by Rio, in which he tells a story from the TYM days. And Lex just calls them cheaters, and the game wasn't meant to be played like that, and blah, blah.
Okay, well, to be fair, Lex didn't call me a cheater during TYM 2010. He just said I was a bad player because all they do is jabs, and I'm not good. That's what he said. He didn't say the cheater thing until this recent drama stuff.
Blah, blah. That's the only reason why Lex is being talked about. Again, I don't know why Rio is confused about this. If we're not talking about who's cheating and
I'm sorry, guys. What am I confused about again? Because I understand what's going on and everything, and I understand what the beef is between us and the beef between you and Lex. I understand the whole story. So what am I confused about? What am I confused about? Someone explain to me.
who's jabbing and who's using the keyboard and just talking about the games themselves, Lex's name would never be mentioned.
So then I catch Lex making a comment in one of the episodes saying, hey, can you guys stop talking about me? I don't want to be in any part of this. I'm hearing lies and BS.
By you guys talking about me, I'm not the one bringing him up. No, he means me. He means me. He's okay if other people say a game tester said it's cheating. So that's
actually not true. I told everybody, guys, let's stop talking about Lex. Drop him. I told this to everybody, not just you. I don't know why you make it seem like I only had this talk with you. I told everybody when it happened on that show. But guys, let's just leave Lex alone. Drop it. Let's move on. I never had this rule where Tom's not allowed to talk to Lex, talk about Lex, and everyone else can. That's not true.
okay. He means I'm not okay with me, Bill, Tom, talking about me. That's what he means. Because he's basically saying, when you guys bring me up, just tell Bill to shut up. That's what he actually means. Let's be honest here, because he doesn't seem to have a problem when other people reference him.
Dude, are you joking? Tom is saying Lex doesn't have an issue with anybody talking about him but Tom. Lex literally insulted me more than you in the comments. He called me a worse version of base. Now, a lot of people probably don't understand what this means, but base is probably one of the most negative, toxic. Base is basically like the Shinnok of like the 2D MK out of the players. Like he does shit. So how the hell is Lex insulting me more than you, yet I'm not? Like, what are you talking about? No, dude, you're not even telling the truth.
As a game tester who says it's cheating, but he has a problem with me weighing in on why he has a problem with it.
He says he wants to stop getting name dropped in the episodes. So I respond to him in the comments and say, hey, do you want to come on the show? He says no, because I'm toxic, your friend is toxic, and that he wants nothing to do with a drama instigator like Tom who lies all the time about the past. So I tell him, well, if you're not going to come on to defend yourself, no one can hear your side of the story, but I'm not going to force you. I'll just tell them, and by them I mean Tom, to stop talking about you and mentioning your name when we do episodes if it comes up. So of course, another episode after, Lex gets brought up again, and this time I say, hey guys, let's stop talking about Lex. He doesn't want to come on. Why are we still roasting him? Like, who cares? Just let it be. See, a lot of you probably don't even know about these details. Do you guys think...
They all know about the details, Rio. Don't insult your audience.
They actually don't know because you keep deleting your videos so they can't know the details. I was looking to show people how this kept instigating going on, but you delete all the videos, now I can show them the clips.
Your audience just heard the last podcast in which Summoning said, hey, I say it's cheating because Lex, who's a game tester, talked to me about it. He says it's cheating because the keyboard is cheating. The game's not meant to be played on keyboard. And glitch jabbing is cheating because it's not meant to be in the game. The game is not meant to be played that way. So your own audience, we have plenty of documentation of other people referencing Lex, and that's how he got brought up. Let's keep it 100 here.
Randomly, the day of episode 50, that I wanted to reignite some old drama from 20 years ago. No.
This is not true. So what happened actually is this. When Rio says tell Lex's side of the story, I never told my side. Not a single podcast.
What are you talking about? You told me your side of the story. You told me who Lex was and what you did to him and how you beat him. You told me this years and years ago on 2M. How do you not remember this? You told me in person because we were always hanging out and playing with each other in games and shit. What do you mean? You literally told me not to sweat it, bro. Just let Lex go. Like, he's a trash. You told me everything about him. That's how I know all this stuff about him from you. What do you mean you never told me his side of the story? Are you really going to lie like that?
That I did with Rio before episode 50, or ever have I ever aired the me and Lex's drama. I have never aired it.
I never said you aired it. I said you told me. This is how I know. How do you think I know Lex is this terrible trash player back then who you demolished, who you absolutely crushed, and that he only uploaded one win because he got beat so bad and salty that he could only upload one win because you destroyed him? I know this all from you. You think I just made this up one day or got out of nowhere? No, you told me this.
I've never aired it. I talked about my history many a times with Mike Hollow on his stream. I always leave the Lex beef out of my history. Every single time, because I know that Lex is just going to make up a bunch of lies and it's going to cause a bunch of drama, so I intentionally leave it out. What Rio did, Lex came in his stream and in the chat started posting this article that Lex has held on to for almost 30 years. If you want to know who's the old and bitter one here, I didn't know this article existed, and Lex had that shit saved on his browser for 30 years, almost. So Lex starts talking about his story in Rio's chat, and he's just lying about me, and lying and lying and lying. So I told Rio, you don't want to hear Lex's side of the story. You don't want to air his side of the story. It's all lies. So when Rio said,
I can't have Lex come on air because he didn't want to. He just wanted to talk to me. And first of all, you guys were both saying the opposite stuff of each other. Yes, I understand. I don't know who's lying and this and that. But I explained to you earlier why. I don't want to get blown up again for believing somebody over, just because they're my friend, and then get exposed and roasted because it was wrong. Because again, this happened years ago, and you guys, well, not you guys in the chat, but I was getting roasted in my own chat about this before. Like, Rio, why'd you randomly believe Tom? Like, why don't you listen? And then I was like, okay, I was wrong about that, so I'm not gonna let that happen again. So yes, I want to listen. Literally, all Tom has to do is show me proof of him beating Lex or whatever, and it would be over. Like, either side, all they have to do is show proof, and it's done. That's it. That's why this stupid drama keeps going on, because again, there's no proof of any of them where you see the full footage of one of them losing, and there's no proof of any of these two showing that, hey man, this guy beat me, I lost. It's not coming from their mouth. There's no anything of it. No text message, no Facebook message, no whatever it was. That's why it keeps going on, because it's all about who won and who not.
says he wanted to hear Lex's story because I was airing my side of the story. That never happened. You will never hear, there is never any video that you have of me mentioning my story with Lex until Rio streamed late the night.
Because there's no video of you doing this, because again, I never said you made a video of this. I said you told me all this in person. You told me all this in person back then during the TWM drama threads. You informed me everything about Lex and told me how you beat the hell out of him. He's bad. How don't worry about it, bro. He's a nobody. He was never a good player, this and that. But I got this all from you in person. You're saying I'm lying and making this all up now? Really?
Right before episode 50, and he's like, Lex says this, Lex says that, Tom's lying, and this is what Lex says, and I don't know who's lying. It was only then that I felt compelled to defend myself, because I had never aired my story, and Rio gave the drama legs by airing Lex's side of the story. That's what happened. Lex came in Rio's stream chat, began spitting nothing but lies. I began to refute his lies in the...
This actually isn't true. I never had. This stream Tom is talking about, by the way, guys, if you guys want to see, it's on my stream archive channel. I never in that stream was believing Lex or saying this and that. Tom and Lex were arguing with each other for hours in the chat. What I don't understand is all it takes is one person in an argument to block the other person, and it's done. The argument is over. So what I'm confused about is, does Tom want to argue about Lex for hours and hours? Is that what he wants to do? Because why doesn't he just block him if he's so serious about I don't care about Lex? It doesn't make any sense. And also, why are you making videos every single day and streaming every single day talking about Lex? All of your video titles are literally exposing Lex trauma, exposing Lex and Rio. Bro, do you know how many clips people were sending me of you on Discord? And now you delete it all. So now conveniently, all these videos of the past week are gone of you constantly talking about Lex. Now you want to say you never were talking about Lex. Like, what are you talking about?
The stream chat, I cautioned Rio, leave it alone. Leave it alone. No one should air their side of this. It's done. But no, Rio wanted to hear Lex's side because
I never. Okay, I don't know why Tom is putting in a way where I wanted Lex to come on the stream and air it out. It's not what I said. What I said was I know Tom's side of the story because he told me, but I don't know Lex's side of the story. And because there's no proof, if there was proof, I wouldn't care to hear the Lex's side or whoever. Like, I wouldn't care if there was proof, because it wouldn't matter. But because there's no proof and no evidence until now, when Tom showed me earlier. That's why I wanted to hear Lex's side of the story. So I'm like, can you just tell me why Tom hates you? Like, what did you do to Tom? Did you lose to him in a money match and then you didn't pay him? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, I was trying to understand Lex's point of view. And also, when I talked to Lex, why is Tom acting like when I was talking to Lex, I believed everything he said? I'm like, yes, Lex. Yes, what happened? Oh, you beat Tom 100-0? Wow, that happened? Wow, that's true? That's not what I was saying. when I was talking to Lex, I was telling Lex, I'm like, are you sure that happened? But how come there's no proof? Are you sure that Tom lost to you? Like how? Like that's what I kept saying. The same way I was asking Tom, like, you know, I was doing the same to Lex. It's funny how Tom leaves that out. How I was just as, you know, questioning Lex and not believing what the hell Lex was saying. I never said I believed Lex or that he's telling the truth. Never.
Was airing my side of the story. Show me any video prior to Rio's stream in which I aired my full drama history with Lex. It does not exist. The first.
This is not about you. Oh my God, this is not about you airing the drama public, Tom, about Lex. I don't know why you're turning about airing public. That's not what the drama is. The drama was it leaked out of the podcast. It became part of my stream chat that night. It literally took over the entire chat for hours. You're telling me you don't care about Lex, you don't want to talk about him. However, what you're doing is the complete opposite. You're engaging with someone for hours in the chat just to block him if you don't care about him. And second of all, you make videos about him every single day on your Twitch channel. You stream about him all the time, but you delete all that. Why are you deleting videos? All you have to do, literally all Tom would have to do to shut me up right now would be like, Rio's lying. I never was talking about Lex on my stream the week, whatever, and show me his Twitch channel and be like, look, it didn't happen. However, you deleted everything and I saw the clips, bro. You were talking about him nonstop for like days. Like, guys, I don't know why you're trying to act like this was just me airing it out one day. That's not what happened. Like, you're leaving a whole story behind it.
First time you guys are hearing about my actual drama history with Lex is when Lex went in Rio stream, started calling me a liar, and then Rio talked to him privately, told his side of the story on stream. Did I talk about Lex in previous podcasts? Yes, when he was brought up in relation to the cheating and the blah, blah, blah. But never my side of the beef. This is where Rio is.
I never said you brought up your side of the beef before in those older episodes. I never said. Why is Tom like making this be about stuff that was never said? Like, I'm very confused here. Did Tom listen to like a mysterious new podcast that we did that happened where I was saying all this? I don't know how we're disconnected this much, where Tom isn't understanding what I'm saying and he's going about stuff that I'm not saying. I never said he was the one to start it on the podcast. I already told this. It's even in the 20-minute video I explained last night. I said how it escalated. He kept getting name dropped. Then he posted in the comments and he said he didn't want to be involved, that he wants to stop talking about it. We're toxic. So then I brought it and said that. Like, that's the story. That's how it happened.
Misremembering, to be generous.
Tom is the one constantly talking about Lex on other people's shows and platforms. This is true. You literally came to my stream that night and you made that whole. I saw like 50 people in the comments saying, "Yo, Lex sucking that dick." Like, I was reading that shit all night. So to say that none of this drama happened between you guys, that shit was crazy in the chat. That all I was reading was Lex versus Tom. It was like World War III. Tom was literally in my stream a few days ago one night, arguing and engaging in a World War III basically with Lex.
Why was I engaging in a World War III? Because Lex came into your stream one day and started it. He posted this article and started it. See, this is what Rio's leaving out. This is what Rio's leaving out. Lex reignited this by going in Rio's stream. See, the problem is Lex doesn't have any credit.
Bro, dude, I'm sorry, but I can't put all the blame on Lex for talking about this because, dude, Tom, you gotta stop, like, doing this. You guys both engaged in this dumb shit. Do you not understand? It's not... Why does Tom think it's me saying it's only Tom's fault and not Lex? How many times do I have to say, I don't believe either of you. You both don't have proof. You're both doing this shit. You both are engaging. It takes two people to argue. So if you're both in the stream chat arguing for hours, none of you are... Just block each other and move on. You keep saying you don't care about the drama. You don't care. Then why don't you block him so it stops? Like, I'm confused here. And why are you making videos every day about Twitch about him if you don't care about him? None of this makes any sense.
Credibility, because he has no documentation of anything he's ever done outside of being a game tester in MK4. No documentation, maybe WaveNet as well, UMK3. No documentation. He has no credibility. So what Lex does is try to find someone to fight his battle for him, who does have credibility, so they can attach their credibility.
My dude, I was not fighting anybody's battle. I was just trying to explain who really won. That's it. I never once said I believed Lex and that he was right, ever. I said I don't know who to believe. It's a 50-50, basically. You have to flip a coin and just randomly call it at that point.
To Lex's argument. And that's what happened. So let's keep going here.
Both of you guys took over the entire chat and argued.
Yes, I took over the chat and argued because the guy came in, posts an article, starts calling me a liar, so I defended myself. It's not that hard to believe, not to imagine.
I mean, you guys were going back and forth. It was like, it was not just one-sided argument. You guys were both engaging in that shit like crazy, like for hours. Like you guys were going back and forth. Again, if you guys want to see it, go to my Twitch archive channel. You can see the stream I uploaded. It was, they were going at each other both. It wasn't just Lex was just doing this and Tom was just sitting there doing nothing.
To see what happened here.
About this for hours that night in the chat. You guys can even go back to see it because I uploaded the stream from that night to my archive channel. Because, you know, if I don't do this, no one's going to believe it and say I'm lying or something.
And if you go back and listen to, watch it, Lex threw the first stone, started linking this article, saying, I'm talking to the national champ over here. The champ. I'm talking to the champ over here. The champion. And
this is true, actually. Lex in the chat, he was like, okay, first of all, we were talking about MK2 and sweeps. And then I did see comments like that, Lex saying like, you should ask like the MK champion over there or whatever. And like, I didn't understand what this meant because again, I don't know Lex's side of the lore. I only know Tom's side of the lore. And this is another thing. Like, I didn't understand there were tournaments back then that Tom was saying he was winning. But anyway.
Started talking about all the drama. That's how it started. Period. That's a fact.
No, this is not a fact. It's false. Stop deleting your videos. This is how it actually started, because I just told you how it started. It started by him getting mentioned on the podcast. It's the 20th time I'm going to say this. Then he kept getting name dropped on episodes after that. Then he made a comment in the podcast, in one of the podcast episodes, saying, dude, stop mentioning me. I don't want to be part of this, blah, blah, blah. Then he got name dropped again. Then it said, yo, let's leave it, drop it. And then it got leaked from there to here. So this is not how it randomly started. You guys were in the chat one day, and then out of nowhere, whoa, who's this? Lex? Oh my God, they're fighting now, guys. Look, and that's not how it happened. The problem here is, if you don't care about Lex, and he's irrelevant, then why don't you just block him and move on? Stop.
I did move on from Lex. I've blocked Lex.
Tom, I would literally jump out the window right now. You did not move on from anything. You didn't block him. You were in the chat arguing with him for hours. Where's the moving on?
On every possible everything back in the day.
Back in the day? What about now? How about you block him now? Why did you unblock him then if you had him blocked back in the day? This makes no sense. Why would you unblock someone you hate? Like, what the fuck?
I did. He's no longer Lexcellent. He is now Leksczlent, okay? That's his name. And Lex, in streams I was in, was being civil until it came to your stream. And he saw an opportunity, and he took it. And you bid on it.
What opportunity? Okay, if you guys go back to the chat, first of all, my stream doesn't even like Lex. I don't even like Lex. I don't know if you guys realize this. People are making it seem like I'm some Lex fanboy. I don't. I haven't liked Lex since 2010 and everything Tom told me about him. The whole stream chat was going in on Lex. Like, they were roasting him. Like, I don't know what he's talking about. Everybody was telling Lex to go suck a dick, you're trash, you're garbage, you're shit. This, like, again, who was on Lex's side again? Because I don't remember that at all.
He started the drama in your chat. You could have shut it down right there and said, dude, guys, I don't want to hear this shit in the chat.
Where here's the thing. Like, it's so dumb that I would have to block, that I would have to ban both of you when you guys could just block each other. And to be fair, you guys weren't breaking the rules. It's not like you guys were dropping slurs and this and that, right? You guys were following Twitch rules. You guys were just beefing in the chat. That happens all the time.
You could have shut it down, but you didn't.
Talking about him. Stop interacting with him. You guys are never going to play. You guys can't even tell a consistent story.
That's a lie. My story has never changed.
What do you mean your story has never changed? You told me Lex was trash garbage back then, 2010, when you talked to me, when I was like, damn, why is this Lex guy such an asshole? I thought he was like a good player. You told me the player's garbage, trash, you beat the fuck out of him. He only got one win. He's so garbage, he only uploaded one win, and then he didn't upload the other 100 times you winning him. Now apparently people are telling me that now you said Lex was good, he was beating, like, what do you, your story's all over the place, bro. And you're deleting your videos and everything. Like, the story makes no sense. It's like flip-flopping back and forth.
Lex's story, however, has changed many times. In fact, Lex won't even tell the story himself. he wants to text Rio or type Rio bits and pieces on DM for Rio to deliver to you. But Lex can never tell a consistent timeline because he doesn't want to be pinned down. He doesn't want to say, this is what happened, this is how it happened.
But you both of you aren't consistent. That's why this drama is dumb. Don't you understand now? Both of you are flip-flopping what was said. One time, Tom is saying that Lex is shit, bad, he never beat him. But now all of a sudden, people in the chat right now are saying, but wait, Tom is saying Lex was good, he beat him. Like, what? That's the whole argument was because you both thought the other person was shit. Who won the set? Who lost? This is what I mean. You guys are not consistent. You guys are flip-flopping and changing things up.
Because the minute Lex gives names, dates, times, events, he can be exposed as being a liar. So he doesn't want to talk at all. He wants to talk through Rio, through DM. We're going to come to that.
Until you guys can show video proof back then and of any of these long sets happening or any of these tournaments happening that people were winning, people really don't care. So since there's no proof of any of you two saying that you played each other in the set and confirming that the other person won, and
I don't care about this set, and I never did. I never went to Chicago to play a set with Lex, and we're going to get to that later.
Okay, so apparently Tom didn't care about losing to Lex. But here's the thing though. So this set between them never happened. Hold on. If you guys never played each other, then what the fuck is the beef about? You guys never played each other? There was no set? Then what are we arguing about? You guys never played each other back then. But I'm so confused right now. I thought they played each other back then. One of them lost, and that's why there's beef, because the other person isn't admitting who lost. Like,
this is not a big deal to me. This set means nothing to me, but it means a lot to Lex. Why? We'll get to that.
the other party lost. Please just stop. Okay, guys, I apologize. I'm gonna stop pausing the video. I'm gonna let him talk a lot, but like, I mean, look, I guess I'll address it after, because when I hear something that's not really accurate, like, you guys don't even have a video or an image or anything. And honestly, if you want to talk about it this much, then do it on your own YouTube channel or your stream, and you can talk about like all you want. Why is this being brought everywhere else? Whose stream is this going to be mentioned on next? Are we going to get another person hosting the next saga of more Lex and Tom drama with the 2D MKs? Anyway, to get back to that night, after hours of all that drama happening on my stream, Lex tells me he wants to privately talk to me on Discord and tell me everything regarding this drama that just took place for hours on the stream, so that I know the truth. Quote, truth. So I say, okay, you can tell me. Sure, I'll listen to the other side. Tom then immediately begs me, no, oh my god, don't do it, Rio. Whatever you do, don't talk to Lex in private. He's going to lie. Bombarding.
Yes, I said make him talk publicly. I didn't say don't talk to Lex. I said, one, I told Rio privately, I wouldn't even get into this drama at all. That's what I told Rio. I would not even get into this drama at all. I said, but if Lex is going to talk, let him use his words with his name behind his words. I told Rio, do not be the mouthpiece of Lex's words. Let him write it, type it publicly, or say it publicly, so that it's not him hiding behind you. It's him standing out and saying XYZ, so we can go back and say, nope, you wrote this, you said this, blah, 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 and we can end the drama right there. But if you are repeating Lex's words third party, he can always say, no, I didn't say that. Where's the proof? Where's this? That's why I was cautioning Rio. If you were going to argue for Lex on his behalf and not let him state his grievance publicly or write it publicly, it's never going to be resolved.
Okay, like, I gotta pause it here. There was never gonna be me arguing for Lex's behalf. That's not this. Again, if you guys go back and listen to the episode, this was not a thing. It was that episode was not supposed to be Lex versus Tom. And what's crazy is, again, Tom is leaving out details. In the beginning, before the podcast starts, I went live. I texted Dave, and then I was even talking to Tom. I was like, Tom, I can't talk right now and do this, bro. I'm about to start a podcast. Like, we're starting in 5 minutes. Like, James and Ron, like, I gotta do this. So then, while I'm literally going to dry my hair, you can hear me in the beginning, I come back from drying my hair out of the shower, and all of a sudden, Tom is in the call, randomly. He told me he couldn't make it, didn't have time, but I enter, as soon as I unmute my mic and everything, Tom is immediately in the call in the beginning of the episode, talking and instigating and all this drama. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, bro, we're doing an episode in like 5 minutes. Like, and then it starts going on and dragging on that. I'm like, bro, we're 10 minutes late now. Like, we gotta start. If you guys go back and listen to the beginning of episode, Tom literally just barges in. I didn't think Tom would be there in the beginning because he was trying to talk about John. I'm like, bro, I'm doing a podcast right now. Like, we're gonna like this is. I'm not airing Lex versus you. What are you talking about? So immediately in the beginning, it already sets the vibe off, and I feel bad for the guests because both of the guests are there. I told them 3 p.m. EST. They're there on time, but we start at 3:10 p.m. EST because of that dumb drama in the beginning that was supposed to be there because Tom just decided to join in and talk to Dave and start like it was becoming drama. And later on during the episode, Dave randomly brings up the drama again and then turns it into a shit show. And then Tom comes back and it turns out. See, here's the thing. This episode wasn't supposed to be you versus Lex. It was supposed to be something else. Dave and you made it about this. And then you made it public. Now, I am wrong here. Dave is right about this. Dave said, I'm a terrible podcast host. I shouldn't be the host. The host should be somebody else. Because I don't know how to tell people to shut up and stop talking because I don't want to be mean to them. So Dave said, Rio, I'm sorry, but you suck as a host. You need to be able to tell Tom to shut up, to tell people to talk. Like that's true. Okay, I'll give you that. I'm not a good host. That's true. I'm a pretty garbage host. The fact that I didn't shut that down and let it all happen. But anyway, during all this is happening, I was never on there to talk for Lex. Then Lex is machine gunning in the chat. Everything becomes about Lex versus Tom because this was streamed live. It wasn't recorded offline. And then Lex is machine gunning my DMs at this. We're going like, Tom is lying, say this, he's lying, call him out on this. So I was just saying what he was telling me because he's not on the call and he didn't want to come on. So I was just saying what he was saying. I wasn't there to defend Lex and I was on his side to believe him 100%. That's not what happened. All this came to be about because you and Dave caused it to be this. And you also brought the drama that day when you told me you weren't free until Wednesday. But magically, Sunday, when we're doing the podcast and I tell you about it, we were starting in 10 minutes. Now you want to be on and start in the beginning. That's how this all came to be. That podcast was not supposed to be this drama, you versus Lex stuff. It became that because you and Dave.
I wouldn't do it. And that's what I told Rio.
My phone, calling me saying not to talk to him. So I tell Tom, bro, relax. I want to hear his story. Like it's dumb to me to only listen to one side of this beef. Why?
Again, Rio has never yet heard my side of the beef. Keep in mind. Because, and the proof is, if you watch the podcast, when I...
Guys, just to be fair to you, I'm not going to pause every time Tom makes a lie like this and says that I never heard his story when he told me. I already told you guys. I don't know how many more times is going to keep repeating this stuff where it's not true, but I'm just going to let him talk and I'm not going to pause anymore because I can't keep repeating myself over and over.
I'm telling my story to Rio. It's the first time he's ever heard any of this from me, as far as my side of the story. Otherwise, Rio would know what my side of the story is, and I wouldn't need to tell him. He wouldn't need to get it from me because he's never heard my side of this beef. So I have never told my side of this to anyone because I let it go. I went on to bigger and better things, consistently placing top and winning tournaments over the next years and years and years, almost 2 decades of this from when this beef started. And of course, when Rio then aired Lex's story, I felt compelled to defend myself.
Would you want beef that you've been airing publicly while roasting the guy every time you mention?
Again, somebody show me anywhere where I have aired my public beef with Lex before episode 50, before Lex came in the night before episode 50, where I lay out my history with Lex from beginning to end. Show me where on video.
Him, but then not want to listen to the other side. How does it make any sense if only one side is allowed to say their piece on what's going on? It seems fair to me. Am I crazy here for thinking that? Now keep in mind, before all this drama was happening, and before that fight with Tom and Lex happened in my stream chat, we already had a podcast episode planned. James wanted to do a podcast about the history and scene of the arcade era for over a month now. Now, as you guys know, or maybe some of you don't know this, Tom is extremely busy. He can only make it to like one episode every week, because he's constantly telling me how he's so busy and doesn't have time in real life. I respect this. And I ask, when are you free and able to talk and do the next throw? Can he do the one on the weekend? He said he's not free until Wednesday. Okay. So Tom can't make this episode. That's fine. James is going to talk about the arcade era anyway, so it'll be like an interesting story time of the past, which you pretty much never get to hear about in the NRS community because a lot of the older players are no longer around. Now fast forward to this Sunday. I wake up very late because I was up until 7 a.m. in the morning the day before. I got home really late on Saturday in the a.m. Then I wanted to stream some MK2. I go to check my phone 20 minutes before the show, and I'm getting bombarded by Tom.
It was like 3 voice to text messages, I think. It was not like 100. Like, yes, I texted him several times.
Like, Tom is panic texting me and leaving voicemails basically.
I'm not panic texting him. I texted him only a few times, saying that he needs to call me. We need to talk about this because you aired out Lex's history, and now I have to defend myself. Keep in mind, I never got to air my side of the story. Rio aired Lex's side of the story as Lex's mouthpiece without me around to refute it on stream. Rio could have at least said, Lex, I'm going to wait until Tom is free to do a podcast, and then I'm going to address it. But he didn't. He talked about Lex's side of the story on stream when nobody had ever heard my side. Which is why I said, Rio, we've got to do a podcast tonight. Rio then told me he called me, or I talked to him on text, we're not doing a podcast. I already had a podcast planned with James and Summoning. I came in the channel and I said, hey, and you heard this, we should be doing blah, 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 blah. We got to talk about this Lex thing. You threw me under the bus on your stream as far as like you aired Lex's story. You aired Lex's story and then said, I don't know if Tom is lying or not, or blah, blah, blah. Rio then let me know that this is not going to be a podcast about the Lex drama. And then I left the call and allowed Rio to have his talk with James MK and Summoning without anything else. An hour into the podcast, I tune in to hear the arcade stories and I hear Rio talking about Lex. So of course I say in the chat, Rio, you just told me this podcast was not going to be about the Lex drama. What's happening here? And he goes, okay, since we're talking about Lex, you can come on and defend yourself. Then Rio later says, it's M2 Dave's fault. He told me to air it out. As if Rio has no control of a grown man of his own podcast, and he couldn't tell Dave, shut up. So what if Dave felt the stories from the arcade were boring? He could leave. There was no reason to bring up Lex to quench Dave's thirst for drama and attention. Or for drama, right? Again, this is not my claim. Rio claims that Dave was DMing him, this podcast is boring, talk about the Lex drama. Now, that's not me saying, Rio, talk about the Lex drama. That's the other co-host. And Rio confirms this as much. Rio, as a man who is the host of the podcast, could make his own decisions and say, no, I'm not going to talk about the Lex drama right now. I don't care if you find it boring. I'm going to talk about the arcade.
Okay, let me pause here because you guys are asking questions. Ed Fix saying, is that true? Yes, Dave was PMing me during the time. I mean, if you guys don't believe me, I could show you screenshots. But again, I don't want to show people screenshots of DM Discord messages because I think that's kind of messed up. Whatever is said in private is said in private. But yes, he was constantly messaging me. Well, James was like, this is boring, bro. This is boring. When are we, like, let's get to the good stuff. Let's get the drama. Like, nobody wants to hear about this boring ass shit. What happened 30 years ago, blah, blah, blah.
Era. He does not need to give in to this drama. He can literally just say, no, this is what the podcast is about. The arcade era and nothing more. But he doesn't do that. He brings up the Lex. He starts talking about the Lex stuff.
Saying, but hold on, let's not all just put the blame on Dave. Yes, it's true. I am a shit podcast host. I should be shutting down, being like, probably should be telling people to shut the hell up and stop talking, this and that, and mute them, I guess. I should be doing that and be more assertive. And Dave also shouldn't be doing what he's doing, but you're also part of the blame too. I mean, you came on and dragged the show on for 4 hours. Like, let's not act like it was just only me that engaged in the drama, or if it was only Dave. Everybody was engaging in this dumb shit. It was 5 hours of garbage, basically. Dude, how dare you? Base told me everything on what you said on your stream last night. You said you talked to Lex, and then Lex told you this, and you said you believed him. Base heard everything. he starts yelling at me to not mention this beef on the podcast, and I.
No, I said don't mention it unless I'm around to defend myself. Not don't mention it at all. Because once it was aired, I said I got to tell my side of it, to be fair.
Tell him we aren't doing a podcast about Lex and you. Do you really think you're this important?
No, Rio, I don't think I'm that important, which is why I left.
But dude, you were there when you told me you weren't free Sunday, so you magically had time to come on and be there for 5 hours?
I left your podcast for you to do the stuff with Jimmy and Summoning. If you check the podcast, I didn't come back on until an hour later when the Lex drama is brought up. And why did Rio say the Lex drama was brought up? Is it because Tom thought he was too important? No. By Rio's own words, M2 Dave mentioned to him, bring up the Lex drama because this is boring. And Rio then said, okay, I guess I'll talk about it. That's not me thinking I'm too important. That's you not having control of your own podcast.
And I agree with this. Again, I'm not a good podcast host. I'll admit that. And as a matter of fact, you know what? I should make one of you guys be the host because, again, I don't like telling people to shut up and stuff and do that. But I guess to run a podcast, you kind of have to do that. You kind of have to tell people to shut up and mute them. And look, I'll admit I was wrong. I'm not the best podcast host. So again, if you or Dave want to be the host of the podcast and you want to be in charge of what the topics are, who goes next, who tells people to shut up, then we can do that. I'm fine with that.
You did not have to bring it up. You could have kept going with the arcade stories. To blame me for a decision that you made is you lacking accountability here. And we're going to see a lot of this going forward.
What are you talking about? And why are you blindly believing Base, first of all? Do you want to tell people who Base is?
Because I heard it myself. And I heard your words saying, I don't know who to believe, Tom or Lex. Who's lying here? Which means you were questioning me as someone that could be lying, and I don't know why, quote, I don't know why Tom would be lying. That's why, because I heard it myself. I found out about it from Base, but then I went and listened to it, and that is what you said.
Do you want to tell everyone what Base does in the MK community? Does Tom not understand that this entire stream that he's referring to... Hold on. Tom was saying that I was on Lex's side and believing Lex. I never said that. Again, you guys can go back and listen. I don't know why Tom is trying to act like I'm 100% Lex's side, defending him. I agree with him. Bro, I think Lex is also lying. I don't know who to believe. Like, one of you... It's a fighting game between two people. You guys both played, but now Tom is saying that the set never happened. They never played. But, I mean, look, one of you lost. If it happened, one of you played each other, one of you lost. But there's no proof of one of you admitting the other person lost and who won. That Base told him about where I was exposing Tom, apparently, is on my Twitch. He can literally go and watch it. I know it's a few hours long, but it's there. I don't delete and hide my videos like Tom does. But anyway, back to the whole Tom going crazy on me, begging me not to talk to Lex. Tom mentions Lex is suicidal. He's saying, bro, you don't understand. Lex is going to kill himself if you let him talk to you. He's not right in the head. He's going to harm himself. Whatever you do, don't.
That's actually not what I said. What I said was, if the truth comes out and Lex is forced to face the truth, he could hurt himself. And this comes from other people. Someone else who I did a video with, which we're not going to name. That video was never aired. Who knows Lex? And it also comes from other people who I've talked to who say, look, Lex is in a bad place mentally right now. He is not able to accept all of this. So I just told Rio, if we get into this and I have to show everything and talk about everything, it's not going to end well for Lex. As far as he's not going to be able to accept it. And many people don't want to come forward because of Lex's instability. Not because I want anything to happen to him, because I don't. I just kind of, I'm trying to end this drama. I don't want this Lex stuff, whatever. But once he talked about it, then I felt compelled to defend myself. All this stuff with me saying Lex is unstable and everything is before Rio talked to him to air his story. I said, Rio, if you are getting involved with Lex It's going to be a bunch of drama. Many people that I've talked to, once Lex started coming out of the woodwork and posting all this stuff in Rio's chat the day before episode 50, I talked to people that night who said Lex is like not doing well. He just has having a hard time accepting the real timeline of things. And I cautioned Rio to not get involved. That if Lex wanted to speak to me privately, we could hash this out in private. But as you're going to see, that's not possible.
Talk to him. So I'm like, wait. Hold on a second. You know this person is suicidal? And yet you, with knowing this information, you still continue to rag on him?
I didn't rag on him. Saying he's not a tournament player, saying he's unaccepting of players that beat him today by the current top level is not me ragging on Lex. It is just me speaking factually.
You left out all the other stuff you were saying about him. It wasn't just about not a tournament player and he complains about new players. That's not what was said about Lex.
Based on events that factually happened, confirmed by what people say and their firsthand accounts of their experience with Lex. So I'm not ragging on Lex. I'm just speaking factually. On how Lex treats newer players, on how he's condescending, on how he calls people cheaters and blah, 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 and the game wasn't meant to be played this way. I'm a tester, I know. These are his own words that are constantly quoted by other people. I'm not ragging on Lex. Now, I told you to not air this drama publicly because of Lex's mental instability. Period. I mean, that's all there is to it. And, you fought the guy's battle for him. We're going to come to that here.
Mention him repeatedly on podcast episodes, engage shit talking with him in other people's chats for hours. Why would you not just block him?
I didn't engage in shit talking in other people's chats. I engaged in it in your chat because he started firebombing me and posting this and posting that and Tom's this and Tom's that. That's where I engaged in the shit talking. I never engaged in any shit talking with Lex for over 20 years until he appeared in your stream and started coming after me. Lex threw the first stone, started calling me all these things, and I responded. Do not tell this as a story where I came in your chat and started firebombing Lex for no reason. That is not what happened.
If I knew someone was suicidal, I would just stop immediately. Because why the hell would I want to argue with someone and then have any part of being the reason for if they hurt themselves? That's fucked up. That's what scumbags do. If someone's suicidal, then stop ragging on them if you have nothing good to say and leave them be.
Again, what is this ragging on Lex? I did not bring Lex up. People you brought on your channel brought up Lex in the Detroit, is he cheating, is he not? And they brought up Lex repeatedly as the guy who's saying it's cheating because of blah, blah, blah. Other players also shared their experience with Lex. As someone they've played, was very condescending, said blah, 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 sieve me in WaveNet, all this stuff. This is not me ragging on Lex. This is me reacting to other people's firsthand accounts of what Lex is saying and doing. Not me. I am not the one bringing him out of nowhere. Thank you very much.
What's crazy is I now understand why Tom hates his fan base. I never really fully understood why he did. Because he gets a ton of support. Like, no matter what he does. He has...
I mean, honestly, I did stream and I did thank a lot of you guys for the support you've been showing me since Legacy Collection. In fact, I'm doing a charity stream where I want to give back to the community, give back to charity, and rather than just donate to charity, because myself and Mike Hollow had a bet, where I'm also playing a lot of my supporters and fans, and I want to show them how appreciative I've truly been of me coming back, streaming Legacy Collection, and how they've rallied behind me. So I kind of buried the hatchet with my fans, so I no longer hate them, and they no longer hate me.
Probably the most loyal fans ever. Like, they will believe almost anything that comes out of his mouth and defend him no matter what. But holy shit, are so many of his fans naive? Like, they know seemingly nothing about MK, the players, and even about Tom himself.
So Rio says my fans are naive. Well, as it so happens, I have a comment here. from Rio's video from just a few hours ago, from the podcast video. Having sat through all of this, even someone who's not a fan of Tom, this is not a Tom fan, this is a Reo MK podcast fan, I can't blame him for crashing out this time around. Even with the interrupting going before and after, from when he gives a timestamp, you can very easily understand / infer the origin of the beef, or at least very least what Tom claims to be the origin. But he keeps being asked, why did the beef start? Then Reo keeps questioning why Tom wants to involve Shock. And it should be obvious that the majority of the claims by either side can't be proven because the SRK forum archives only go back to 2003-ish, so the next best thing is to have a witness. He then goes on to say, Tom could be lying. I don't think it's possible to know for sure unless someone can dig up pre-MKDA SRK forum posts way back in the machine era. I tried, but good luck navigating that. But his side was very clear to understand. It's ridiculous it got dragged for 3 hours. This is true. My side never changed and is very clear to understand. This is not my fans saying it, Reo, my delusional fans that you claim. It is your fans that are saying my story is very obvious and clear and everyone can understand it. It is you that couldn't seem to understand it, and that's because Lex's story doesn't make sense. It's all over the place. You can't pin him down on what he's talking about because Lex himself won't tell it. He wants to tell it through you, so he can't be pinned down. You can't get Lex to name an origin. You can't get Lex to name a specific problem. And he wants it that way so that he can never be factually disproven. Let's keep going. That's other stuff. Let's keep going.
Not all of them are dumb, but a lot of them are. And it's sad because some of them support both of us, and I hate when they have to see things like this happen between me and Tom. This is true. A lot of Tom's fans are cool. But I just feel bad for the ones that, that don't understand some of the actual stuff that goes on behind the scenes. The stuff I'm reading in some of the YouTube comments that were left in the last episode are insane. You would think these people aren't even part of the MK community or don't even play MK. Like, honestly, it's that bad.
And this is Rio's real problem with the comments. Because Rio's comments are firebombing him, saying Rio's a bad friend, saying he fought Lex's battle for him, saying that Reo was unable to understand what's going on, saying that Reo was constantly not accepting what I was saying as he was more so defending Lex. And these are our countless of comments saying this. And Reo, instead of looking at this and saying, is there any truth to this? Was I doing this? Just says, no, I wasn't. These are delusional Tom fans.
You have people like DJ Slice leaving comments saying, I'm basically a fake MK fan that I haven't been around. I'm just here to use Tom Brady for drama and for views. He's saying I'm making videos and tech about the old MK games I don't even play. He's saying go back and make a video about UMK3 Scorpion Spear, basically saying I'm a fraud. Can you believe this horseshit? Do you believe this? So many of Tom's fan base is brainwashed that they're now
not a fan of Tom.
I didn't say all of Tom's fans are bad. I said most of them. There's a difference between all and most. I don't know why Tom is trying to act like I said every single fan is bad and only the non-fans know what they're talking about.
And even he sees it. These people aren't brainwashed.
Also, hold on. I need to say this and then I'll let him talk. I didn't make the video based on YouTube comments. Have you guys noticed I only pulled like 2 or 3 comments? There were so many bad comments. If I wanted to make a video about, oh my god, I'm mad about the comments, I would have like a 10-hour video going through like over half of the comments because there were a lot of bad comments. I only like picked like 2 of them. Like, it's not really about the comments. It's the fact that there's people believing shit that's not true. Like people saying I'm not an MK player, I'm a random person trying to capitalize on drama. This is all like fake narratives.
They're seeing exactly what's happening and reacting to it. They're telling you what's going on. And it's just like, oh, these must be brainwashed Tom fans.
Insinuating I'm someone that came out of nowhere to use Tom for drama and views. That I'm not even someone who plays and is known as an MK person.
I'm also not even agreeing that Reo is using me for drama and views. Reo doesn't need me for anything. Reo can do his podcast just fine. He has plenty of fans and supporters. Reo does not need me to get a single view. That is false. So I agree with Reo on this. But as we're going to go on the rest of the comments, it is what it is, man.
In the community, you can't make this up. To get back to the mess that happened on the podcast, during it, Dave is messaging me, telling me to shut up, Tom. Stop him from talking. He's talking too long. There's no podcast format. We can't do a podcast if it's going to be one person constantly talking for most of it. So I try to challenge Tom in the conversation so there's more of a back and forth. You know how a conversation.
Now, Rio challenging me is the reason why it kept going in circles. Because I would tell my story, and Rio, instead of accepting what I'm saying, would then follow up with, but I don't understand. Why is Lex lying? Why would Lex lie? Everything I said, and I mean everything I said, was met with, I don't understand. Why would Lex lie about it? So I don't understand what the origin is. So I would repeat it. I don't understand what the origin is. I don't understand where this beef is coming from. Why would Lex lie? Why would Lex lie? That was going on over and over and over again. So I'm getting frustrated. So I'm like, I'm saying what I'm saying, but no one on the podcast is willing to accept what I'm saying. And this is reflected in the comments over and over and over and over again.
Conversation should be, instead of everyone being quiet and, letting someone talk for 50 minutes straight. But of course, people in the comments are saying Tom barely got to talk. Tom isn't allowed to talk for longer than 5 seconds. Why is no one letting Tom talk? It almost feels like I'm in the Twilight Zone because I thought...
The reason why people are saying that is not because I'm actually not able to talk. It's because every time I get a point out, it is not accepted. It is followed with, but Lex said that's not true. And you are constantly coming to me from a point of, I hear you're saying this, but Lex says otherwise. And it's like you're not accepting. Nobody on the podcast was accepting what I was saying. Everything I said was met multiple times with, why would Lex lie? I don't understand. What's the origin? I tell the origin. But what's the origin? I tell the origin. What's the story? I tell the full story from start to finish, but I don't understand. And the reason why this is happening is not me, it's Lex. And we're going to find out very soon why that is.
For the podcast, while Dave was ragging me nonstop to control Tom from ranting, I thought it was kind of true what Dave said. Tom was pretty much talking the most. Was he not? And
yes, I was. Because you could not refute anything I'm saying. And the only thing that was being said was, but why would Lex lie? But Lex said, like, at that point, I can do nothing else but repeat myself and get frustrated over and over and over again.
S couldn't even get their points out. So, of course,
their point was, but Lex says this.
It ends up turning into yelling, and then Dave says I'm out and basically leaves the podcast live because he said I can't get Tom under control. Even James leaves. And I've never seen James that mad before. I had to apologize.
Now keep in mind that Rio is still blaming me for this drama taking away from his podcast. Yet, you all know this. Rio said that the reason why the drama got brought up is because M2 Dave said, let's talk about the Lex drama.
Hold on, I gotta pause here because again, I didn't only blame Tom for this drama. It was many different... This thing has been building up. This wasn't just... Again, this podcast is not supposed to be just Tom versus Lex. This has been building up over time. Dave caused it, and then everybody participated for like 5 hours.
Not because I came on and took over. Because M2 Dave said, let's talk about the Lex drama. I got off so that they could talk about the arcade era. Dave decided to drop... According to Rio, I haven't heard this from Dave. According to Rio, Dave said, talk about the Lex drama. This is boring. Nobody wants to hear about it. And then Rio started to talk about the Lex drama, in which I then came on to defend myself. And I said in the chat, Rio, if you're going to talk about Lex, I need to come on here. Rio could have said, you know what? Let's not talk about Lex. Tom, do not come on. We're going to stay on the arcade era. Instead, he said, okay, since we're talking about Lex, you can come on. That was Rio's decision. This podcast did not get derailed because Tom came on and had to make it about the beef. That was...
Why is Tom leaving out the fact that out of nowhere in the beginning, when I was literally coming back from my shower, literally drying my hair, I see Tom randomly in the call. As soon as I come back, I went live. And then when I come back, you know, to have people, the audience gather up, Tom is already in the call. And as soon as I unmute everything, they're already engaging in drama and this and that. Again, guys, you can listen to this in the beginning. Tom was not supposed to be there, but he came in the beginning. And then we started 10 minutes late, the podcast, because of this drama. The guests we were all waiting. Even Dave was mad. We were supposed to start at 3 p.m. EST, but because Tom was in there in the beginning, for no reason, we didn't tell him to be there. He said he couldn't be there until Wednesday. He was there talking about all this drama, this and that. Like, oh my God, you guys, like all this stuff. He made it about it, and then he made the guests be late, and that's what happened. Why is Tom leaving all this out? This is very important info to leave out. You crashed it in the beginning. You made us all start late because we were listening to your Lex stuff and this and that. How are you leaving that out? This is important details. You're just completely pretending it didn't happen.
Not it. Rio claims Dave said we should do this, and Rio made a decision to do it. And that's how the podcast got derailed. Not because I think I'm too important. Now, keep in mind how the story's being laid out. Tom thinks he's too important. Tom came on and derailed it. But we know factually that's not true. That's not true. It got derailed because they decided to steer away from the arcade era and talk about the Lex drama. That's what happened. But this is what happens with me. People oftentimes tell a story in a manner that it's like, look what Tom did, made it about him, did this, did that. But we can see right here, if you watch this video, you would come away thinking, man, they were just trying to do a podcast of the arcade era, and then Tom came on and made it about him. That's not what happened. I went off the podcast, was gone for a little over an hour. They started talking about the Lex drama. I came on, not the podcast, but the stream, heard them talking about Lex. I said, if you're going to talk about Lex, I need to be there to defend myself. I thought this was not going to be about the Lex drama. Rio said, okay, since we're going to talk about Lex, Tom can come on. Rio later then says the reason why he made that decision is because Dave said we need to move away from the arcade era and talk about the Lex drama because nobody cares about what we're talking about. That is not me making a stream about me. That is you making a conscious decision based on a suggestion of Dave.
Nobody's saying you made the stream about you later on. The point is you went there in the beginning when you told all of us that you weren't going to be able to make it because you were there. You weren't free until Wednesday. When I came back, I didn't know you were going to be in the call like that. Like I thought you were, this Wednesday we're going to do the episode. That's when you were available. So why are you in the call in the beginning? Why are we starting 10 minutes late? Because everybody's listening to you and us argue about stuff. That's not even what it's about. Like we have James and Summoning waiting patiently while this is going on. Like I just don't understand why Tom leaves stuff like this out for no reason.
And this is not me saying this. This is by your own words.
To James after the show because he felt like he wasted his time and he was angry. Then you also have people saying I'm defending Lex and completely on Lex's side. This is false. I never once said I fully believe Lex or that he's 100% telling the truth. What I said was, since none of you have any kind of proof with the videos...
That's not what you said. You constantly kept saying it's on there and everybody referenced it, Rio. Everyone referenced that any time I would make a point, you would say, but why is Lex lying then? Why would Lex lie? But Lex says this. So after I would make a point, instead of saying, I don't know who to believe, you would come at me and saying, yeah, I hear you, but Lex says this. Like saying, your word doesn't matter because Lex's word trumps yours. And no matter what you say, Lex says this. So that's why people said you were defending Lex. Because you were making his argument from his point of view as his...
Bro, what is even Lex's argument? Does Tom even know what Lex's argument is? This is the argument. Lex thinks you didn't beat him like you said, and you're actually the one that lost, and he's calling you a liar. Yet you're saying the same thing. You said you beat him, he got destroyed, he only uploaded one win, he's too scared to upload the rest, and you beat him. So literally you guys have the same argument, but it's on each other. You guys have literally the same argument, but it's just saying the other person lost and you won. So you guys have the same argument.
Spokesperson. No matter what I said, your follow-up is, but why would Lex lie? Why would Lex make this up? And when I said because Lex is a liar, you were still unwilling to accept my answers. This is why people said this, not
because I don't know if you're lying or not because I don't believe you. I literally don't know if you're lying or not. Again, this drama could have been solved if one of you could just either upload the entire set or find literally anything, any post, any Facebook message, anything of one of you, either you or Lex, admitting that you guys lost and the other person won. That's it. But again, you guys have no proof. This is all random, dumb shit. And it's not even about that anymore. Now it's about you throwing me under the wing about drama, me causing this. So
because they're delusional or they're Tom fans, because that's how it came off. I mean, it is what it is.
or images or anything where you guys can show that you played each other and ran a set back then where one of you lost.
Again, nobody cares about this set. I don't care about it. There's a reason why you've never.
real quick, I know Juggernaut and Faruno came in the chat. I know you guys said there's proof. Tom texted me proof earlier today. That's why I want to come on and do this. I don't know if you guys can see the title, but we finally have proof now of who actually was the better player and who won and who lost in this set. We're going to get to that, but first I want to watch this video, to be fair, because I didn't see it, and then we're going to watch the next video. So finally the stuff can be put to rest, because now we have proof of who actually won during this shit. That's all I've been asking this whole time. I was like, why can't either of you give proof? Why do I have to randomly believe somebody? And also, last time this happened years ago with the Tom drama, where I randomly believed Tom was on his side without proof, because I'm like, he's my friend. You guys blew me up in the chat. People on the stream tab that day blew me up and said, why are you believing Tom, bro? Because he's friend. Like, he's lying. What are you doing, Rio? And because of that, like, sorry, but I'm not going to blindly believe people anymore. Like, I'd rather have proof now than just take word of mouth, someone saying, and then get blown up later because it wasn't true.
Heard about it until now, because I don't care about it. I didn't go anywhere to play Lex in a set. Did we play once? Yes. We'll get to that. But I didn't go anywhere to play anyone in UMK3. Never. In the modern era, in the 2000s, which is when myself and Lex played in Chicago, did I ever go anywhere to play UMK3. I have not traveled for that fucking game one time in the 2000s. Not once. Did I play it while I was there for something else? The real reason why I went to Chicago? Yes, with Lex. We're going to get to that story. But I don't care about this set. I haven't talked about it in years. It's Lex that is holding on to this. Why do you think he had the article he linked on fucking saved to his browser? Like, come on, man.
It's all hearsay. Like, am I supposed to just blindly believe Tom or Lex about something and not question it? Like, keep.
But the way Rio heard about this set was from Lex, not from me. I responded to it to defend myself, but I'm not the one who talked about it. Lex mentioned it to Rio, and Rio asked me what the truth was, and I had to respond to it.
In mind during this whole time, Lex is constantly spamming and
keep in mind, this set has nothing to do with the beef. Nothing to do with this. Literally nothing.
like, keep in mind during this whole time, Lex is constantly spamming and machine gunning my DMs on Discord, saying, no, that's wrong, say this, ask him this, correct him, you need to say this, Tom is lying.
This is true, by the way, and some of you are doing that right now to me, and it's kind of annoying. Like, you guys are sending me all this stuff now, going, oh my god, Rio, look at this. Proof, like, bro, I'm trying to get through this video and not go through, like, all these DMs on Discord right now. So please, if you guys can just stop spamming me. I'm gonna be real. No one cares about this dumb drama.
Rio, I don't know if you know this. And all of you watching this, here's the thing. The very definition of you fighting Lex's battle for him is not saying, Lex, I'm not going to say anything for you. If you want to say it, you can either come on and air your side of the story, or you can type it out and I will show your words showing that Lex said this specifically. However, when Lex is refusing to speak publicly because he doesn't want to put his name behind something that we can trace and say, Lex, here's your voice, you said this. Lex, here's the text written out, you wrote this. We can't pin him down and disprove him. So what he did was he went to you, Rio, and the very definition of fighting someone's battle for them is I'm speaking for myself, but Lex is like, no, Rio, say this. No, Rio, do this. No, Rio, correct him on this. And you are doing it. You have then become his spokesperson. You are fighting Lex's battle for him. He is saying, Rio, say this, and you say it. That is literally the very definition of somebody fighting someone else's battle for them. You would not say, this is the thing. It is very sketchy when someone is refusing to be pinned down, where this is why Rio can't find the origin of the beef.
Bro, this whole thing is sketchy because, again, for the 100th time, you and Lex, none of you are showing any proof. That's why all this is happening. If one of you could just show proof of the other person saying, hey man, they beat me, I lost, it would be done. But you guys are just constantly saying, he lost, I won, and then another person saying, he lost, I won. They're both lying. Like, I don't know who's lying.
Because Lex is very dodgy. I ask Lex several times to pinpoint one thing or another, and he doesn't. First, it was the article. And I say, okay, Lex, is it the article? Doesn't want to say anything. Okay. Because I have evidence that shows it happened before the article. So he doesn't want to say this. And then, if it's not the article, then Lex, okay, Rhea's like, well, I don't know if that's what it is. Okay, if it's not the article, when is it? Lex, tell me right now, pinpoint when it is. And he can't. And Rhea, Lex is like, well, I talked to Rhea already. He knows.
Bro, I don't understand. I told Tom. It was literally they played a set against each other. Like, this is what I'm understanding is the beef between Tom and Lex. The beef is, apparently back then, Tom was going around saying he was the person to beat. He was like one of the best players in arcade era, this and that, blah, blah, blah. People didn't know him as being a good player or any of this. And then they played each other. This is true. Apparently, they actually, like Tom and Lex, even though Tom was saying they didn't play each other earlier in this video, they actually apparently did play each other. And they had this big set against each other. And this is where the drama comes from. Because Tom has been telling me since literally 2010, TYM days, way back then when I first got attacked by Lex in TYM, and I was like, yo, this guy's a dick. Like, what's his problem? And then Tom told me the backstory on Lex, and Tom's side of the story of how Lex is this trash player. He's bad. He was never good. I went there, I demolished him. He was so embarrassed that he only uploaded one win. He got crushed. Every other win was him getting demolished. This is what I know of Lex. So I'm like, okay, so Lex is this terrible, crappy player that got beat up, and he's lying about you beating him. And that's all I know. However, there was never any proof of this. The only problem is there's no proof. So I can't like 100% believe that and be like, yeah, this is fact. Like I can't go around saying that. So all I was asking is, one of you has to give proof, because you guys literally, none of you have proof. You guys are just saying shit back and forth and saying, he's lying, I won, he's lying, I won, and now Tom is saying they didn't play earlier, but this is all about when they played. Like, it's just so confusing.
Rhea, when was it? I don't know. Hey, Lex says this and that. I'm giving specific dates, names, times, addresses, everything. Lex is very dodgy, all over the place, doesn't want to get pinned down with him saying something concrete that I can factually look at and said, here's your text, here's what you said, or here's your voice, here's what you said, it's over. Here's the truth, and I got you pinned down. Lex is doing that so he cannot be pinned down. And the truth cannot actually come out because you can't pin him down to one thing or another. And Rio doesn't seem to realize that when Lex is texting Rio on DM, do this, say this right now. No.
Bro, you both can't be pinned down. Why does Tom think it's only Lex's side and I only believe Lex? I literally never said I believe Lex's side. I was literally saying, like, I don't believe that Lex beat you. Like, again, there's no proof. Until there's proof from both of you, one of you say another person, this is why this is drama, because you guys cannot admit who beat each other. I'm just hearing from you what you told me all the time. Lex is bad, not good, you demolish him, so on. And then Lex is saying, that's not true, he beat you, you're not good at the game, so that's the back and forth is like 24/7.
Rebut this. You are fighting his battle for him. By your own words, Rio, you are fighting Lex's battle for him, while making a video saying, I don't know why people said I'm fighting Lex's battle for him.
From 20 years ago. That wasn't what the video was about. The video was about people are literally spreading false information. Like, they're calling me not an MK fan, this and that, and I'm just here to use Tom for views. Like, as if I'm not part of the MK community. Like, it's just random as hell. Until one of you show proof of any kind of footage or text message, or one of you admitting you ran this set and lost, it's all pointless. You both could be lying and telling your own version of the story. Tom says he never lost to Lex in a set, and that Lex lied about him winning.
That's not true.
What?
That's not true. I didn't say I didn't lose in that set. It's not true.
Hold the fuck up. Hold on, because this video is like starting to annoy me now. This whole thing was about who was better than each other, who won and who lost. It was about this big set that happened. You told me you beat the shit out of Lex. He got embarrassed. He only uploaded one win because you crushed him everywhere else. Now it's no. That's what it was all about. Why are we changing the story now?
And people, even in Rio's comments in this video, say, no, that's not what Tom said. What I said was, I think he edged me out, but the matches were very close, almost back and forth. Basically back and forth. And he edged me out by a few wins in the end.
What? Wait. So now all of a sudden you guys are going back and forth and... Dude, this makes literally no sense. This is not what I've been hearing. Now all of a sudden you guys were going back and forth and Lex isn't shit and you didn't demolish... What? How the fuck did we get to this point where now the whole, like, the way the matches played out, the shit's different now? That's not what it was about before. Like, how are you guys going back and forth now all of a sudden? All of a sudden now, it's like you guys are both fighting each other and it's like, oh shit, 2020, yo, this is close. I thought it was one of you guys got demolished.
Lex got his ass beat so bad, he only uploaded one win because he was a scumbag like that. And then you won all the other matches. Like, you were dusting, you were streaking that Kung Lao. You were doing all, like, what the fuck? Why is the story changing now? I'm so confused. I'm literally so confused now.
But that Lex didn't air the footage because Lex's point, never mind, we'll get to that. But I did not say I beat Lex in a set. That's not true. I openly admitted many times, even on Shock's podcast, that no, overall, if I had to say who won the actual most games, if you would have put a win counter, he edged me out on wins. So overall, at the end of the 3 hours, Lex had slightly a few more wins than me. And I've never said otherwise.
This is not what was said ever. I never heard Tom saying Lex beat him and it was better than him, ever. This is the first time I ever heard this in my life. The first time ever. This is not what I heard. Why all of a sudden now Tom is saying Lex beat him? Why? This makes no sense. I don't understand. I'm so confused. Was the whole set uploaded somewhere? What happened? What? Now all of a sudden Lex beat Tom? What? How? How did he beat you all of a sudden?
Lex said they did play a set.
But what I did say was, after the set, Lex, instead of posting the full 3 hour footage for people to see, what Lex did was only post one match of him winning. And I said, it is very sketchy. We all know what it means when there's a long set and the guy that posts it only posts a match of them winning. It usually means that there's a lot going on that they don't want people to see. And we know this constantly from people clipping YouTubes, from streamers of them winning one match and blah, blah, blah. We see it constantly in modern culture. Lex did no different then.
And Tom lost, and then Tom lied about playing, stating he made excuses saying it doesn't count and play me in another game.
I never lied about playing. I have never denied that in Chicago, when I went there, I didn't go there for UMK3, that Lex and I played a 3 hour casual set. I have never denied that once. That's a lie.
I don't know who to believe, because both of these players are arguing without any videos or proof of the other person losing.
There's no videos up because Lex took the footage and didn't air it and only released one game. Instead of REO.
Yes, you told us he only released one game because you beat him in all the other games. That's why, I mean, that kind of makes sense when you say that, right? Like, why would the whole set be recorded? He only uploads one where he wins. From what you told me, I mean, it sounds true. You said he got demolished. He only uploaded one win because he's an asshole. Didn't want to make you look good because you ended up beating him, like you said. I mean, this seems like a pretty possible. I'm not saying this is true or not, but it seems like from the outside in, like it looks believable. Like I could see, that happening.
Questioning why this is the case. Now, REO will say, well, I don't know. Lex says you have the footage. That's a lie. Later on in REO's stream,
he did say you did come prepared. You went there and you had footage. And the thing is, here, I'm not saying Lex is true about this again. Just like I'm not saying you're true about him only uploading a win and not uploading the rest, even though he lost, even though that's very weird. But it also doesn't make sense to me that there would be this kind of drama between you two where you guys have this feud, but yet you're going to go there on his turf and not bring any kind of equipment or bring anybody with you that could capture some of the videos. That's why when he told me that, again, I'm not saying either you're true or false, but again, it seems like, I mean, if you're going to go somewhere, wouldn't you be more likely to bring some evidence you can record? But again, I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying I'm on the side. I'm just saying, At
the end of the stream, Lex admitted in the chat, when I said show the footage, Lex said, and I quote in the chat, his text, I still have the footage. Which means it was Lex that was recording the footage. Automatically, REO should know Lex lied about what actually happened. Lex recorded the footage. He claims to still have.
This is true. However, the problem is, how do I know that you guys both weren't recording? That's the thing. Lex said that you were recording, but however, he never said that he was also recording. So again, I don't know who's lying. I don't know who's being truthful. You guys both had your cameras set up. You guys were both ready to record this shit. Again, it's all word of mouth.
This footage. And so the fact that he told REO I recorded it and it didn't go up and I'm lying, that's a lie. That's a lie. Why REO is refusing to see this and admit it is beyond me.
But man, I'll say this. If there's any proof that comes out of this one day, and it's confirmed that either Lex lost the set or Tom lost the set, I promise, one of you.
We don't need proof. I'm telling you.
But here's the thing, though. We actually now have proof. And actually, Tom texted me earlier. Somebody found proof. Biggs actually found proof, and Tom showed me. So yeah, we know who actually won now. And it's proof. And we're going to be blowing somebody up. I'm going to stick to my word. I said that. Now that there's proof that came up, that Biggs discovered, we're gonna talk about it after.
He edged me out by a few games. Overall, we probably played like 110, 120 games, and he probably won like 60 to 50, or like 65 to 50, something like that, or 60 to 70, something like that, right? The score was that close when we played that many games. So he edged me out by a few wins overall. I'm not denying that. This was in 2004. I was not a UMK3 player. I had not played UMK3 in almost 10 years. And I did not go there to play UMK3 or to play Lex at all. This was a set that happened after the fact of what I was there for. And I have never denied the results of this set. Never in a million years. You can ask Shock. I have said this, and Shock confirmed it on a video I did with him. I have never denied the result of that set. I have only said that Lex didn't show the full footage, and we're going to talk about why later.
I don't know why Tom is now all of a sudden saying he lost to Lex. It's so confusing me because this was never the thing. You always told me Lex was a trash player. You beat him so bad. He only uploaded one win. This was the whole narrative. This was your whole side of the story. I don't understand why now, as of today, out of nowhere, today, Tom is now saying that they went back and forth. And like, I don't understand. I don't know if Tom is like lying right now about, or like he feels bad because now Lex got exposed. He feels bad that Lex got exposed and now we have proof of who won, and now he's trying to like be nice to him. I can understand that, but bro, like at least be honest about what you were saying. You were never saying you guys were going back and forth and Lex was beating you. That was never a thing. Like, come on, like, can we be real about it? I don't know why we're changing the story on the last day and finally Biggs got us proof and now we're trying to like change the narrative. Like, don't do that. This is gonna get blown up about it.
And by full footage, I mean he only showed one game. Now, keep in mind, Rio is not questioning Lex. Since you say you still have the footage, because he did type that in chat, I, quote, still have the footage. Why was it never aired? Why did you only show one match? This is why people say you're defending Lex. Because you are refusing to see anything other than Lex's side.
Hold on, I gotta stop this, guys, because this makes no sense. The whole drama, the reason why Tom and Lex have feud with each other is because they both believe that during this whole argument, one of them beat each other and the other person's lying. Now you guys are saying that basically this whole time Tom was saying Lex is better and won. Then what is the drama about? What are we arguing about? Someone just admitted it. What is the drama about? Why is there any drama or fighting? You guys are just saying that Tom said Alex was better and he won. So what are we arguing about? What is the argument? Like, this doesn't add up. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Are you guys trying to like change the whole story up? What the fuck? This whole drama was because they both were saying the other person won and they were lying and one person got crushed. Now you guys are saying that never happened. It was always Tom saying Lex beat him and that was the whole time. Then what is the drama about? Then there's no drama. What? You're telling me this whole time there was never any drama, and this whole time apparently now, even though Tom is just saying this and there's no proof that Lex beat him, but what? I'm gonna be honest, this 2D MK drama is so shit and garbage that now I understand why no one cares about these games and it's done. You guys can't even keep consistent drama. You guys can't even keep a consistent narrative. You guys hyped all this shit up, and what is the backstory of the hyped up drama? The backstory of the hyped up drama 30-year feud is that, hey, Tom said Lex was better and they won. That's the drama? What the fuck? That's not what I was told. What do you guys like? Stop trying to act like this new story is, oh, they were always saying Lex was better. No, it wasn't. What the fuck are you talking about? Were you guys not here in these streams lately? And these like, when? What are you talking about? For months of this shit, for back then 2010. That's not what it was about. Why is it now all of a sudden there was no drama ever? There was no drama ever. It was just one side was saying the other person was better and they agreed. That's not what it was about. This whole 30-year feud was not about that. Why are now all of a sudden people saying it was never a thing? Did I miss something? Did I miss something? What happened today? How did all of a sudden the 30-year drama change today where it's like, yeah, nobody, like, yeah, everyone thought Lex beat Tom, and that's it. What? Are the 2D MK players this stupid? You guys can't even have like a simple feud, beef, consistent narrative. I'm mad because this whole time we were arguing for no reason when apparently everybody believed Lex beat Tom now. What the fuck? If you guys told me that from the beginning, then there would have been no drama because there's no drama to exist. How can drama exist? How can a feud exist? How can beef exist with two sides when there's no feud and one said the other side's better? This makes literally no sense. This makes no sense at all. It seems a huge waste of time. Like, you guys are trolling. This is supposed to be like a fun. Is your game that dead and desperate that nobody gives a fuck about it? That you got to make up a fake feud now where there was this beef when it never really happened, and the whole time it was actually that one side admitted the other side was better? Really? So there's no feud. So there's basically no drama. All this was fake shit. You guys all participated in fake shit. Tried to hype this up. Try to make it seem like this person was lying. This person, like, you guys are fake as fuck then. Now you guys want to tell me there was never no feud, there was never no Lex versus Tom. One side always said the other side was better. What the fuck? That's some shady ass shit. You guys can't even keep a story consistent at all. Now all of a sudden, as of this week, there was never feud, guys. It was always one side was better. They both agreed. No, that's not what happened actually. Yeah, I'm actually annoyed now because I feel like you guys are wasting my time and trolling me. No fucking drama, no feud, but yet all of this was for what then? What is the feud about then? If both sides agree that one side was better, what is the drama about? Then there's no drama. What the fuck? None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. This is all like dumb, pointless shit. For not only being a liar that can't take a loss. And
again, I can take a loss. You guys have seen me take losses all the time in tournaments. And how do I handle my losses? By shaking hands, by saying good games. How does Lex handle his losses? By saying you're cheating. By being, and this is online, just in casual play, not even in tournament, just saying you're cheating and crapping on.
I'm just tired of this fake ass 2D MK community trying to act like they have all these beefs and dramas and oh my god, rivalry. You have this, you have Lex versus Tom, but then all of a sudden they want to say, oh, there was never any beef. Yeah, they were just saying one side was better. Like, you know, that's just how it is. You guys, I guess you guys have no beef in the 2DM community. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's no hype showdowns. There's no rivalries. There's no this person versus that. There's none of that. That shit doesn't exist, basically. That's what you're telling me.
Modern players, confirmed by Biggs, confirmed by other players. So we see how Lex handled his losses. Not very well, but you guys have seen me handle my losses in tournaments. M2 Dave tells a story how I lost, wasn't salty, good games, moved on. And he said, wow, I was expecting this guy to be salty. So you guys have seen me handle my losses for almost 20 years. You know how I handle my losses. And it's also documented through firsthand accounts, not obviously physical documentation, how Lex handles his losses. And this is in casual play only. So if we were to look at who has a problem handling their losses,
making people waste 5 hours listening to this bullcrap on a podcast.
You made
Bitch, you guys maybe waste 30 years of this shit. There was never any beef. And you guys just told me today that there was never any beef or rivalry. It was always Lex was better, this and that. Now, apparently, even though there's no proof of that, you guys maybe waste 30 years of my life. The fuck are you talking about?
them waste 5 hours listening to it because you made the decision to steer away from the topic at hand because you say Dave told you to do it, and so you did. You made them do it. You did. The podcast could have stayed on the arcade era days. You made that decision.
But for being a complete fraud and sore loser as someone who can't admit when they lost against someone they hate. I don't care how much you hate.
Hold on. Look here. Look at the very bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Lex said he has the tapes in the podcast chat. Look at the very bottom of the screen. Lex said he has the tapes in the podcast chat. Now, Rio, as my friend, you would think he would say, well, hold on a minute, Lex. In your original story, you said Tom went there with a bunch of video recording equipment, recorded all the footage, then went home and didn't put it up. But then Lex changes his story to he still has the tapes in the podcast chat. Now, you think Rio would say, Lex, why did you lie to me? I've got you right now saying this. That's not what...
Lex never said that he didn't record. He just told me that you came prepared and recorded. He never told me he didn't record. How am I supposed to know that both of you recorded this shit? I mean, it sounds like this big ass beef showdown that apparently, by the way, guys, didn't exist as of today randomly. The beef didn't exist. It was all made up. But according to this huge beef at Meetup, you guys apparently both recorded it. He didn't tell me that he recorded. He just told me that you came prepared and then you didn't upload the shit after you guys lost. So I don't understand what you're saying.
What you told me originally. Rio, this is why people saying...
I never said Lex didn't record. He just didn't tell me. He told me you came prepared and also recorded. So you guys both recorded, I guess. According to both of you, you guys both came there prepared and recorded.
You are being a bad friend. Because even when Lex is busted lying to you, you would think as a good friend you would go to him and say, hey man, you said blah, 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 blah. I brought your argument.
I literally said on the podcast, you guys can go back and listen. I said, wow, if Lex is lying, that's fucked up. Like, this is dumb. Like, that's why I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Who the hell is lying? That's the whole point. I mean, I said this on the podcast multiple times. I never said, I believe Lex now. I believe him. That's not what was ever said.
A friend of mine, and then I find out that you were telling a massive lie in this argument. Not okay, man. Why did you lie? But Rio didn't. And this is why, Rio, people are saying you are fighting Lex's battles for.
Wait, I'm so confused. Wait. Okay, so Tom is saying the whole lie is that Lex said he didn't record. But where did Lex say he didn't record? What Lex told me was that Tom came prepared and recorded, but Lex never mentioned that he also recorded. So how am I supposed to know that Lex didn't tell me he recorded if he didn't tell me about it? He didn't tell or deny that to me before that. He just said you came prepared and recorded. So I was assuming you were recording. But now that we found out he was also recording, so both of you guys were recording? So I'm confused. What is getting blown up? So you guys both came with your boys, and I guess you guys were both recording and shit. So what do you mean? Where's the part where Lex said he didn't record? I'm confused. I was never told that. Or that's never what it was about. So what do you... I'm just confused.
For him, and you are refusing to see that Lex is lying. Let's keep going.
You could always...
Again, look right now. Bottom right-hand screen. And what you see. Lex said he has the tapes in the podcast chat.
Owing up to the other person being better than you if they beat you. I told Lex a million times, upload that shit. We want to see it. Upload it so we could just see and get it over with. And real quick, back to the YouTube comments. You got morons. Like, you guys really think I don't want to see that set? Because I'm trying to see that set over this beef that apparently is not a thing anymore. Because as of today, oh, you know, there's no beef. Shut the fuck up. Oh, like, all this 2D MK community people trying to act like there's no beef and shit. Now all of a sudden, when this shit's been going on for like 30 years, longest beef in MK history. Like, really? Like Sizzler saying Tom should sue Rio for defamation. Someone posted saying, I hope you and Tom can still be friends after this. This moron wrote in response to that comment, they should not. It's a fake friendship. Rio has wronged Tom Brady. Tom Brady would never wrong Rio because he's a real friend and not fake.
And this is when Rio goes to my incident in 2019. Doesn't mention it per se, but says, do you guys know what Tom did? Yes, Rio. They do know what I did. But they
actually, they only know one thing you did. What about the other thing you did that made the podcast split? That didn't happen because it was under wraps again?
They also know what I've done in the last, now almost 7 years. It'll be 7 years and 2 months. In the last 7 in 2026. This happened in 2019. They've also know what I've done my last 7 years in all the good and the behind the scenes money I've given back to the community. So yeah, the $500, the donations, blah, blah, blah. But let's talk about the tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars I've given back to the scene after my mistake, when I got my life in order. And I have never denied what I did. I have never denied I was wrong. For you to go back 7 years and bring that up just shows that you really don't have anything on this matter to I don't know. Never mind. Keep going.
I don't know what the fuck kind of point Tom was trying to make there. But yeah, it's good you stopped yourself.
A good friend wouldn't do that. And Rio, if you have a...
You know what else? A good friend wouldn't be making streams on their Twitch channel every day for the past couple days, going like, I can't be Rio's friend anymore. I'm not going to be on his podcast, and then delete that shit like it never happened. I saw the fucking clips. People were sending me that shit. I don't know why you're acting like it didn't happen.
Problem with the comments? Then why is this talking about you're tired of Tom Brady? Because it seems like your main arguments here are what people are saying in the comments. But have you ever asked yourself why they're saying this? Is it possibly because you were defending Lex, because you were fighting his battle, and because you did ignore the fact that he blatantly lied and we caught him? Could that be a reason? Rio, I've made mistakes, and I've had to take accountability. And this is your time as a friend to say, maybe I made a mistake. Hell, maybe we both...
Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? What fucking mistake? What are you talking about? What mistake? What was the mistake? The fact that you don't know how to tell the story properly? The fact that you're arguing about shit that I never said and that's not what it's about? What the fuck are you talking about?
both made mistakes here. Honestly. Yeah. Could I have just heard...
I agree. The mistake I did was not running the podcast properly. Like, I got to be able to shut down people and mute them. Dave is right. Like, I can't be a podcast host. I let people talk. I'm too passive. That's true. I agree with that. I'm not a good podcast host.
Seen Lex going on and on and on about me in chat and left it alone and not responded? I could have. And I want to apologize to you for when Lex is trying to start his drama up, not ignoring it, and starting it up and going back and forth with him for an hour. I apologize to you as my friend. I was wrong. I was wrong. Maybe if I made it just a one-sided thing and I said nothing at all, it wouldn't have escalated. I am sorry. I was wrong. Will Rio ever do the same and see what the comments are talking about? See that he was blatantly lied to by Lex, but still kept blindly not wanting to see it?
I never believed Lex. I still don't even think Lex is telling the truth. Like, I feel like Tom just doesn't understand. I'm not agreeing with what Lex said. I also don't believe him. I don't believe both of you because there's no proof of this. Until today, again, I got texted earlier on the way back and I saw a text that Tom sent me. Now we actually have proof. And like I said in the video, we're going to get to that and we're going to blow up the person who actually lost. Like, now there's actual proof, finally. And holy shit, Biggs is the hero because Biggs actually found some proof back in the day.
Even though now we have proof of it. Keep in mind, in Rio's own chat, when he goes, who has the tapes? What happened? While he's making this video, someone in his own chat said, Lex has the tapes. He admitted it. He said he still has them. Rio doesn't want to see it.
I do know that. I literally told Lex a million times, upload that shit. Why is it not getting uploaded? And again, you told me the reason why it's not getting uploaded, and I actually believe you on this. And then again, I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm believing on this because it makes sense. Here's why Lex isn't uploading the tapes. He's not uploading tapes because there's only one match where he ever beat Tom. Every single other match, Tom destroyed him. This is what Tom told me, and this makes sense. But again, I'm not saying this is true, but I'm, I mean, at this point, you can't, unless the proof is out, we don't know who to believe.
Oh, Lex was caught lying? What? I didn't notice. That's why people are coming at you in the comments, Rio. That's why. Rio goes on. I'm not going to air it's just basically he goes on to air some more comments, talk about, do you guys know what Tom did? Maybe you guys are new. You might not know what Tom did. Everyone knows what I did. I was wrong. And I have no one to blame but myself. But I became a much better human for it, as far as getting my life together. And now I'm able to help others in the gaming world. And I believe I've helped a lot of people. But then he ends with, is Tom my friend? I want to ask you the same question. Now, as
Tom, I'm not making, when I stream on Twitch, I'm not ending my video or making parts on the stream where I'm like, oh my God, is Tom my friend? I don't think I can talk to him again after this. I think it's over. I'm never going to be in an episode ever again. I can't believe Real did. You're doing that. The way you're talking and doing that, you're making it seem like I'm not your friend. Like, you don't want to be my friend. I don't do this shit when I stream. I'm never over here going like, oh my God, guys, is Tom my friend? I can't talk to him again. Like, I'm not doing that. You're doing that. And then you delete all your Twitch videos of this whole week so nobody can see what you're doing. And people are sending me those clips and I'm watching that and I'm looking at this going like, what the fuck? Why is Tom acting like this?
for documentation, let's say this. First, let me just tell on this mystery set with Lex. And I do have documentation. I do. So, first of all, the Lex drama is supposedly over an article. And let me go ahead and bring this article up here. I don't know why I don't have the image saved. I do, but I mean, I don't have it saved into the of it. So Lex's claim is that and we're going to get to that. Let me just enlarge it so you can read it. And I'm going to get to this in a second before I show it. This is how the article starts. And I'm showing you why I'm doing this. So Lex's original claim, this is why you can't pin him down. Rio can never come to the fact of the matter. What's the real problem here? The beef with myself and Lex, supposedly from Lex's and Rio, guys who are listening, Rio said multiple times on the podcast, Lex's beef with me stems from the fact that when I had the spotlight starting in MKDA, that I used my spotlight to lie and claim myself king of the universe in the arcade Mortal Kombat games, right? That's what the crux of this is from. Now, here's how the article starts off. We speak to the current Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance U.S. National Champion to ask his opinion on the game. The guy starts off by claiming I'm the current Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance U.S. National Champion. That's a lie. There was no Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance National Championship. Never happened. So the fact that this guy is automatically starting off the article embellishing with the...
I must say this, I feel bad. I feel so bad for you guys back then playing the 2D MKs and all this because everybody was a liar. People running tournaments were a liar. People making interviews were a liar. The players were a liar. You know, like this shit is crazy to me. Like I'm glad I honestly wasn't around back then because everybody's a fucking liar back then. It's insane.
Events that never happened. I never claimed happened. When I say this was a voice chat between me and whoever did this, and he embellished several things. And when you read the first sentence of this...
Also, guys, hold on. This is the reason why I do not care about third party with this drama. The reason why you guys saw me saying, oh my god, Shock said this person said this, Big said this is the problem. Tom is basically like the whole narrative right now is that everybody back then is lies. The interviewers are liars, people are liars. The only people that know the truth of what happened between them are Tom and Lex because they're the ones that played. So in the video last night, I said, until we hear word of mouth from one of these players, from either Tom or Lex, say that they lost and the other person won, all this third-party shit is irrelevant. I don't care what Shock says. I don't care what this person says. I don't care what the interview says. That's why I didn't count this interview, because it's all third-party bullshit. I want to hear from either Tom or Lex who actually won. Show me proof. One of you show me proof of who won, who lost. This is the problem. This is why this beef is pointless. None of you have proof. None of you have the videos. None of you have the Facebook messages, any of the shit saying who won, which one of you admitted you lost. That's the problem why this is all dumb. And it's not going to go anywhere until... But the thing is, we actually do have proof today, thanks to Biggs. But we're going to get to that later. But right now, I'm just addressing how it was before this proof came out today. But before, it was considered, there was, you can't believe anybody, and it has to come from the word of mouth. It has to be either Tom or Lex saying it. All this third-party shit, everybody lying, and no one cares about that.
With this is him saying that I factually won this national tournament and I'm the champion of this national US MK Deadly Alliance tournament that never happened, shows that I more than likely am telling the truth, that the author of this article took some liberties in everything that was written. So whatever claims of me being the king of the universe, the king of the world, the killer of killers, and that's not what I said in this article. That's embellished. The same as this fictitious national tournament. So just reading the first sentence of this article should raise a red flag saying, man, Tom is like, man, what tournament is it? What's this author talking about? It gives credibility that I'm telling the truth when I say whatever was written in this article, which I never read until it was posted by Lex. Again, he held on to it for 25 years. Man, that's a lot of hate and bitterness, man. Held on to it for that long. But the minute I said and cleared it up and say, no, this is embellished, and proved that the author was embellishing, the minute I show proof that he embellished in his first sentence, gives me at least some credibility that perhaps other things in the article are embellished, as he's the one typing out our voice conversation, and he transcribed it. If he's going to embellish and make up some phantom national tournament that I won, surely this wouldn't be the only thing that is made up in the article. if this article really was the beef, the minute I clarified that and said, no, these events never happened, the beef should be over with me and Lex. But it wasn't, because that's not what the beef is. You see, Rio oftentimes talks about why do you keep talking about the MKDA days? Because Rio doesn't know that the beef with me and Lex actually escalated in the MKDA days, not before it. The beef with myself and Lex was not really XYZ. It wasn't really that big before MK Deadly Alliance. So this is why MKDA days are mentioned so much. Because myself and Lex didn't have any real back and forth beef until MKDA. Now, we had Lex dogpiling on me for years, and I just took it. But 2 years before MKDA came out, here's the real Lex beef. So this is why the beef of me and Lex really starts in MKDA. It has nothing to do with that article. Because Lex tells the story of he read this article, and what is he talking about? He's using his platform to make up these lies. False. We already know right now. We could have squashed it right now. The author embellished a lot of things, including creating a fake MKDA national tournament that never happened. So anything else in there, I'm telling you, is false. Didn't happen. These tournaments were all embellished. The same as this, or just fictitiously made up by the author. The reason why it doesn't squash the beef is that's not the beef. Plain and simple. So what is the real beef? So let's tell a story. And I got documentation, since Rio loves documentation so much. In the early 2000s, 01, Lex was just dogpiling on me, telling everyone, no one knows who Bill is. No one ever heard of him. He's an unknown. No one in Mortal Kombat has heard of this guy. He's also never won anything. No one knows who he is. So Lex's claim is, in the world of Mortal Kombat, no one has ever heard of me, and I've won nothing. And Lex dogpiled me for 2 years. I'm not going to bring in the set that, that was backed out of in MK4. I'm going to keep it just me and Lex. And unfortunately, Lex's friend gets involved because I have to talk about it because Lex is there present in the story. So I'm just going to try to keep it as much on Lex as possible and the Lex drama. And Lex is just kind of like, for 2 years, I just had to take it. I mean, nothing in the arcade era is documented. What could I do? It was Lex's word against mine. Lex is like, I'm a game tester. Okay. So I just had to take it. And I took a shellacking. Now I'm playing other games, but I took a shellacking on the boards. This is where the me and Lex beef really happens. Because unfortunately for Lex, they kept making Mortal Kombat games. And Lex could have never imagined what he would have to sit and endure for the next nearly 20 years. Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance comes out in 2002. Now, for people saying documentation, here is a tournament. Documented. MKDA is the first time actual documentation took place, in which you could see a thread that said, here's a tournament, it's held right here, here's who won, and there's a thread in which you can put it up. And even video of the matches, like a modern day tournament, right? Like a modern day tournament. There's the documentation. And this is the first time you could do that. And even in this era, let me just say, to put the bracket, they took a photo of them trying to figure out the bracket because they would make a bracket, more people would sign up, scrap it, make another bracket, more people would sign up, make another bracket. And it was, tournaments took a long time back then just because to even get the brackets right were a pain in the ass. Like the FGC at that time was struggling to organized hold tournaments. There's always a problem with the brackets, always more people entering late, scrap this, move this around. That's the early days of the FGC. Now in this tournament, you can see that I clearly won. Now Hulk Hogan is JOP, high-level Tekken player at that time for Tekken 4 and Tag, and Jackie Tran. These are both Tekken 4 EVO top eight medalists. Chop has won many majors in Tekken Tag, won a major in Tekken 4, top 8 EVO in Tekken 4. Tran has won EVO in Tekken 4. So I wish they showed all the entrants, but as we would have it, there's actually footage. I mean, not footage. Here's the footage. It's different. Here we go. So here's footage from this tournament. I don't want to show the whole. There's I don't know how many hours of footage there actually are. I don't think there's that much. I think there's a couple of videos that have some of the footage here. But you can pan and even see like what an old school tournament looked like. Let's look at what an old school tournament looked like in the background. Right? And there we go. Look at all the people. It pans out. This is what look at the MKDA area right here. He's showing all the, the stations. Had about, I don't know, maybe 7 MKDA stations to try to accommodate everyone. And this is what old tournaments looked like. This is the first real documented evidence of Mortal Kombat having actual tournaments to where you can say thread, who won, video of the matches to show that people were actually there, etc. I am the first ever documented Mortal Kombat tournament winner. And what happened was, as tournaments kept happening, my boy, and I kept winning them, my boys, my friends in the Tekken community, who, again, I just showed Jop and Tran in the tournament, 2 top Tekken players. So when I say top Tekken players started to get into MKDA and they kind of populated the tournament scene.
Wait, hold on. I'm confused. Is this even about Lex anymore? This feels like all this other shit.
I'm not lying. We see the proof right there. And anyone that says no, you can see pictures of Jop in there with me and Tran. We all know that they were high-level Tekken players back then. So it's the first ever. What happens is, as I continue to win tournaments, and it's being documented, my boys then come at Lex. Because Lex, for years, dogpiled me. Keep in mind, Lex's claims, no one ever heard of Bill in Mortal Kombat, and he never won anything. So my boys then have a run at Lex, and then the reverse happens. People start coming at Lex. Hey man, my boys are like, people on the boards are like, hey Lex, for 2 years, you said no one knew who Bill was in the world of Mortal Kombat. But we're noticing that as history is finally being documented, the first name we do know about is Bill. That's very coincidental that no one knows who he is, and then the minute history starts getting documented, the first person we hear of is the guy you said no one ever heard of. That's a big coincidence. And then it went even further. They said, and Lex, you said he never won anything. Yet the very first time the history of Mortal Kombat and tournaments start being documented, the guy you said never won anything is the one winning everything. And then they went to Lex and said, so if we go by your story, Lex, from when...
Wait, so just to clarify, Lex back then was saying Tom wasn't good at MKDA. He wasn't winning any MKDA tournaments. I thought this beef was about them being in UMK3 and who was good back then. But now it's about the future of Lex saying Tom wasn't good at MKDA? Is this just what I'm getting?
You started dogpiling this guy. It comes off as the story of the lying scrub who made everything up. No one knew who he was, never won anything. And then, like in a Disney movie, he made a wish upon a star, and his fairy godmother said, I will take you from the worst player who never played in the arcade, who no one knew who they were, and I will make everyone know who you are, and I will make you the best. And they're like, that just doesn't happen, Lex. I'm sorry, that doesn't happen. Your story doesn't make sense. And Lex couldn't take it. Lex, at that moment, couldn't take the heat. That now he has nothing to say. Everything Lex says is hearsay. But what I'm doing is being documented. So Lex in that moment turned into Darth Sidious after Mace Windu had him in episode 3, had him in the throne room and said, you have lost. Here's Lex. No, 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 you. That was Lex. That's Lex. He just couldn't take it. So they say, so Lex brought his boy. I'm only bringing this up, this other guy, because Lex brought this guy in. He brought a player known who went on SRK as Shady, Shaady, which was Adam Hernandez. You can reference, was a game tester in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. And they said that a game tester from Midway was going to come And, we'll see what happens. And the exact quote was, keep in mind, from Lex, quote unquote, keep in mind, some of the people here worked on the game. So, because Lex was claiming, like, I'm not doing anything, blah, blah, blah. Bill's winning, but who cares? Da, da, da. He couldn't take it. He couldn't take it. So, where are the results of this? Well, Shock cataloged the results on December 12th, 2003 at NEC. Now, Shock did not run the MKDA tournament. I wish there was a full bracket of all of this, but back then they were still doing top 3, or they weren't really doing top 8. They would just post like top 3, and then sometimes you could, whatever. But Shock, I know Shock, when Shock ran his tournaments, which is why I love the Shock. When Shock ran a tournament, he would catalog every place from first all the way down to last, which is why I love it. But Shock did not run the MKDA tournament. That's why only the top 4. There were a lot more than 4. But because Shock didn't run the tournament, the full bracket I don't believe is available. And if it is, Shock does have it. I'll try to get it from him and I'll post it later. But so Jop is there. Now Jackie Tran, also a top 8 Evo finalist and winner, was there. Ray Rocca, Mr. Spoofmutt, is a 3D player guy who people then also knew in Deception, Armageddon, and then MKDC. He was the local Chicago player. Protege of Ray Rocca. Ray Rocca is a game tester who goes by his name is Ray DeGuzman, which you can confirm was a tester in the credits for MKDA. They sent Ray Rocca to tournament. Well, lo and behold, look who won. Your boy Tom Brady. And then Lex could still not accept it. Now, why would a midway tester come? Now, if you guys think I'm making this up, why would a midway tester randomly show up in Philly to play MKDA? Why? That's the only tournament he went to. Okay, so Adam Hernandez and Lex, still not willing to accept this, then say, Adam says, come to Chicago and see what's up. So I was tired of their mouth. I was tired of Lex's lies.
Okay, I need to understand why was Lex hating on Tom so much during MKDA? Why?
I said, I'm just because Lex is and Adam Hernandez lying to people, saying you're not beating anybody, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, because they were trying to still discredit my MKDA wins. All this happened because they were discrediting me even in MKDA. But the problem is I kept winning, and even when a tester came, I still won again. And I remember the last. I don't know if anybody can see this thread. The NEC 4 thread in 2003, if anybody can find it, with Lex saying some of the people worked on this game, blah, 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 blah. When I won, the last post is by somebody called Daniel LaRusso. You're the best around. And he said, unbelievable. Homeboy pulled it off. The thread went silent as the grave. But it wasn't over because Adam is now calling me out for money in MKDA. So I drove to Chicago with my friend Derek Perez. I drove there to play Adam Hernandez, the best game tester there, and finally end this nonsense that I was not really the best player in MKDA. These tournaments are fraudulent. Adam's not there. Blah, 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 right? All this. When I get there, I go to pick up Lex. Lex says, ha. Adam says, you can have this one. He'll see you in the next MK. So, back down. This is why I went to Chicago. I didn't go to Chicago for any imaginary UMK3 showdown with Lex. There was never, in my mind, going to be a single game of UMK3 played. Not one. I was there for MKDA. After Adam backed out, I picked up Lex. When I picked up Lex, we went to a local player's house in Chicago where we chilled out for the night, had some beers, everybody had fun, and I was playing some of the local Chicago players. The guy from Chicago was going to record it. I didn't know how to put footage up on the internet. There was no YouTube. Maybe there was. I didn't know how to upload it. I don't think there was YouTube back then. At least I don't remember. I don't remember it. And I didn't have any way to record footage. So a local player was going to plug the PlayStation into his VCR. And that's how a lot of footage was recorded back then. It was either by camcorder or you plugged the PlayStation. If you wanted to get direct feed, you had to plug the AV cables into the back of the VCR and then play the game and record it. Just hit record and play it and then splice the matches up. That's how I was going to play Adam, and the money match was going to be recorded. I, at no time, was bringing video equipment to Chicago because it was going to be recorded via direct feed rather than a camcorder in the background. It's going to be recorded at a local player's house. The next day, Lex and I decided to go out to dinner. I think we're going to squash the beef. Keep in mind, this is all left out of Lex's story. Now, why would he leave all this out? Because it's very pertinent to what actually happened and why I was really there. So when I went to, we went out to dinner at a hibachi grill right in the same parking lot as Nickel City. Hibachi grill was here, and Nickel City was like straight to the corner there. We go into Nickel City, MK4 is in the cabinet, but Lex has his UMK3 board. And I thought we were going to play some casuals and we were going to, have a, we were going to squash this, play some casuals for fun, shake hands and say, hey man, good games. Then we move on. We even had vodka and Snapples and Lipton iced teas, and like we were just chilling like two friends would. And Lex has a camera set up on a tripod in the background. The only thing my boy Derek Perez did was stand in the background while we're playing and adjust it to make sure that you can see the two of us and the full screen, so you can see everything that's happening. Lex said, do you mind if we record it? I said, no, I don't care, record it. Or mind if I record it? So all my friend did was set the tripod up, make sure we could see, Lex set the tripod up, set his camera there, and my friend just looked at it to make sure that you could see all the footage. So the one match that Lex put up, you can clear, it was the last match of the night. I definitely remember that. That's for a fact, because I remember we were laughing because he kept shouldering me in the corner, and we had a good time. And I remember it was like, good shit, it's done, right? The beef is over. So I thought. But all he did was make sure that you could see the full adjusted, so we could see both players and the cabinet, so the screen wasn't blocked. He did nothing else, which is why the matches were recorded. And Lex still claims to have this footage. Let's just so we know that's the truth. When I left, Lex only put up one match titled, "This is how you rush down Cabal in the corner." Now, I took offense to this because I said, well, Lex, now I admitted that he won more games. I admitted that overall, if you had to tally a score, Lex edged me out in the end and factually won more games than me, period. It was close over the 3 hours and a lot of back and forth, but Lex factually won more games. So in theory, he factually won the set, right? But why wouldn't he post the footage? Because the footage, Lex was trying to show, I guess, and I didn't know this at the time, Lex was trying to show that I was a garbage UMK3 player and he expected to catch me slipping. I had been playing MKDA, I wasn't in practice on UMK3, and he thought he was going to catch me brooming and he was going to have his glorious moment and say, aha! But Lex was not prepared for the fight he was going to get. Now, Tom, do you have any proof that Lex would have gotten any fight? There's no footage. What proof do you have that you could have even fought Lex? What proof indeed? Well, as it turns out, there is a set between myself and Shock in the year 2006. Let me see if I can find it here. Where? Oh, I forgot to put so many of these up here. Let's see. Image source. And let's bring it up here. So let's bring this up straight from Shock's video archives. We're not going to show all 100 million matches, but here it is right here. I'll just enlarge the picture over the whole screen. So this is in 2006, me versus Shock. I was there for, I think, a different tournament. I believe DOA 4. I was there at ECC, and I played in the UMK3 tournament. I was coming from losers. Shock didn't put me in losers, but I was coming from losers, and I played Shock. Now, you see how it says Bill P1, Grand Finals 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, and then we see the Grand Finals double dip. The double dip is because I beat him a tournament set 4-1. You see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games, Grand Finals 1A, B, C, D, E. I beat him 4 games to 1 in a set in tournament. Now, Shock did beat me and win the tournament. He was the better player. He did. But this shows even in 2006, clearly I'm rusty. I'm not playing the game. My diminished level was still good enough to be fighting a high-level UMK3 player who 2-0'd Lex in tournament years prior, and I was able to beat him 4-1 in tournament and at least reset the bracket. So clearly, as rusty as I was, I could still fight players at the highest possible level. So when I tell you I went to Chicago and Lex was in for a fucking fight that he was not prepared to have. He thought it was going to be a brooming. He was not ready for it. And the reason why the footage did not go up is because Lex wanted to show a brooming. Lex didn't want to show himself beating me 60-50 or whatever it was, because then people would say, Lex, you said this guy was garbage and doesn't know the game, and you guys both beat the hell out of each other. This looks like he knows very much how to play, which then, on top of me getting documented history in the game, goes even more against Lex's history. So I don't have any documentation of that match. I have documentation showing why the beef was there, and that, Tom, how do we know you were good enough to give Lex a fight? Well, that's why. There's document.
Okay, so basically what I'm getting is that Lex and Tom are actually cool. They're friends. There's really no beef. This was all a misunderstanding. There's been no crazy showdown, whatever. It's just for fun. They both think the other player is good. And most of the dramas during the 3D MK era. Yet this is... I'm just so confused because it seems like if there's no drama, then how is this a thing? I'm trying to understand. I just heard they were going back and forth. They were friends. They were laughing. How does that sound like beef? That's beef? That's 30-year-old beef.
Showing that I could fight at a very high level in that game against someone who had beat Lex in tournament 2-0. And I'm not saying I was better than Lex or better than Shock at that time. My level in UMK3 had severely diminished, and the players playing in the modern era played significantly higher than...
I understand Lex was saying Tom was a nobody in the 3D MKs, but what I don't understand is, was Lex calling Tom a nobody during the 3D era MKDA, or was he calling Tom a nobody during the arcade era, saying it was a good back then? That's what I'm confused about. Is this about the late 2000s drama and beef, or was it about the early arcade days? Because now it's like confusing as hell. What it sounds like is there's no history in the 2D MK. Like, there was no beef or nothing back then. Like, there's no irrelevant beef. There's no Tom versus Lex. Like, it's not a thing. It's all just 3D MK drama. This is all MKDA shit that happened after, and then people are all jealous and they're saying Tom doesn't... He's not, like, he shouldn't be winning because he was bad back then. So because he was bad back then, he shouldn't be winning now. Like, I don't... How was this a thing for 30 years then? Why was this so serious the other day and a week before and for so long?
Anything we did in the 90s, but it's to show that I was able to play the game and had knowledge that I would not be able to have unless I played it in the arcade era. The only way I could have developed those skills to even be diminished in the first place is if I played the game at a high level in the arcade era, and at least part of that level transferred into the modern era, at least at that point. So I at least have some documentation to show something for me. Now on to the arcade era. The truth is, there is no documentation of what happened in the arcade era. It's all word of mouth. Take, for example, Saber AZ. I see him posting on Twitter a lot. That guy was a KI1 god. How do I know him? Do I know threads where he was winning tournaments in KI1? No. We know him because of word of mouth, because his legend carries. But the truth is, Rio has said word of mouth is not accurate. Somebody could be lying. Somebody could be embellishing. So Rio...
Bro, apparently everybody's lying. Tom just said earlier that the whole 2D MK, like everyone back then, like there's people making, there's tournaments that didn't exist that people are saying existed. Then there's people interviewing people and the people interviewing are lying, and it's like everything's just a shit show. And then these players are saying, I won this one. Yes, that's what it seems like. It seems like the whole 2D MK arcade era back then was everybody's just lying. That's the whole background. Everybody was just lying about everything.
Wants documentation only. The fact is, there is no documentation of the MK arcade era. There is not. That just is what it is. The documentation doesn't start until 2002 in MKDA. But what do we know about that? Well, we know once MK history started getting documented, the first tournament winner ever was me. The first top player in MK history, documented history, was me. The first dominant player in not MK history, MK documented history was me. So the second MK history could be documented. Here's the thread. Here's where the tournament was. Here's who won. Here's the video of the matches. The minute that started, I was the first. And I was the first winner and first dominant player of the recorded Mortal Kombat.
I'm just confused, like, what this has to do with the 2D MK era. Again, I said Tom was super good at MK9, super good at Injustice, every other game, DA, but what does it have to do with the drama, the way it started?
Combat history era. So obviously there's nothing to document the arcade, but just the documented history starts with MKDA. Now, we know about this tournament, documented. We know about this tournament, and there are many other tournaments for MKDA that are documented. I don't want to pull every tournament ever up, just show that there is documentation of these events. So if we say MK, after the arcade era, we're in the documented era. MKDA, who was the top player?
Bro, what I don't understand is why after all this time, like, what I don't understand about this drama, because this is so dumb, is you have both sides, I guess, creating this fake-ass drama, then you have the whole 2D MK community co-signing this fake-ass shit, eating into this beef, this and that, when in reality, there was never no drama, and none of them were saying the other person was better, that they both are in agreement now, that one person was better and the other person lost. What I don't get is, if there's no proof of this happening back then why would it escalate to this point? How did it escalate to this if nobody cared and it didn't matter? It's just, this beef is so confusing. First it's beef, now it's not beef, then it's beef, but then, like...
Me. Is it documented? Yes. Is there any video proof to show it? Yes. Now, next MK game is MK Deception. I don't want to go on hearsay. But I'm going to use Rio, since Rio is the hearsay, because he did admit this. We all know, and Rio will admit this, that for the first month or two, let's say 2 months, I was the player to beat in MK Deception. Now, that does not mean I was the best in the long run. I was not. That does not mean that...
Look, when Tom was on the podcast the other day, and who was it? I think Tom brought Biggs on, and Biggs was saying Tom was basically the GOAT of the 3D MK era. However, Biggs wasn't there around, so he didn't understand that Tom played MKDA and stuff. And I've even said Tom is a really good MKDA player because I played him in the game myself. He's super good at the game. He's not just saying it to say it. But however, I played a lot of MKD. Like, I was on that shit like crack, like 24/7. So when I said, I don't remember seeing Tom much in MKD, he must have like stopped playing after the first month or two. I wasn't randomly saying that to cause drama. I was saying it because, bro, I was there. And then also in Armageddon, I don't remember seeing Tom in Armageddon. I don't even remember meeting Tom, and Tom will tell you this himself. If Tom was there for all these 3D MKs while I was there playing them, don't you think Tom would explain to you how he met me? Because if you have Tom tell the story of how he met me, Rio, he will tell you he met me for the first time later into MK vs. DC, like 6-8 months later. So how the fuck am I getting told by somebody who wasn't even there for that Tom is the GOAT of 3D MK? You could be the GOAT of MKDA, but you weren't there for like 4 or 5 years of 3D era. Like, what are you talking about?
I was any kind of champion in Deception. There were no tournaments in Deception.
Like, can we not like try to tell history and then act like we were there for shit when we weren't?
Was I as good as Czech or Dave or anyone else? I never played them. So I'd be disingenuous to say that I was. I left MK Deception. I hope I'm not saying MKDA. I get confused sometimes, man. I'm old. I left MK Deception, not DA, Deception, because there were no tournaments for it. It wasn't a tournament game. It was a party game with custom rules and blah, 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 blah. Right? So I left it. But if you want to say who was the original player to beat, quote unquote, that term that gets thrown around, it's me. But there's no documentation. There's no tournaments. So let's skip the hearsay. The next time, the next MK game that came out was Armageddon. No tournaments for it. But then there's DC. Now, MKDC does have 3 documented tournaments that were held offline. Now, the 2 top players online were myself and Rio. At the first ever tournament, I think there was 11 people, documented by Shock. I won, Rio got second, Czech got third. Now, the top 2 players online were myself and Rio. I then went to the West Coast to play in a whopping 16-man tournament, which I also won, and it's called West Coast Warzone. I don't know where that documentation is, but it did happen. It was documented. And then the last tournament, Rio won, beating me in a 12-man tournament. So the tournaments, the 3 offline tournaments for MKDC were 11, 16, and 12. But the 2 most dominant players online were myself and Rio. There were other players that were good online, such as Rio48, THTB, Crazy.
This is true and accurate. Okay, I'm just confused. Again, guys, I'm not trying to go off topic here because you guys keep saying, like, why is Rio saying, why are we talking about? I'm just confused. Why are we talking about, like, MK versus DC and all these games? I'm confused. What does this have to do with the original drama between Lex and Tom beefing in the older MK games? Like, I don't understand how we got to, like, MK versus DC now. I'm just, like, disconnected.
Z-Bone, things like that. Also, you have Jago, who was there. Czech, we all know about Czech, etc. So it's not like there was nobody who was good there, but the scene was still largely, it had gone, after DA, when Deception came out, the scene had changed, and it became an online-only scene, and it was tough to get people to come offline again. However, not only is it word of mouth that I was, myself and Rio were and Rio was the best. Rio was the best player in MKDC, period. He was better than me, always has been, always will
That's actually not true. Check is.
be. It was Rio. He was better than me, period. And that's why, when it was all said and done, the final tournament, it's no surprise that the best player who ever played that game, Rio, won. However, it is documented. All I'm saying is it's documented. Then comes MK9. First MK9 tournament, I'm winning. Now, I got second in the first Injustice 1 major, but the next one, 2 months later, I won. ECT. There's Tom Brady again. I actually still have it's the only trophy I kept ever in my life is this trophy. We see documented history of that. So we have documented history of me winning tournaments from 2002 in MKDA till 2014 or 13, whatever it was, in Injustice. That is an 11-year period of winning tournaments. Over a decade of winning majors. Now, in MK9, obviously, this is the only major I did win, but I still have a lot of top 8s. I won a shit ton of regionals, a shit ton of locals. I wasn't the best, so I wasn't winning a ton of majors, but I have a billion top 8s at majors, a billion wins at locals and regionals, and I still did win at a major level. But in MKX, this is for the life of the game. There was a ranking system done by top players, which they ranked players. I was ranked 35 in the world. They ranked the top 50 players. I was ranked number 35. And the reason why I was lower is I was basically in my 40s. I was in my 40s basically at this point, or almost 39, whatever it was. And I'm no longer, at the point where things are in my life where I'm able to place top 8 consistently in the game. I had very few. Most of my success in that game came in the form of top 16 at majors, like 9th places, et cetera, et cetera. Few and far between top 8s outside of local and regional level. Major level, few and far between outside of pretty much habitually getting in the top 16, which is why I was ranked in the top 35 and not in the top.
Guys, all the pictures and stuff you're sending me on Discord, like, I'm watching these videos. Like, I don't know why you guys keep sending me this stuff. Like, I'm not just going to stop showing the video and go to whatever these links you guys are sending me.
10 or 20 because they were just people that were able to make top 8 far more consistently than me. But still, I was still one of the top players in the world based off tournaments. And they assigned a score. They looked at majors, regionals, and locals and scored everyone. I still scored in the top 35 players in the world in an era in which Evo had 1,100 people the first time and 700 people the second time. So in an era in which you're seeing tournaments of 600, 700, 1,100, I'm in the top 35 in the world. Finally, my last top 8 ever achieved was in 2019 at Summer Jam. This is only an 81-man regional tournament. 81-man. But at the age of, in my 40s, I still made top 8 at a regional level. So we see a documented history of me making top 8 in the Mortal Kombat world from 2002 all the way to 2019. That is a 17-year, not word of mouth, documented history. Now, I was top for so long in Mortal Kombat, I was even there in Injustice. And also, I think I went on to win several other regionals in Injustice, and 2 regionals to be exact, some locals, and I also was able to place top 8 2 more times late in the game's life. I had to take a break because I was working on the Prima strategy guide for KI. However, when I came back, it wasn't like Tom was only good early on. When I came back well over a year into the game's life, I was still able to place top 8. So even in year 2 of Injustice, I was still in the top 8. So it wasn't like, oh, he was only good early. None of these indicate that I was only good early, because I was good deep into MKX. I was good deep into Injustice 1. Was I the best? No. Was I the best at 9? No. Was I anywhere near the best at X? No. And MK11 is by far the worst I've ever been. But I was still at least good and knew the game to a point where I could place top at an 80. I hate the term mid-major. It was a regional. I hate that term. But it's all documented. I was one of the top players in the world in MK9. That is not arguable. I was a top player in Injustice. That is not arguable. I was a top player in MKX. That is not arguable. None of these are arguable. So what you see is when MK tournaments first getting documented, the first top player ever in documented history is me. The next MK game, Deception, there's no tournaments documented, but the first quote-unquote player to beat is me. In MKDC, the first offline MKDC tournament, the first winner is me. In MK9, the winner is me. And within the first tournament for Injustice, I got second. The next one, the winner is me. So we are seeing a consistent trend of like me still staying top and being like one of, if not the first guy at the top for 11 years, like consistently. Now, since we're going by word of mouth, no one in the arcade era has any documentation to prove anything they have done at any time at all, other than ask him, ask them, ask so-and-so, Susie will tell you, this guy over here will tell you, he'll vouch for me, etc.
Finally, Tom is talking facts now. He could have just said that from the beginning. The whole reason why this drama exists is because of what Tom literally just said 10 seconds ago. The reason why this beef doesn't count, or there's no proof of any of this back then, is because there's no proof of who won and who lost. Unless there's proof that comes out of either Tom's mouth or Lex's mouth about saying the other person won and lost and whatever, then what was all this beef about? Because all of a sudden, as of this week, mysteriously now there's no beef. As of this week, randomly now there's no beef. But before that, through all this stuff, there's been constant beef, drama. Oh my God, Lex first. Tom, who's going to win? So I don't understand. How do we go from there was beef said, how I was getting told that Tom was destroying Lex, this and that. He's not a good player. He's bad. And how Lex is telling me, no, that's not true. I actually destroyed Tom. Tom was bad. He's whatever. If there's no proof of either of you saying the other person is better, then how is there drama? Like, how is this a thing? How does it make any sense? Like, how is this so serious? This was my point the whole time, and no one ever listened to me. I was saying the reason why this is pointless is because until literally there's proof of either Lex saying he lost or Tom saying he lost in these sets, then who cares? It's literally all word of mouth. Anybody could say anything, and we're supposed to believe it.
There is no documentation of that. The only one that has any documentation from the arcade era to the modern era is me. And that is a fact. So, and it's not like, oh, Tom could only compete in the 3D era or the DC era. No, in the modern era, MK9, Injustice, X, I'm still able to compete at a very high level against the modern audience, against the modern players. So it's not like, oh, Tom was only good before there was online play. Tom was only good before information spread. No, I'm still good 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. I'm still there. Down to my last top 8 in 2019.
I'm just annoyed that you guys trolled me with this drama, acting like it was drama, and this person lost, this person did that, and then all of a sudden it's about, oh, now who cares? This person won, actually. Then what was the point of pumping all this shit up? Because from everything I heard, it was about you were saying he was bad. Lex was saying you were bad. That's why there was drama. Drama can't exist if both sides agree on the same point. You guys understand this, right? Drama cannot exist if both sides agree on the same thing.
It doesn't work. Like, if there's two people beefing with each other, but then all of a sudden, as of this week, out of nowhere, now two people agree on the same thing, then how can drama exist? That makes literally no sense. So was this all like fake trolling drama? There's no drama this whole time? What the fuck? So there's no drama this whole time? So this entire time, you guys have wasted 30 years of the MK community's time with this fake ass drama that didn't even exist. That to me is crazy. You guys could have just said that shit in the beginning.
The point is, no one in the arcade era can show any evidence that they have done anything ever in Mortal Kombat outside of word of mouth. Now, you can see what I done. 2002, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All the way. It's all documented. Now, if you take that and go backwards and say, is it reasonable to assume that what Tom did going forward in time is when it's documented, maybe...
But wait, here's where it doesn't make sense. So there's no proof back then of Lex versus Tom. Because, okay, the original argument is, okay, the original argument is not about who's good in MK versus DC or who's the GOAT of Mortal Kombat franchise or who's the best MK9 player, none of that. The way it started off, from what I remember, was it was about literally UMK3 and the 2D MKs in arcade, all that shit. That's how the drama started. And if that's not how the drama started, guys, then you guys can remind me. How did the drama start then? If it wasn't about that. And both sides were saying that the other player was not good, that you guys played this big showdown match, like hours of like a match showdown. And one side is saying the other side lost, they're bad. The other side is saying, no, the other side lost, they're bad. That's why there was beef, because both sides were, they had a different story and they were going against each other. There wasn't both sides were agreeing with each other and there was no drama. Because if that was true, then there would never been any drama. It was nothing. I don't understand why now, as of this week, the story now changed all of a sudden, where there was no drama, there was no beef. There was beef. A lot of you were part of it too. A lot of you saw it.
he was a good player in the arcade, not the best, but a very high-level player, and was still very good even backwards in the arcade era.
John Diaz, I get that. That's a whole part of the drama. I feel like I keep explaining this. You said that's not what was said. Lex is saying Tom was a nobody prior to DA. That's drama. I understand that. But then you're saying Lex claims that Tom didn't do anything in the arcade era. Yeah, I understand. The whole drama was about the arcade era and the 2D MKs. Yes. However, you're leaving this out. There's no proof of who won back then. This is the point. This is why there's drama. Because even if there was no proof, drama can exist if both sides agree to the same thing. The reason why, even though there's no proof back then of who is better, and the reason why there's still drama about that is because both sides disagree with each other about back then. That's why there's drama. Otherwise, if both sides said, yeah, this guy beat me back then, but who cares? I became better later on in like all these other games, there would be no drama. Like, no, I understand who copped, but there is proof now about back then who was better. That's the point. We're going to get to that. Because Tom showed me that way earlier. When he texted me like 2 hours ago. There is proof now about who was better back then. That's the point. But during this whole argument this week and before that, there was no proof. That's the thing. Like, that's why this has even been an argument. Otherwise, there would have been no drama, no argument, because nobody would have cared. And there's no proof.
I'm the only one that has any evidence that shows any benefit of the doubt that maybe what I'm saying is the truth. I'm the only one that has that. So if you're going to believe what you're going to believe, who are you going to believe, me, or who are you going to believe, Lex? I'm the only one that can show anything.
Bro, how many times do I have to repeat this to Tom? Because I feel like Tom, when he hears me talk, he doesn't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying I believe Lex over you, and I'm not saying I believe you over Lex. I'm saying until there's proof of you guys back then when you had this drama feud, until there's proof of either you saying it, not a third party, okay, because all the interviews and everything back then was fake, not a third party, but until there's proof of either you saying it or Lex saying it, where one of you were better than each other in the old games or UMK3, whatever, then you can't go on from this. It's just pointless. There's no proof. Like, I don't know how many more times I can explain this.
To say maybe Tom is telling the truth. We also know Lex is lying because
like literally this is so easy to stop. All that has to happen is this. Tom has to just show me a Facebook message or whatever
a message back then, wherever the hell they used to post back then in the freaking 90s, showing where Lex said, yo, man, you beat me, you're better, this and that. That's all he has to show me to be done. Same thing for Lex. All Lex has to do is upload the damn set or whatever the hell and show that, you know, Tom lost and he was better, and that's it. This shit's over. But both sides have no proof. That's why this shit doesn't end. And now it's about all this other stuff that doesn't even make sense because, like, as of this week, the narrative has changed. Like, this shit is dumb. Until any of you show proof, like, we can't believe who was the best back then during UMK3 in this set that you guys played.
Was also, he admitted that he actually had the footage. I didn't take any footage of this set. I don't care about this fucking set. I don't care. Lex has held on to this for 25 years. I'm not the one bitter about it. It's Lex. I apologize to Rio for going back and forth with him in the stream. I could have let him spout. But the point is, if you're going to believe somebody...
Oh my God, bro, I'm not believing... Why does Tom keep saying I believe Lex 100%? Lex won. Lex was the best back then. Am I saying this? Am I going crazy? I'm not believing Lex. I'm saying I don't know who to believe. It's a 50-50. All I know is that both of you played, and it's a fighting game. A fighting game has two players in it. One of you has to win, one of you has to lose. That's just how it is. But I don't know who won and who lost. That's the point. I never said Lex is the better player. Like...
It shouldn't be Lex.
I don't know if Tom's trying to troll me and, like, rage bait me. But I keep saying this, that I'm on Lex's side. I want Lex to, like...
And Rio? Yes, I would love for us to be friends.
Tom, that's literally what the beef was about. That's what we were arguing about this whole time. The beef was about, literally the whole time, who was the guy to beat in the old days? Who was the better player? It was not about, oh, Lex said Tom was shit back then, but then Tom became better years after when Lex said he was shit back then in different games. It had nothing to do with the games back then. Like, this is, I don't know why, like, that's not what the drama was about. Because if it was about that, that's not even drama. Like, who gives a fuck about that? Lex can't say you're not good at DA or you're not good at MK versus DC or MK9 because that's factually false. It's about the 2D MKs, the era. Legacy Collection is about the 2D MKs. Am I going crazy here? Because I feel like I'm getting trolled.
And stay friends. But after what you've seen, tell Lex to fight his own fucking battles. Because you're done. Thanks for watching.
I'm done? So wait, now I'm getting... Okay, anyway, next video. There's one more video that... Hold on. Okay, so here's the other video. So let's play this. I guess this is a follow-up to today.
All right, what's up, everyone? MK Tom.
Oh, my bad. He's talking about Lex. Okay, I thought he was saying I'm done or something, as if... But yeah, okay, so this new video today, and now, for you guys who don't know the backstory of this, holy shit. 30 years in the making. Now, I know people want to say there was no beef, no this and that. I don't know why people are saying that as of this week. Like, out of nowhere now, there's no beef. There was never anything. There was never Tom saying Lex was bad. But, yo, for the first time in history, we actually have factual proof of who was winning back then when they were playing in UMK3 in these games. We actually have proof now. And I haven't seen this yet, but... Shoutouts to Biggs for actually finding this shit. Because if he didn't find where all this stuff was posted, guess what? We'd be here going on for another probably, I don't know, 20 more years, 40-year drama about, oh my God, who was the best back then during 2DM era? Who actually won? Who was lying about losing to the other player? So finally, there's proof. So shoutouts to Biggs. And hold on, I know one of you sent me the link to this. Hold on, I'm going to bring up the link too because I want to go through the post as well. But anyway, let's play the video first. But you guys can see the post in the background, right? Like this is from way back, 2004. Mortal Kombat Deception official. I don't know why this drama is in the Mortal Kombat Deception thread. So random. But anyway, there's actual proof, and it's in the Mortal Kombat Deception thread at the top. If you guys can read this. So let's play the video.
Brady here. So I'm doing this video very quickly because some new evidence has come to light. I did my video.
Bro, some new evidence. This is literally the only evidence ever to finally come. And I can't believe it's taking this long. But yeah, dude, Biggs for finding this shit. Good stuff, dude, because this shit would have never been ending of who was better and who won back then. Anyway.
Showing a bunch of documentation, but some new documentation has come up. I just want to preface this by saying in my 2-hour video, I said I believed I probably lost to Lex by about 5 to 10 games, in that UMK set. So when I went to Chicago, it was never supposed to be a beef set, right?
Hold on, I'm getting PM now on Discord. Someone's saying this isn't true. Watch this. Bro, I'm not going to stop watching this to look at this. Guys, we're going to go in order here, like on the videos. You guys, like, I don't know why you guys are trying to get me to watch it when you see I'm trying to watch a video currently.
I was there for MKDA. I played Lex in casuals. It wasn't for money. It wasn't to prove anything. He recorded, etc. Now, because it was 25 years ago, and I just didn't want to argue over who won or lost, because really, after 25 years, I don't remember. The videos never got published. There was no official score to go by, so I'm not sure. Now, I remember when I first came back saying that I believed I beat him because I was up by quite a few games, and he made a comeback at the end, but I thought overall I edged him out. And I was a little upset when Lex posted only one video of him winning a match, but not the whole set. But what proof do I have? So I showed a bunch of documentation, but of course people have done some research and found the documentation from EWA Shock a long time ago. This is from the Super Combo from Shuriken.com. Lex officially sinks to a new low, folks, and resorts to trolling. Good job, man. Just don't let up on it or you might lose. Lex brings a new message to the word dense as well. Lex has admitted he lost to Bill from Virginia and used an excuse.
So right now we have actual proof from back then that Biggs found this. I don't even know where Biggs found this. It's in the MK Deception thread. I guess they're using like a Wayback Machine or archive, whatever it is, and they're able to see posts now that don't exist anymore on the internet. So this is like back then, like during, when all this drama was happening of who is better.
The first sign of the apocalypse. And he just goes on with some more stuff about Lex, and, et cetera, et cetera. Let's go ahead and just bring my face down here.
Bro, why am I getting messaged by like 10 people about play this? Bro, do you guys want me to get through the videos one at a time or not? Like, I don't understand. You guys want me to play like 50 different things at the same time? I'm getting DM'd on people on Discord saying, this is lies, this is fake, show this. You gotta show that. Like, dude, you guys are like doing too much. You guys are doing way too much. Like, I'm so close to like blocking half of you. So you stop spamming me.
So here's the thread. Here's where it actually is. You can see it right here. And here's the thread, and you can just scroll through and look at Lex. Just walls of text. Lex just going off on people, blah, 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 blah. Lex just going off, you must be stupid, blah, 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 back and forth, whatever. Because Lex started shit-talking Hanzo and shit-talking everyone else, how they don't know anything, and then they started shit-talking back.
Okay, so from what it looks like, there's actually beef between Tom and Lex. So the people that tried to come here saying as of this week, there's never any beef. That's not, you guys are all fake as shit. Right there, it's showing that there's beef. There is drama. There's this feud between Tom and Lex. So I don't know why the fuck you guys were trying to act like earlier there was no beef in this and that. Like you guys, I don't understand. You guys are trying to change the narrative as of this week now into something. There was always beef and drama. Like, come on, this shit's been going on for like 30 years now.
And people...
At least now we've actually have proof and we could watch this shit for once.
We're in this thread calling Shock EWA cock or just cock instead of shock. And Lex and his Chicago buddies are just doing what they normally do and try to dogpile everyone who doesn't agree with them, which coincides with what I said. But ultimately, when it comes down to who was lying, who was telling the truth, who was lying, is there any documentation? Not only in my video, do I have an abundance of documentation to back up what I said was the truth? But then we have this. Now, the true story is that Lex has claimed no one knew who I was in the arcade era. Where did I get the skills then, if not from the arcade era? Because we damn sure knew I wasn't playing UMK3 in the 2000s. The skills I got in the 90s, I used in the 2000s when I would play casually here or there. That's where I got it. By the word of summoning, Lex was the guy to beat. And beat him I did. So anyone that says Bill is lying...
Okay, guys, it's over. Tom literally states here, he was there playing during the arcade era. He literally just says it. He was there playing during the arcade era, and he did beat Lex. Like, it's over. Like, there's proof. All this drama's done.
Lying about being as good as he says he was in the arcade, you can apologize in the comments below. And I apologize for being unhinged. I want to apologize right now publicly to Rio. I want to apologize. The truth is, I was mad in that podcast because, honestly, I truthfully didn't remember if I won or lost, but I know I didn't get broomed, and I know I didn't record footage and refused to put the matches up because people would see the truth that I was losing. I knew that I was lying about who I was in the arcade era. all this is false. Like, Rio wanted to know who was lying. And I was unhinged. Yes, I had to hear for 6 hours how, quote,
Okay, wait. So wait, did I hear that wrong? Wait, you guys are saying that this wasn't the arcade era, they fought later? This is when Tom beat them? Hold on, let me just replay it.
on people, blah, 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 blah. Lex just going off, you must be stupid, blah, 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 back and forth, whatever. Because Lex started shit talking Hanzo and shit talking everyone else, how they don't know anything. And then they started shit talking back. And people were in this thread calling Shock EWA cock, or just cock instead of shock. And Lex and his Chicago buddies are just doing what they normally do and try to dogpile everyone who doesn't agree with them, which coincides with what I said. But ultimately, when it comes down to who was lying, who was telling the truth, who was lying, is there any documentation? Not only in my video do I have an abundance of documentation to back up what I said was the truth, but then we have this. Now, the true story is that Lex has claimed no one knew who I was in the arcade era. Where did I get the skills then, if not from the arcade era? Because we damn sure knew I wasn't playing UMK3 in the 2000s. The skills I got in the 90s, I used in the 2000s when I would play casually here or there. That's where I got it. By the word of summoning, Lex was the guy to beat.
Okay, so Tom is saying basically he got his skills from the 2D era, arcade era. That's where he became good at UMK3. He just said that. He became good at these games. He wasn't playing UMK3 and stuff in the 2000s, but back when they were out in arcade, that's how Tom became good at them.
And beat him, I did. So anyone that says Bill
So they finally play each other, and then, Tom beats him.
is lying about being as good as he says he was in the arcade, you can apologize in the comments below. And I apologize for being unhinged. I want to apologize right now publicly to Rio. I want to apologize. The truth is, I was mad in that podcast because, honestly, I truthfully didn't remember if I won or lost. But I know I didn't get broomed, and I know I.
Okay, wait, I see what you're saying, Jugs. You're saying, no, what I'm saying is Tom said that he got his skills from the arcade era because he wasn't playing MK3 after the arcade era. But you're saying they ran the set in the 2000s, right? After the arcade era. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Didn't record footage.
And this is where Tom destroyed Lex.
And refused to put the matches up because people would see the truth that I was losing. I knew that I was lying about who I was in the arcade era. All this is false. Like, Rio wanted to know who was lying. And I was unhinged. Yes,
This is true. I just want to know, who was the person to be back then? Who won when Lex and Tom fought each other? This is what I mean. I don't know why it took so long for, I understand why it took so long because there was no proof. But now that we actually have proof, now I can understand Tom was telling the truth. Tom was the one that beat Lex and did all this. You guys can see up there, Shock is literally saying it.
Had to hear for 6 hours how, quote, I was a nobody, quote, nobody knew who I was, quote, I wasn't one of the top players, quote, I wasn't the guy to beat, and I couldn't and would not beat the guy to beat. And I had to hear this for 6 hours. I had to hear who's lying. I don't know. I want to apologize to Rio, first of all, and for everyone on the podcast. Because yes, I was unhinged. I was angry. And regardless of how I want to try to say I was justified for being angry, the truth is how people do things is no excuse for...
The link to the thread, 1 second. Hold on, I got sent to it on Discord. I could post it in the chat too if you guys, hold on. Because I see you guys are asking for it. Again, it's so funny how this was found here because... Crazy how the drama... I'll post in the chat because you guys are asking for it. Crazy how the drama is in the MK Deception thread.
For me to lose control of my emotions and just blow off the handle. I apologize for that. I apologize to everyone involved and everyone who had to hear that. I am...
Yeah, and shout outs to Biggs. He did his homework. He actually found this shit. We can finally put this to rest. Biggs basically found the proof of Shock saying that Tom beat him. And Tom is even confirming it in the video, he won.
Sorry. Regardless, and even if you see this and say, Tom, I understand why you went so nuts, it doesn't excuse my behavior. I want to apologize to Rio for in his stream, the first night Lex started spouting his garbage, for not letting it go, for him calling me a liar and all these things, for just saying, who cares what Lex says? And I kept it going for 1, 2, 3 hours. I apologize for that. What people do has no... I should be enough in control to know that what people do...
Tom, I don't even care that much that you had beef in my chat that night with Lex. It wasn't really about that. It was the fact that you started on your stream and Twitch saying I'm the reason that caused the drama between you and Lex. That's my issue with you. You're saying I gave the drama legs. I made this drama relevant. I'm the reason it's a thing. Like, that's my problem with you. You were saying that. You deleted your Twitch video saying that. It's not about, because I'm like, okay, you guys want to argue and beef in the chat? That happens a lot in my chat. I'm cool with that. But I don't want to be blamed for the reason why you and Lex have beef. That's what I don't like.
I always have a decision on how I act. I apologize. But listen, well, here's what I will say. I had to hear for 6 hours who was lying, who was making it up. And Rio said, and I quote in his video, if the truth ever comes out of who lost that set, they are going to get blown up as a liar. I hope, as my friend, we can come together, mend this. I've apologized for...
I'm going to keep my word, yeah. You think I'm not going to blow up Lex? That's fucked up. He lost, and he's trying to act like he never did because he can't accept the loss.
We can do this more on the podcast. But keep your word and say whoever gets exposed as a liar is going to get blown up.
This is all I ever wanted. All I ever wanted was for there to be proof that either from Tom or Lex, one of them saying that the other player beat them in this set and who lost. That's it. But when you have both sides with no proof saying I won, he lost, and then the other side saying no, I won, he lost, there's no ending to it. That's why this beef has been going on for 30 years. But thanks to Biggs, who finally dug this shit up and found it, so we could literally go back and read who actually won and lost.
I expect you to keep your word. And I have a 2-hour video in which I tell the story. I have a lot of documentation. And when you put this in it, it shows who was telling the truth. It was me. Look, I made a lot of mistakes back then. 7 years ago, was not a good dude, man.
Yeah, he shared the proof. Hold on. I'm going to put it. I guess we'll go through the thread together. We'll go through every post because this is where Shock exposes Lex. We're going to go through the post.
And I was desperate. I was in a bad place. I made mistakes. I betrayed people's trust. And
you guys got to be patient. You guys are sending me way too much stuff on Discord about show this, do that. Like, this is now someone's saying this is fake and not true. Actually, like, I mean, bro, you tell me there's more layers behind this? Tell me you're joking. Tell me there's not more layers behind this shit, and it ends here.
All I may be, Tom Brady still, where I got the fire every once in a while, and I'll go crazy and whatever. I'm not that guy in here anymore. I'm still the fire guy, still the firecracker that I once was, but I'm not that desperate, not that guy who is not a good human anymore. That is not me. And lying is not something that you're going to see me doing these days anymore, ever again, especially not about this. I want to thank every one of you who didn't give up on me, who believed me. Thank you. Thank you. You will never hear me say I don't have supporters. This was brought to me by Biggs, by the way. This was brought to me by Biggs. Biggs found this. I don't know who found
this. Is true. And Tom also showed me earlier what Biggs showed him. So literally, if it wasn't for Biggs saving this, like exposing this drama so we could all see who actually was the person that lost or won, we would never know.
Did for Biggs, maybe somebody did. I don't know. But if not for you guys and your tireless work, and Biggs, thank you so much, the truth would never have come out. I owe you guys such a debt of gratitude, man. Thank you all. See you next time. Hey, Lex. Back of the line for you, brother.
Oh, shit. Bro, you cannot fucking lose to somebody back then and then pretend you never lost. You gotta tell people when they're better than you. You cannot do that shit. I hate people that do that. I hate people that will lie about being better than someone because there's no evidence. Like, I can't stand that shit. That to me makes you a fake competitor. You can't admit somebody beat you and you want to pretend you're better than them back then because there's no video and evidence of them. That shit is fucked. Now, really quickly, hold on, because you guys are saying put the thing on the stream. Hold on. Okay, so we're going to go through this thread right now. And we're going to go through the beef they had. Because now, we actually can look at the beef in real time. Thanks to Biggs. We can actually go through the beef. So let's see. So obviously, this is the MK Deception thread. But we got the proof in here. Like, it's done. So, okay, Shock is here. Don't forget sidestepping. Okay, this is random shit. DA. Deception. I'm sorry, this is Deception, not DA. Can you guys even... Hold on. Can you guys see? You guys can see it, right? Okay, so let's see. Damn, how deep in here? Okay, so right here. This is about Onaga. Hold on. This is about other shit. Let's... Okay. Well, hold on. Bro, how many posts are in here? Trying to get to the drama, like... Okay, Jade combo. Okay. No, this is still deception. Okay, now we're talking about third strike. Hold on. Damn, this thread is like about everything but deception. Okay, MKO. I mean, we're halfway through a thread, so I'm sure this drama is going to pop up eventually. This is about MK2 now. Okay, Striker. Okay, Nightwolf. Yo, Gnarly, thank you so much for the resub, man. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Okay, here we go. I see UMK3. Hold on, I see UMK3 being mentioned. Here we go, boys. It's getting started. Now we're talking about UMK3. Okay, so it's too late to save MK for the late. It's us very late. Arcade Perfect Port of UMK3. Actually, wait, what is this? No, this is the drama with Tom and Lex. Hold on. Okay, there's UMK3 here. People saying I think we should go back to UMK3. Someone posting deception, advanced tactics. Okay, smoke mirrors. This is the right thread, right? This is the right thread that I got linked to? Okay, hold on, let's see. No, it is, because I remember in Tom's video it said deception thread, so it has to be this thread. There's just so many damn posts. Scorpion and Shujinko. Jax combos. Okay, talk of tournaments. More tournament talk. Oh, Hanzo. Okay, Hanzo's a UMK3 player. So surely now the conversation is going to be about UMK3. Okay, finally. First post. This is where the drama starts. So we got Lex, a post in here. And this is where shit goes down. So Lex says, if you got a quick mind, UMK3 is your game, okay? Okay, Shaka's responding to Hanzo, talking about the Venezuela matches. Okay. Okay, and that's all about UMK3. Talking about MK2. Okay, now they're saying trilogy is broken, play a real game. Okay. Surely the beef starts. Okay, they're talking about how MKT isn't that bad. Okay, another post by Lex. It's only harder, faster due to lack of frames. And okay, this is just more MKT talk. A lot more MKT talk. Okay, I guess this is where shit gets juicy now. So now Lex is saying, K, I'm wrong. I mean, like, I guess Shock says something, and then Lex responds with, K, I'm wrong. You all still suck. Edit, still in disbelief about... Oh, okay, so I think I understand what's happening. So basically, I guess an argument happens. They're still arguing about whatever MK game. Then Lex makes his post saying you guys suck. And then I guess Shock calls out Lex and be like, you're bad. What do you mean we suck? Tom destroyed you. So anyway, K, I'm wrong. You all still suck. Edit, still in disbelief about all this nonsense, which is why I haven't played any Mortal in several months now. No point. Everyone sucks. Okay. More Hanzo. Okay, more UMK3 versus MKT talk. More people saying everybody sucks, everybody's bad. More people saying nobody likes Deception or Deadly Lines here because everybody wants to talk about UMK3. Okay. Okay, so here's someone. Wait, a 20. So someone's saying you're such an ass. It's not funny. Okay, so it seems like a lot of people don't like Lex. He's saying you may be the best UMK3 or MK, but you suck as a person. More UMK3 arcade talk. Okay, so now, okay, I guess this is where the beef starts. So now Lex starts responding to Shock, and I guess we're gonna get there where this drama happens in real time. So Lex responds to Shock, says, now I have time to deal with Matt, which is Shock's name. Wait, but this is MKT drama. I mean, I don't think you guys cared for them to talk about who's better, Rain or whatever. Where is the actual drama part? Okay, so just arguing about the differences between UMK3 and MKT. Okay, so now, okay, here's where shit gets juicy. Someone calls out Lex saying you're terrible as a person, but you're the best at UMK3. Lex says, I suck as a person. Explain how you know this. This is going to be good. Then someone says everyone knows that Shock is not equal to Lex. They're calling him Cock for some reason. Cock would get his ass kicked equally every time they play. That's about it. So, okay, people here are saying Lex is really good at the game. Okay, more on this. Someone saying they don't want to waste their time playing. Lex saying, lucky for me, I don't have to deal with a shallow idiot such as yourself. Okay, so I guess this is where shit gets juicy now. So now Shock starts clapping back and says, Lex seems to infer way too much into things. I don't think I have ever once in the history of Shoryuken said I was the best, better than, or anything to that effect. But for some reason, he takes it that way. There was one time I posted some videos and Lex said they sucked. And I said his videos didn't display any type of superiority and that he went off the deep end. After the releases of these Venezuela videos, it seems as if Lex's world is collapsing. I've trained a couple guys online who can beat, not own, not destroy, but can beat Mo and Thrower. One is 17 years old, and I think the fact that they can do it at all says something, considering they're supposed to be high-level MK players. And don't forget that I can beat them too. However, because it's online, it doesn't count. It's not fair and square. I'm not attacking Mo and Thrower. So basically what's happening is, I guess there was like online UMK3 happening, and Shock is training people, they're becoming good, and then I guess people are saying it doesn't count because it's online. But to continue, I'm not attacking, Shock says I'm not attacking Mo and Thrower, in my opinion. Mo is an awesome player, he plays a lot like Prophet, but the fact that I can win against these Chicago Warriors means the Prophet can beat them as well, according VA logic. So going by Lex's logic, and quite honestly it escapes me, his boys aren't shit either, and he is still all Supreme Lord of UMK3. He exists in the top 100% of players and is untouchable. Then there's 99% that is the rest of Chicago, and then everyone else is somewhere under that. But hasn't Bill from VA gotten wins over you? He says he has. If that's true, it hurts your position. So for those of you that don't know, Bill is referring to Tom Brady, but back here he was called Bill. So basically saying Tom Brady from VA got wins over you. This is where the beef is actually starting. It's quite amazing how little people care about MK in general. So I guess MK during this time, a lot of people weren't caring about it. Yet this constant jumping on people when they want to post videos. All your little baited comments are ridiculous. You truly believe that shit is broken and you know it. You almost look like you have no idea what you're talking about in the eyes of the average reader. And I guess I can understand that since you hate on Trilogy so much. Oh my god, this is still about UMK3 vs Trilogy? What I don't understand is, if so few people care about MK, why does this kind
Why do this kind of shit? Obviously, anyone who reads, watches the videos, etc., is going to know that NJ and Venezuela are scrubs. So why do you need to defend it? Wait, what? Is Shock dissing his own players? Hold on, let me read this again. Obviously, anyone who reads, watches the vids, etc., is going to know that NG and Venezuela are scrubs. Why do you need to defend it? Do you think the videos will make average viewers look down on MK? Keep in mind, everyone, all of this hate comes from a guy who doesn't even know how damage protection works. Yet he could write a section about it in his guide in UMK3. Okay, so random people. Okay, so more responses. So here Lex responds to Shock, and he says, you act it. I hate when people respond like this because it's like you have to read every section and then the response. Okay, so it says, okay, Lex says he admits to saying the videos Shock posted sucked. Okay. And I said the videos didn't display any type of superiority and he went off the deep end. Lex says, really, I've got better things to do than go off the deep end over some dude who thinks he's the shit, yet backs down from all the challenges presented. So, okay, so Lex is saying that Shock is saying he's the shit at the game, but he's actually not. Then Shock says, after the release of the Venezuela videos, it seems as if Lex's world is collapsing. Lex said more acid, lots of more. I guess that's a drug joke. And don't forget that I can beat them too. Okay, Lex says prove that you can beat them. Okay. However, because it's online, it doesn't count. It's not fair and square. Oh my god, you said something smart. Why is it quoted? You must not believe that. I don't get that part, but I guess the beef is about if these players are good, prove it in person more than online. That's what it seems like. Then Shock says he plays a lot like the Prophet. And then Lex says Prophet doesn't know as much as Mo. Factual. Then Shock says, but the fact that I can win against these Chicago Warriors means that the Prophet can beat them as well, according VA logic. Lex says, in your sleep, leave VA out of this. Drama queen. I guess VA is Tom? Like, I'm trying to understand, because all these code names are so weird. So VA, I'm assuming when they're saying VA, saying that, I guess VA is Tom? So leave Tom out of this. Drama queen. Lex is saying Tom is a drama queen. So now Shock says, so going by Lex's logic, and quite honestly it escapes me, his boys aren't shit either. He is still all Supreme Lord of UMK3. And then I guess this is a sarcastic response because Lex is saying you're not the only person that said that. Then Shock says, he exists in the top 100% of players and is untouchable. Then there is 99 percentile that is the rest of Chicago, and then everyone else somewhere under that. And then Lex is saying you're selectively forgetting the basis of my theory. Shock says, but hasn't Bill from VA gotten wins over you? He says that he has. If that's true, it hurts your position. Lex responds to that by saying, drama queen. Bill got defeated badly and I let up. Yes. Wait, what? I'm confused. Bill got defeated badly and I let up. Yes, such things happen. So he's saying he beat Tom bad, but then he's saying, yes, such things happen. So is he saying that he beat Tom bad, but Tom won some matches? Is that what Shock is referring to? Like he got some... Well, I guess he's saying, okay, he's saying he got some wins over you. I thought it was a set. So Shock is saying, did he get some wins over you? And Lex is saying, drama queen, Bill got defeated badly and I let up. So I guess he's saying, I beat Tom bad, but Tom did get some wins. So Lex didn't 100-0 him. Then Shock says, it's quite amazing how little people care about MK in general, yet this constant jumping on people when they want to post videos. Lex says, due to misinformation and Matrix Latin type of practice mode sessions, I guess it's more of a shot at online. Shock says, all your little baited comments are ridiculous. You truly believe that shit is broken and you know it. Lex says, ha ha ha, any of my good friends reading this one is rich, because he's making fun of Shock again. Shock says, you almost look like you have no idea what you're talking about in the eye of the average reader, and I guess I can understand that since you hate on Trilogy so much. Lex says he doesn't get this. Shock says, what I don't understand is, and then I guess Lex is throwing more shots saying, why you suck.
Shock says, if so few people care about MK, why do this kind of shit? Lex says, why over-inform people with useless information? You can't even play the game right, and you don't back up your skills. You have never carried any weight beyond nice vids, and good job correcting Lex. Shock says, obviously anyone who reads, watches the vids, etc. is going to know that NJ and Venezuela are scrubs, so why do you need to defend it? Claims of high-level play when none of you have played Wavevent. Okay, so Lex here is saying that they shouldn't be claiming how good they are because they don't play WaveNet. I guess this is when like WaveNet was the thing. Shock says, do you think the videos will make average viewers look down on MK? Lex says yes, and so would you. Then Shock says, keep in mind, everyone, all of this hate comes from a guy who doesn't even know how damage protection works. I'm assuming Shock is referring to Lex here. Like he's saying Lex doesn't even know how damage protection works in UMK3. Yet he could write a section about it in his guide to UMK3. Okay, and then Lex says $500 first to 20. I'm guessing this is a money match. So $500 money match versus 20 with Shock. That escalated fast. Okay, then what is this? Someone posting, I don't even know how to read this stuff. It's like random gibberish. I can't read any of your moon language, rolling through and personally attacking me because you read a okay, I don't, that really has nothing to do with it. So anyway, back to the drama here. Shock says, Lex officially sinks to a new low, folks, and resorts to trolling. Good job, man. Just don't let up on it or you might lose. Lex brings new meaning to the word dense as well. Lex has admitted he lost to Bill from Virginia, and he used an excuse. The first sign of the apocalypse. What it all comes down to is Lex's xenophobic view of the game, and no one's allowed to change any of it. How many 100% combos does Ermac have now, by the way? Did Midway forget to tell you all of them? It's fun making you break, man. The king without a game. Then Lex says, repeats again, $500 first to 20. I'm guessing this is a money match. Then Shock says, personally, I would like to get some training sessions in specifically against you, and then we can do that challenge. It would be illogical to accept a money match against someone you've never played. Oh yeah, we have all to show up. Oh yeah, we have all to show up for this to happen too, since Lex refuses to play online. Why can't this guy embrace people who want to learn the game? Why can't people embrace? Sorry guys for. Why can't this guy embrace people who want to learn his game instead of constantly attacking them? Is it fear? Does Lex fear Venezuela? Stay tuned for the next dramatic episode of SureYouCan.com Elitist Pub. Someone says, someone please close this thread. This person saying he's reading from the sidelines. His name brought up. I don't take no offense to what you said, Matt. First, I don't think his age has anything to do with it. Learning the game. I was a mere 15 or 16 when I taught myself how to play with different strategies. Of course, a lot of my strategies had to adapt and change once WaveNet came along. Also, there was a 10-year-old kid we nicknamed Chunk who was awesome at any of these games. I will admit, yes, I've lost to Mike, but in actuality, I do not play seriously on Kylera. Okay, so this is like, I guess, MAME drama. So this is like online drama where Shock is saying, like, you know, Lex, if you're so good, like, play on MAME, play on Kylera. And then someone says, LOL Mo, I love that video, wish you didn't find out it was fake. Here's a good one. Someone responds to Shock saying, sounds like some pussy shit to me. He's challenging you to a money match, not giving you free practice sessions before you play. If you're better than him, you should be able to win straight up, right? Sounds like someone's lacking confidence in their skills. Fear indeed. Oh yeah, MK sucks. More people saying LOL owned. More people. This person's trying to talk about MK Deception in the Deception thread that's actually about UMK3. Lex says, I'm sorry, it's Shock. This is Lex quoting Shock here. And then Lex says, you gotta be kidding me. How fucking laughable can you be? Jesus, Matt, you are a psycho. I don't totally get your whole mission. Getting people to play? Ha ha ha, right. People don't care. I think I know what you are up to though. I mean, why else would you go on mk5.org and post a new Ermac combo that I told you last year and neglect to tell Kensem where it came from. It's because you are involved for yourself. You can't come back and say I am crying over miscredited information. I am just showing people facts. All this is so easily hated by someone like me. It's not funny. So I guess Lex's gripe here is he's mad that he told Shock a combo about Ermac, and then Shock took it and made a video about it and then didn't credit Lex about it. Then this all started to when Matt came into a thread I was working on to promote this video, his video. Instead of being constructive, what that did was make it apparent that you are indeed in it for yourself and love to be annoying. Yet you play it all off by saying you are recruiting people to play the game. And all this time, you are quick to correct me like someone... You're quick to correct like some kind of form smart guy. Yet you back down from all challenges like a complete pussy. Pick one already. Pussy or tough guy. But both are annoying, so why even bother? And now the punchline. You have to get training sessions before you can play me for money. Because playing someone for money that you haven't played before is illogical. Can I please flame the fuck out of him for this with no retort? Sheesh. How much more obvious can you be, annoying little twit? Get a goddamn life. For a while now, I have wanted to make a movie where you get entirely humiliated by me in a money match and then hand me my earnings on tape in front of Chicago or the East Coast or whoever. In hopes of you quitting forever, it will happen. You just delay the inevitable and annoy me from a distance because that's the only thing you can do in regards to MK3. You have no other options. I hope that people understand why I wig out when this guy posts. It's a big reason why Matt comes around. That's fine. He's just gonna get it, as I don't really give a fuck what I type up on the forums. I don't like to limit myself in real life, let alone some forum online. So Matt, fucking stop it already and do something else. I'm tired of having some shit stick stuck on my favorite game. So put up or shut up. $500 first to 20. Host again and you'll see the same challenge. I would prefer you did the latter. So Shock responds, yawn, once again, I never said I was better than you, Alex. I'm assuming Alex is Lex's name. And you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Objective people have pointed this out before. As you have stated, all you guys who were brought up on MK in a hybrid community over the years in the late 90s had the chance to develop all these secret tactics you say no one else uses. Honestly, the money match challenges coming from your side are a cop-out to just end a conflict that you feel is beneath you. And that is greatly obvious. Once again, to the average reader, once again, who doesn't even care about MK, but likes to read drama. Bottom line is, I have gotten more people into MK with combo videos than you have with everyone else, like you've tried. Like the Compendium, Chicago Rushdown vs. That Noob, Kung Lao vs. Drones, MWC match videos where the only people who knew what they were doing were from Chicago. Surprise. Really, it doesn't even look like you want people to play from how you talk about the game. You just want to secure your position as the best, and if anyone challenges you in any way, shape, or form, you don't like it and it comes down to first to 20, $500. So how does this not focus on you being out for yourself? You didn't even play in your own tourney because you didn't think anyone else would play in it. Come on. Pointing out when you're wrong is just a reality check on you, by the way. I do it to a lot of people whom I find delusional. Hanzo here says, responds to, I think this is from Shock, because I think I read this from Shock's post, where the only people who knew what they were doing was from Chicago. Surprise. Hanzo responds to that by saying, true, and it wasn't as spectacular as they claimed. Then Lex responds and says, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't understand what that means. Then people are saying bet it. I guess they're like pumping up the money match. Then this person says Mortal Kombat sucks since MK4. So since MK4 came out, MK sucks. MK2 and MK Trilogy rules, which is funny because half of this thread really just spent time bashing MK Trilogy. Hanzo quotes the person saying Mortal Kombat 4 sucks since MK4. Hanzo says, what? No offense, man, but MK4 here is respected as the second most deep and playable MK game. So Hanzo's giving MK4 credit. Then Shock responds to Hanzo saying, MK4 also translates to MK4 get about, I've heard. I don't know what that means. I guess it's more like inside jokes. Then Lex says, see, he's not gonna bet shit, just like the other 5 times I challenged him. See you next time, Matt. I don't know what that means either. Then Hanzo quotes Shock about MK4 also translates to MK4 get about. I don't understand what all this lingo is, like these secret code words. But Hanzo says, man, you have to see how we play that shit. So Hanzo's basically saying, like, you guys think MK4 sucks. Watch how we play it. Like, it's actually fun. By the way, to Prophet, I read that you were going to work on a project on MK4 combo videos. I have lots of combos and ideas to contribute. If you're interested, please DM me. Now someone responds saying, ugh, one of the only MK threads worth a damn has degenerated into a cesspool of insults and ridiculous trolls. Goes to show how far the MK community has come. But at least the likes of Hanzo and Prophet have been trying to keep the thread worthwhile, and Matt's been busy beating trolls with a flea-infested stick. So this guy's just pissed that, like, people don't care about the 3D MKs. They're just talking about UMK3, UMK3, and these other games, but the 3D MKs. Then this person, yo Matt, cock, bro. I'm not gonna say the word cock anymore, but yo Matt, you suck at UMK3 and the vids. Okay, so this guy's like coming at Shock. You suck at UMK3 and the vids you and those, I'm not gonna say this insult either, Venezuela kids make are pretty sad. Of course combos work, no one is hitting block. I know you can't hang with Chi players on UMK3. I'm guessing Chi is referring to Chicago. You tried to take credit for combos you didn't even come up with. LOL. You got little kids thinking you're good. Wow, you suck. And keep my name out your post. You suck, scrub. Like, okay, so this is like some toxic shit. So basically, I understand now why there's beef between Lex and Shock. The beef between Lex and Shock is because apparently Lex was showing, from what I'm gathering from this, what I'm reading, Lex was telling Shock about combos for UMK3, and then Shock was using that information to make combo videos, upload it to wherever it was, I guess shoryuken.com, and people were seeing it, and then he wasn't getting credit. Like, Shock wasn't giving credit to where the source came from. Like, they were like, wow, amazing, you're doing these combos, you're so, like, you know, this and that. And Lex got mad about that. So I guess this is when Lex started not liking Shock. And now I actually, this is so crazy, because if it wasn't for these posts, you guys don't understand, I would not know the history of why people hate each other. Holy shit, now I know why Shock and Lex don't like each other. Like, this is where the beef started. Like, this is a look into the past of where it happened. So anyway, this person responds saying, I haven't played MK since MK2. Okay, random. Scorpion. Talking about Scorpion again. Shock says nothing, he's joking, doesn't understand the question. Request a match video. Okay, so I guess Shock is talking to this guy with Scorpion combos. Oh my god, are you a MK god? Again with this annoying word. Psych, you suck. Okay, some people are just roasting. People are telling the shit talkers to log out. This guy's saying this is one of the best threads ever made on this site by far, and the best MK threads ever posted in. It's still 10 million times better than the MKO thread on MK. This guy, more random yelling and cursing. Then this guy says, didn't Lex give back to the community with his UMK3 compendium that changed the way many people played and looked at the game? I know it was very useful for people here in North Central Jersey, PH, me, Retguki, and who respect what Chicago has done for the game. Face it, if Lex never came to ECC 8 or 7, which sparked so much interest back in the game, everyone would still be doing auto combos, which gets blocked, and other stupid tactics all day. So I didn't know this. So apparently Lex went to a tournament I don't know what ECC 8 or 7 was. I remember Nerd Josh was in the chat earlier and he said he saw Lex at a tournament where Lex traveled and was like hyping people up with like Kung Lao combos and shit. So I literally didn't even know about this to today. I didn't know Lex actually went to tournaments to stuff. But anyway, so I'm sure the combo videos you've done helped get people back into the scene. But combo videos are really useless if you think about that. They should just be viewed as entertainment and nothing else. While Lex's videos might not look pretty with all the running jabs and whatever it actually says, a lot more than combo videos or the Venezuela matches, face it, in almost every game across the board, high-level matches are boring to watch. Just concede to Chicago. They have nothing left to prove. They're clearly superior at the game due to WaveNet plus many years of experience. Plus most people now just emulate what they do, but it's not as good. So this guy's saying basically that Chicago has the best players in UMK3. Like, he's trying, like, I guess Shock and other people are arguing that, I mean, Shock is saying there's players that are good, he's training them, but this guy's saying that Chicago's better. They play UMK3 more, they take the game more seriously, they have WaveNet, they have all the stuff. Other parts of the USA, they're not on that level. And he's also saying that because Lex went to ECC 8 or 7, and Lex was able to show these, like, all the stuff with Kung Lao and stuff, that he, you know, made like a lot of people have kind of interest in the game. Okay, so can somebody post a link to MWC UMK3 vids with Lex, Mo, Thrower? So, okay, so now there's a, I don't know what MWC is, but I'm assuming that's another tournament that happened with UMK3. P.S. I completely agree with what Sigley said, that Lex thread was classic. Okay, so apparently there's more threads in this, so I guess there's more drama than this. There's apparently more threads. This isn't the only drama thread. Just concede that no one knows anything else is foolish. Okay, so this guy's talking that. Shock says, the compendium, Lex showing up to ECC8, etc. had nothing to do with me getting back into MK. So I guess the other guy's saying because Lex showing up and causing all that hype there at ECC8, that Shock, I guess, got inspired to come back. I don't know. Was Shock going tournaments before ECC8? I don't know. Like, again, this is all like for the first time we're actually able to read the history of all this happening. And I thought there weren't any tournaments back then for these games. Like, I thought the first tournament ever was in the, like, I don't know. But anyway. So he says, it had nothing to do with me getting back into MK because I never got out of it. Neither did Goss Bro Dance Fan. Neither did The Prophet. I had no idea who Lex was when I went to NEC too. But there's nothing to concede here. Maybe for Hanzo, because Hanzo insists Venezuela is the best. But other than that, moot points galore. So there's beef happening between a lot of different sides here. Hanzo from his area is saying they're good at UMK3. They're really good. Shock is uploading like combo videos and stuff. Lex is saying, I guess, like he's posting this and going like, bro, no, Chicago's the best right now. We're the best at the game, this and that. And that's why there's like feud happening. And yeah, I mean, this is the lore. Now I'm actually able to tell people the lore between the Lex and Shock feud because we can actually see what it is because there's proof of it right here. All thanks to Biggs. Dude, guys, I can't tell you. If it wasn't for Biggs finding this, none of us would know this crazy lore. Like, this is like history. This is a look into history. Like, you would never ever see this. Anyway, Lex posts and then says, a quote, I am equal skill level with Lex. Lex says, yeah, that's moot too. So he's quoting someone that said that and saying it's basically not true. Then Sam, I don't have them up anymore. Fee has them up though. That reminds me, he never finished sending me the casual vids. So apparently Lex was waiting to get videos. So I'm assuming it's for this ECCA tournament and the guy didn't finish sending them to Lex. Sigley, thanks for the words, Mang. And I agree, this whole thing is lame, lame, lame. And then Shock says, I'm equal level of skill. And then Shock says, did Bill say that? Someone says burp. From Hanzo to Prophet, I read that you were going to work on a project of an MK4 combo video. I have lots of, okay, I guess this is a quote. I don't know why it looks like this. I don't know where you got that idea from. I haven't touched MK4 in many, many years. If you have ideas, etc., I would recommend you making an MK4 video. Aside from the PS2 jump, okay, so this is like about MK4, MKD. This guy says, I don't know much about MK. Used to play 3. Me and my friends. But okay, this is what deception. This guy is saying, what the F? Wait, what effing wait? MKD won an award, Best Fighter of the Year, over Street Fighter? Are you joking me? Even over DOA? Oh man, this is... Okay, so this guy's basically mad because Deception was winning rewards back then of, you know, best game of the year and all that stuff. Anyway, I have heard this about this. You may not want to during... Okay, some more MKD stuff. I have a 3-hit 62% combo with Scorpion and 71% with Fujin. This guy says I'm speechless. Shock says, no, that's a joke, right? It has to be a joke. Seriously kidding about that, right? That was something you just made up off the top of your head, right, Ryan? Those awards weren't really giving out for MKD. Okay, so it seems like they're talking about Deception now. Okay, everybody's like annoyed that Deception won awards for Game of the Year over other fighting games. I can understand that, because Deception has horrendous gameplay. Okay, they're talking about Deception more. Okay, Goro and Shao Kahn. Okay. More MKD talk. Shock is saying MK3 is a Street Fighter 3 of the series. Making fun of Liu Kang being a zombie. Okay, so like does the drama end here? Now we have to go to the other threads, so this is one section of the drama. Hold on, let me go through. Okay, so that's everything. That's the end. Like this is everything in this thread. So to go back to where the drama Shock. Wait, hold on. But the thing is, Shock exposes Lex, but what I'm confused about is why is Lex saying in this post that he doesn't win? Like he's saying that Tom doesn't beat him. So I'm confused because I thought the post was saying that it's confirmed that Tom beat him. Am I reading that correctly, guys? When Shock and Lex start going at it, like when the drama starts between them. Yeah, Shock was supposed to be the witness. Yeah, so this is where it says, right? After this. Sorry, where is it? Right here. I remember this was what Tom sent me earlier. He sent me the proof. This is what Biggs found. Where is it? Where's the part where Shock says it? Okay, so like Shock is just admitting he's not as good as Lex. Whatever, he doesn't want to do the money match. He's not saying he's better than Lex. Where's the part where Shock is saying that? Okay, so right here. It's right here. So this is the post that Biggs found. This is what is supposed to be the reason, like, we finally have an end to this between who's better between Lex and Tom during this. Lex says, Shock says, Lex officially sinks to a new low, folks, and resorts to trolling. Good job, man. Just don't let up on it or you might lose. Lex brings new meaning to the word dense as well. Lex has admitted he lost to Bill from Virginia. So he's saying Lex admitted that Tom won. This is the first sign of the apocalypse. What it comes down to is Lex's xenophobic view of the game. I guess because Lex isn't giving South America the props of when Hanzo's saying that they're actually the best back then. Lex is saying, no, Chicago is. And no one's allowed to change any of it. How many 100% combos does Ermac have now, by the way? Did Midway forget to tell you all them? It's fun breaking, man. So Lex the money match. But the thing is, like, hold on. So Shock is responding to this post. Where is it? Right here, where Lex responds to Shock saying before. So let's see the part where Lex admits that Tom beat him. Okay, so the post before, Shock says, but hasn't Bill from VA gotten wins over you? He says he has. If that's true, it hurts your position. So Lex says, drama queen. And then this is Lex's response. Bill got defeated badly and I let up. Yes, such things happen. What I'm confused is, this is supposed to show us that Tom beat Lex and the proof, but why is Lex saying something else here? Yeah, what I'm saying is this doesn't really show anything. So I guess I was tricked, because what I thought was this was going to be ended. This was going to end it, one of them saying who the one was better, but it doesn't. Lex is saying Bill got defeated badly and I let up. So he's saying he beat Tom badly, but Tom did get some games on him. So it wasn't Lex beating Tom 100-0. It was like Lex beating Tom a lot, but Tom won some games. So it was never like 100-0 beating. What I'm confused is, how does this prove that Tom lost to Lex? I'm so confused. Like, what? And this is the whole thread. Now, hold on. Now you guys are sending me saying there's more threads, because now you guys are looking at the weigh machine. Hold on. So let's go through the other threads with this, because there's more drama now. Like, here's where this is dumb. Guys, I thought the whole point and why this was going to get settled was we had it coming out of one of their mouths. I thought it was going to be either Lex or Tom saying, yes, the other guy beat me. That's it. That was the end of the drama. But we have a third party saying it, not one of them. And then when the third party saying that Lex lost, when we go to see the post that Shock replied to, Lex is saying he didn't lost. So I'm like, bro. Yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems like Shock thinks that losing some games to Tom makes Lex look bad. Because I guess Shock thinks Tom isn't that good, I guess. So Shock is using that reason of the fact that Tom could get games off Lex, that Lex isn't as good as he thinks he is. Because look, Tom got some games off you. Like, you're not even that good. But I mean, this doesn't really prove. But this doesn't prove who was better back then between them. Like, this doesn't prove shit. I thought this was going to be the proof. How is this the proof? But anyway, now you guys are sending me all this shit. So hold on. You guys are saying apparently there's more threads and this isn't the only thread about the past. So hold on. So let's go to the next thread. So here's another thread I just got sent. And now there's more drama here. And this is... Oh, how long is this thread? This is the UMK3 tournament results thread. Oh my god, bro. This is another million... Okay, so it's a brand new thread, guys. And this looks longer than the thread we just read. So buckle in, because I guess we're going to go through another 1,000 posts to get through this shit. But anyway, the thread before, I guess, showed me the insight and lore between why Shock and Lex hate each other. So now let's continue and go through more lore, because of all the... There's so many threads and lore behind this shit, but I mean, why is it so hard to just find the part where either Lex or Tom say that the other person won and they lost? That's all we need, and this beef would be done. That's literally all we need. Anyway, so this is the UMK3 tournament results from ECC 11. So if Shock says anyone who does like a tournament results, UMK3 entries 4. So this is a tournament. There was 14 people that entered. Shock won. Tom Brady came in second. Phil was third. This guy was fourth, fifth, sixth. Oh, I remember Bust Uppa. I didn't realize he played UMK3. Yeah, so, okay, so you have this tournament results. Now you have people, someone saying all the matches look the same. I don't know what that means. I guess he's saying everybody looks like they're playing the same. This guy's saying it's all just Reptile versus Cabal, not many skilled players. So people are kind of like making fun of the people playing, which is kind of toxic. Jay Wong's randomly getting mentioned. When was the last time you have seen a successful rusher in UMK3? Yo, Foxy, thank you so much for the raid. And guys, I apologize. This is like the most boring thing ever. So right now, we're going through the lore behind all this drama between Lex and Tom, because, and this is all thanks to Biggs. If it wasn't for Biggs, we would never know about any of this. Biggs actually found history of where this all happened on the drama. And it was going to be, you know, proof and shut it down. But we just went through one of the threads and it didn't confirm anything yet. So now we're going through the next thread and that's where we're at. So I apologize if there's no exciting gameplay on the screen, but I do appreciate the raid, Foxy. Thank you. Anyway, so This guy says, when was the last time you seen a successful rusher in UMK3 that wasn't facing a sucky player? Okay, so people right now are roasting this, saying you guys look bad in this tournament. Like, you guys don't look good. Which, again, is toxic. Shock is saying, this is why I posted, you have to understand Cabal's advantages. Cabal spin has 1 frame startup, meaning once it starts, you have to hit block, then stint does, or before it does to block. So if you release block and try to counter with anything, you have 3 frames to hit him. And then, okay, so we're talking about technical of the game. I mean, you guys are saying there's drama here. Where's the drama? It's just them talking about, like, just have to scroll down more. Okay, so this guy's saying excellent stuff. Giving Shocks props for winning. Re-release of something. I can't wait to watch the skillfulness of you unmasked sub and Shang Tsung from some of these players. So some people are actually saying, hey, this tournament was hype. Don't let the people saying you guys look bad, you know, don't take offense to that. Someone plays Zoom a lot. I can appreciate any thread about it. Okay, so this guy likes when there's any content posted, it doesn't have to be the best players. I agree that that's the reason they used instead of trilogy. Okay, more trilogy talk. Shaka saying he hope he got the rest of the videos up, but it's going to take me a little longer. This is all too good. Not enough play in these tournaments. I've forgotten everything. So people are posting that they enjoyed the tournament. Shock says no problem. Remember to check back for more tomorrow. Also, MJ, I have all the footage I need for my other video. Talk to you about through email. Look for it soon. Just okay. This guy just owning. Ha ha ha. Tom Brady lost. Okay, so someone comes in and instantly being toxic. So ha ha ha. Tom Brady lost. NK noob. What? KN noob? Is he saying noob? Noob ass noob? He got owned. Who's the baller now? Waddle? I don't know what these weird codename terms are. Scrub loser got owned like all scrub losers. Shock. Whoever that may be is simply too elite when it comes to Tom Brady. Someone who is supposedly... Wait, somebody who is supposedly so go in Mortal Kombat that says such thing as, there's no such things as matching me in Mortal Kombat anymore. You're good if you can win a round. Shock for President 2008. Dances around room. Ha. Never been so happy to see a guy lose a tournament in my life. Tears from happiness. Now I know how that random noob feels who posts on a tournament result thread talking about the person who got second place is a loser, but he didn't place at all. Flame prevention notice. No, I'm not. No, I'm nowhere near as good as him in Mortal Kombat, nor do I play the game. And yes, I understand that he did place in tournament, but I have gained the right to talk about his punk ass because of the long ass I'm effing invincible. I can't be stopped. I'm going to win this tournament. Speech. Anybody who knows him knows that you don't have conversation with the guy. You have elected monologues. You say something and then he talks for 20 minutes to an hour. He gave me when I went to his damn house. The guy uses his tournament winnings to win all arguments. Me. Brady in DOA2. Hatami is obviously top because she's the only character with frame advantage and guaranteed wall. Blah, blah. Brady. You see just owning when you've so many tournaments as I have, you rallies. I don't know what this word is. That no reason but touring. So this guy seems like he's really mad at Tom and like roasting him for losing a tournament. Then this guy says actually happened. Me. Bill, pass the syrup. Brady, get yourself. Random faceless noob, pass the syrup for me. Brady, you see just owning when you win as many tournaments as me, you don't have to do such mundane tasks. Me, shocked. Are you fucking serious? Staying 2 days after that Virginia DOA tournament was not a good idea. So this guy has like real personal beef with Tom. I uploaded a ton more vids today. ultimamk.com. Still have a handful left to sort through. Okay, so now Lex gets involved. And I guess this is where... Okay, so now there's more drama. So we're getting to more layers of the drama. So Lex says Bill, parentheses, Tom Brady, gets beat all the time. He got embarrassed during his last Chicago trip, went back to practice, and still plays like a scrub after 2 years. So wait, Lex is saying here that there was a Chicago trip that Tom went to and he got embarrassed and lost. Just Onan says, interesting. Tell me more about Mr. Manuedo's I don't know how to say this guy's name, or whoever the hell you spell his last name, failures. He gets embarrassed in DOA as well. He talks all this shit about going through so much shit and having so much knowledge, but he gets by me like the rest of them. Man, this guy says, man, this was the first time I had ever played UMK3 competitively, and it was mad fun. I might actually get into the game for real now. Someone says, damn, I wish I could have made it to this. Shock, what's the next tournament? You think the Templars will be hosting, hitting up out of state, and there's definitely a few hardcore, so people are now getting kind of hype and showing interest to go to more tournaments. Then Ninja Grinder says, ha 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 ha, that Cabal was weak all the way, man. You can't appreciate those matches because he was playing like an ass. He hadn't any reflexes when he blocked the slides. He connected a jump kick twice. What did he do? Nothing. Not even the jump kick fireball. So I guess Ninja Grinder here is making fun of the Grand Finals match with Cabal, saying the Cabal player is not good. Shock says, I agree, there's some slides he could have blocked, but a lot of times they were timed to counter him as he ran in. And committing to run jabs is different than Kara jabbing, which he started doing eventually. And also getting the spin after slides, he did a block. But his game is based around run jabs. He has a more certain path to victory than combos, giving the person a chance to escape and regroup. He doesn't do the jump kick air fireball combo at the end of combos on purpose. He can get back into run jab without being too far away for the person to recover. So Shock is saying basically, someone likes to do, I guess he's referring to Tom. Tom likes to do a combo but not do jump kick fireball. He likes to do like jump kick and drop it early so you could stay in and go for the pressure with jabs. And then he would probably own anyone you know in MK by using Cabal the way he did, like he did to everyone else in the tournament. Other than that, he has a lot to learn when playing against me. So Shock is basically saying Tom has a lot to learn when playing against him. Sezabi says good match, so you start playing again. Shock says the rest of the videos are up and they will stay up until the next tournament, which at that point I will take a lot of them down. Why are the videos getting removed though? I don't understand. Is that what you guys did back then? You guys put up tournament matches, they were relevant, and then when next tournament came, the wins didn't count anymore and they got taken down? That's kind of weird. I don't know why matches would get taken down because another tournament happens. But anyway. Hanzo says, Hanzo quotes, he would probably own anyone you know in MK by using Cabal the way he did, like he did to everyone else in the tournament. Hanzo replies saying, as always, ego WA Shock. I guess he's saying Shock has an ego at the attack. LOL. Don't know how anyone can state that when you have only faced a few players, no matter how much online games you get, that Cabal player was weak. That Cabal player wasn't that weak, but he could be better. So Hanzo's saying Shock has an ego, and he's saying like a lot of people would lose, but Hanzo's saying, you know, don't think everybody would. Then he was replying to the quote, he doesn't do the jump kick air fireball at the end of combos on purpose. You can get back into run jabs without being too far away for the person to recover. Shock responds by saying, good but basic strat. In UMK3, we have a saying that says, like the one who forgives a player now dies the next round. Wow, I guess what Hanzo's trying to say here is that when you leave damage off the table like that, you can basically lose around your opponent because you're forgiving them in a way. You're not taking the most damage. So he's referring to, you know, because the Cabal player, Tom in this case, that Shock played against Grand Finals, was dropping combo to go for more pressure is not good because that can sometimes come to bite you in the ass, and then you're giving your opponent more of a chance to survive against you because you're not taking as much damage as you can. So then the quote is, but his game is based around run jabs. It's more certain path to victory than combos. Hanzo says, I agree, but it ends when you face a good human smoke. That bull about Cabal being the UMK3 god will end soon. He is top, but not god tier. So what Hanzo's saying here is he's saying UMK3 is not like a game where it's just Cabal versus Cabal. Like Cabal's the only god character and there's no other top tiers. He's saying you guys don't understand, like human smoke is like on Cabal's level. So then this quote is, and also getting the spin after slides he did on block. Hanzo responds by saying, yes, and that costed him the victory. If he hadn't forgiven any slides, the story would be better. Well, I guess that sticks issues would be the answer. Hey Ninja, El Domingo. Okay, guys, I don't know how to speak Spanish, so I'm not gonna say that because I don't want to butcher Spanish. I'm already doing like a terrible job reading some of these words. So then Shock responds and saying, "How can it be my ego when I'm talking about another player? I'll mess you up too, Hanzo." There you go. So okay, so now I guess this is the lore between when South America was beefing with USA, because USA started doing, I guess, because of this tournament that they saw, and then I don't know, people. Hanzo feels that like, Shock has an ego, but Shock is saying he doesn't have an ego because it's more about like it's not really about him. It's more about another player. So then this guy says, "Cool to see some new but known names on the list. Rushed, NKI, Jeron. Hope everyone can make it to NEC 7. Conqueror here says, "Those were great matches. Cabal play that way is very hard to beat, and you made it look easy. LOL. Love the sub, Julian. Good shit." Then this guy says, "Since MK was my first fighter, these matches are awesome to see. I can clearly see that Cabal is the top tier character. But what are the rest like?" Another question I have is, what is the difference in the arcade and home versions? Because after seeing these, I seriously might want to take this game up for fun. This guy says, "Can someone zip all the matches and download them at once?" Ninja Grinder quotes Conqueror and says, the quote was, "These were great matches, Cabal." Okay, so Ninja Grinder says, "No, Cabal can be played a lot better than that. How can be hard to beat a telegraph tactic over and over again? He didn't know what to do in most of the situations because he thought he could win just by run carrot jabbing all the way, and he blocked several spins, only punishing 2. That's my point. He hadn't any reflexes. None. He was expecting them all the time." I agree with Julian. Sub, good stuff. So Lex says, run jabbing with Cabal is bread and butter, but apparently that's all Bill can serve. And so Lex is saying that's all Tom can do in the game is run jab. He's far more deadly if you are advanced with his air fireball and know when to sweep into flash. Flash is the spin. I believe that's what he's referring to. So then Shock responds and says, "I like to play Cabal constantly, changing back and forth from rush to keep away. It's fun, and people usually can't keep up. My favorite thing to do is anti-air air fireball to spin, bread and butter combo for 56%, and that combo always completely defeats their will to play the rest of the round." So Shock is saying he likes to play and switch up his playstyle. He likes to be offensive, then defensive, like it's, you know, he likes to switch back and forth between two with Cabal. MK Raiden says, "Shock, why are you not playing Nightwolf, or his gameplay is useless against MK UMK3 character?" Lex says, "Nightwolf is deadly rushdown." Okay. Shock says, "I just didn't bother, and I have been focusing on Reptile a lot lately. Next time I will use Nightwolf." Ninja Grinder responds to Ninja Grinder. Wait, what? Oh, okay, I guess he's correcting one of his previous posts. He says, "LO, I just realized I meant he blocked several slides. And yes, that Cabal combo kills anyone." Okay, so he's just correcting his past post. He meant to say that the player blocked slides. So now Shock says, "Yeah, we knew what you meant, NG. I assume that's for Ninja Grinder. And I'm still absolutely sure that Bill's Cabal will beat 99% of players. Did you watch the other match? Did you watch other matches? Did you watch other match videos from the tournament? They're all up." MK Raiden says he downloaded your matches. Ninja Grinder says, "Yeah, I watched them all, but I was impressed by people saying he was top or dangerous. Just look at Julian versus Bill matches. He almost win using Sector. Julian plays very good in my opinion with U-Sub as well as, and Bill didn't own him. He just won by little portions of health bar. But the same with VDO. He used Shang very good. He even beat you twice versus your Human Smoke. So how can B Bill the second place?" I think what he's trying to say is, so how can Bill be second place? I think most of the other players didn't get calmed down. Either nervous or not capitalizing errors were the cause of Bill winning them all. He doesn't deserve that second place, in my opinion. Okay, so Ninja Grinder is basically saying Tom doesn't even deserve being second there, like, and that's like a shot at him, and he thinks the other players should have beat him, but I guess he's saying that they were nervous. Then Lex responds and says, Ninja Grinder, I'm pretty sure Bill would have gotten owned by Nightwolf again. He doesn't know what to do when he's getting a heavy rushdown. He's only had about 2 hours of experience of that, and it was against me. So again, it's being referred to the set where they played for 2 hours. Ninja Grinder responds and says, LOL. Of course. I remember those matches. By the way, do you still have them? I lost them. Those were great. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Holy shit, this is some big lore. This is some big lore. So apparently, Ninja Grinder is saying that these matches that Lex just talked about, they played for 2 hours, that Lex was, you know, destroying Tom. Ninja Grinder says, I remember those matches. Do you still have them? I lost them. So I guess these were shared and other people had them as well. Like Ninja Grinder had them at one point, but they went missing, or I guess people didn't care to like value some of these matches back then. So these matches did exist. Now Lex is saying, no, they are gone, but I have that double shoulder charge juggle in my head, nice and fresh. Now Shock says, courtesy of Dead sending it to me the other night since I lost it. So, okay, so this is where that video came from. So Shock lost these videos too. So Shock is saying he lost them. Again, this is all crazy lore that I don't know about, but now we're learning about all the lore behind all this drama in the backstory. So apparently Shock also had footage of the stuff, because he's saying here he lost it. But Dead also had the footage of it, and Dead is saying he sent him the clip of that happening and the match here is the match you guys saw that Biggs posted. This is the post Biggs got. And this post is basically through the, you can see here through the text, it's saying MKL versus Lex. MKL is what Tom Brady's name was. So this set did happen when they fought. Like, this was a showdown. It happened. A lot of people saw it. Videos went around. So it was like a showdown match. Why else would there be? Why would all these people have footage and be talking about it? So, okay, so people were losing it. Again, I guess people back then didn't care to hold on to this info because it was whatever to them wasn't that important back then. So, but Dead also had it, and Dead shared some with Shock. And then Shock uploaded. I guess this is why it got taken down, because then Shock lost it again. Because if you click on this, it's going to say it doesn't exist anymore. So I guess Shock lost it again. Videos kept getting lost repeatedly. But anyway, Shock says a masterpiece, if there ever was one. It's a shame the screen area is so small. I have the other as well. So Shock is saying he even has other parts of this. I put VDO versus me first because I figured that if people saw a Shang Tsung player give me trouble, then others might join in. Most people told me they didn't want to play because there was no point. VDO basics, stuffer cuts, and I don't know what stuffer cuts are, and defense are very good. On top of the fact that Shang is hard to juggle, and I didn't want to lose the first round. Ninja Grinder responds and says, "Good, thanks, man. That is pure gold. Please say though, please say thanks to Dead from me. Could you host the other ones as well?" Now Conqueror is here and he says, I remember that video. I have it somewhere. Man, so even, oh my, how many people have these videos? A lot of people had these tapes back then. I don't understand. So apparently it was videos that, from what I heard, was that all this stuff that happened back then, it wasn't big. No one cared about it. It was like this private set. And it wasn't a showdown match. But then Lex just told me it was a showdown match. It was a big thing. A lot of people were talking about it. And even Conqueror saying he has the video somewhere. Man, I hate Nightwolf. Even scrubs can beat me easily with him. This is true. Nightwolf is a scrubby character. Nightwolf is a scrubby character in UMK3. For those of you that don't play the game. He says, I've been training my friend Zach how to play UMK3 and he loves it, but has a long way to go as he's a 3D MK player. Now Shock says, get him hooked and get yourself out there for a tournament, son. So now, wait, Perfect Legend. Brady, wait, holy shit. Holy shit. We're actually getting somewhere where it's actually going to be Lex and Tom responding to each other. Okay, this is where the drama starts, I guess. We actually have, I don't know why it's on their Perfect Legends account though, it's so random. But anyway, So perfect legend account, but it's saying Brady is posting Lex. When you played me, I hadn't touched UMK3 in 10 years. I brushed up a little and you would beat you now, just like EWA Shock beat you last year at the break, and like I would have beat you in 1996. So I don't want to hear about that shit no more. Wait a minute. Tom is saying he hasn't touched UMK3 in 10 years? So Tom only played UMK3 in the arcade era. And he's saying he would have beat Lex in the arcade era back then. As far as me not using the flash after a block slide, it was because the sticks weren't all that great. And with one side being so tight and the other so loose that the flash didn't come out half the time I tried it. So rather than get a missed flash, resulting in a low kick, I just combo or corner jab. Same deal with the jump kick. I don't want to miss a flash, so after I do a jump kick. So Tom is saying the way he played Cabal, he wanted to do more like combo drops and not rely too much on spin and do that. So then the Shock quote, and Tom replies to Shock saying, "Thanks, man. And Lex, you would be in that 99%. And by the way, Lex, why not trying to play a game that came out after 1996? You can't even play MK games made after that date. LOL." So Tom is saying Lex can't even play MK games after UMK3. All he cares about is UMK3. Okay. This next guy says, I think you would get owned and I would run out the arcade laughing so hard. Okay, so now Lex responds to Tom directly. So, wow, we're finally getting to now where we're getting to between Tom and Lex. What really went down? Like, who, like this is actually between, no more third parties. We're finally getting to the part where it's no more third parties, no more interviews, no more he said, she said. Now it's them actually arguing with each other. So Lex quotes PL, who is technically Brady posting, saying, "I see your logic here. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Mo beat me last year." So what Lex is saying is that you can't gain credit for saying you would have beat me back then if you played each other, because you didn't. Then there's another quote here, and Lex is responding saying, "Blaming joysticks is far too advanced for someone of your caliber. Stop trying to scrub a 12-year-old of his excuse tactics. Thanks, man, and Lex, you would be in that 99%. Okay, so I guess this is where another video gets posted. That's Lex's response. And then here, by the way, Lex, why not trying to play a game that came out after 1996? Then Lex posts to CT profiles. I don't know if this is like an image to something where Lex was saying he doesn't want to play. Like, of course, these links don't work on here. And then Tom is saying you can't even play MK games made after that date, LOL. And then Lex responds saying, "I feel like I'm talking to a 5-year-old when I say there's a big difference between can't and won't." So Lex is basically saying he doesn't care about the games after that. Like, he doesn't want to play them. This is about UMK3. So anyway, Shock says, Lex and Mo are definitely a lot better than me, Bill. So hold on. Okay, so Shock is saying that Lex and Mo are a lot better than him. He's saying this to Tom, and would handle your Cabal differently than I did. I was playing a very specific way against you, testing out some theories that I can now apply to every character against Cabal Rushdown. Okay, Dream TR, okay, who is another player that was around during the arcade era, says, "Bill is still talking shit. Ha 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 ha." So, okay, so Brady posts again under PL's name, saying, quoting Dream TR, saying, "Bill is still talking shit, ha ha," and says, Dream TR, "The guy who bitched out of a $500 money match with me in MK4. Ha 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 ha. Well, enough MK talk. MK players should try playing a fighting game that came out in this millennium. God knows they won't even think about playing me in MK4 or DA, or even Blitz. Only UMK3 and MK2 counted them." I'm so confused though. I thought the whole drama was about UMK3 and MK2, and it was good back then. I mean, it seemed like I'm starting to realize now, reading all this, that basically back then it seems like Tom is trying to take credit for saying he would have beat Lex if he was playing in the arcade, but he didn't care about the game he didn't play because he didn't play it in 10 years and he stopped caring about it after UMK3, after the year 1996. And then it's saying play me in other games like MK4 or Blitz. What is Blitz? I don't know what that is. So Tom makes another post saying it's Brady and responding to Lex. And Lex quote here says, "I see your logic here. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Mo beat me last year. Blaming joysticks for someone of your caliber." Okay, posting these videos in this profile. I feel like I'm talking to a 5-year-old when I say there's a big difference between can and won't. Then Tom responds and says, "Again, Lex, I was way too far gone at this point. I assure you that it wouldn't go down like that again. But then again, I don't care about UMK3 like you do as I play newer games. And it's funny that when I say can't and won't, you say those other games don't count. Still in denial, like UMK3 is a rocket science, when in reality it's not as deep, lol, as you pretend it to be. Anyway, enough with the cheap MK players. I'll just play MKA for a month and rape cheap players again like last time." But what does this have to do with MKA? They're not saying they're good at MK. I don't know why Tom keeps doing this. Whenever there's beef about a game, an issue, like if the beef is about you arguing with them about UMK3 and MK2, why are we bringing up MK Armageddon? Played in new games. You're not good at new games. They're not saying they're good in the new games. They're saying in the games that they play, you're not beating them in, and you wouldn't beat them back in the day like you're saying. But Tom is saying he would have beat them back then, and this and that. And Tom is telling them to play games they don't play. Like this is already stupid. They gotta like why are we playing MKA and D? Like nobody gives a shit about these games. This beef is about UMK3 and MK2. Guys, am I wrong here? Like, what am I listening to? This is like off completely the point. Anyway, NKI posts and says, "All right, goddamn it, I want to see some UMK3 action at MWC." Then Lex makes another post responding, "Brady again. Only UMK3 responds to Brady saying only UMK3 and MK2 count to them, and Lex responds to that saying, and you don't count. So Lex is basically saying here you don't count in those games, like you're not good in those games." Which is why I guess Tom keeps bringing up play me in Armageddon, play me in DA, play me in Blitz, whatever the hell Blitz is, in these games that aren't even MK2 and UMK3, so Tom can beat them in that and then say that he was better than them. But that doesn't make any sense because that's not even what the argument's about. Like all this drama is over UMK3 and MK2. Anyway, this person quotes Brady, where Brady says this, and then he says, "Come on, frosty wig hair color. I don't understand what that means. You wouldn't stand a chance against cheap players, you noob. You don't have a clue what would happen to you on a UMK3 cab. Like I said earlier, I would run out that bitch laughing." So I'm guessing this is another Chicago player from UMK3 and MK2 days saying like that they would beat Tom. He wouldn't be a challenge to them. Now another response, quote, this is a quote to Tom again, and this person says, "Chi is, I guess, when they say Chi, it means Chicago. It's short for Chicago. Yeah, Chi Chicago." But this person quotes Tom and says, Try up plus start next time, not run to Cabal and lose." I don't know what that means. Try up plus start next time? Not... Bro, I'm so tired of all this like codename lingo. Like, what does this even mean? So I don't understand what this means. So then... Oh, it's random select. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. Okay, so this guy's basically insulting. He's saying, try doing random select next time, not picking Cabal. Okay, I get it now. And then Lex makes another post saying, "I mean, I'll give the guy credit for trying, but when he pipes off to people about how he's better than me, I will know and laugh at him for being childish." So Lex is saying he gives Tom credit for trying to play Lex and beat him, but I mean, apparently like this... I mean, this is bad, man. The more I'm reading this, the more I'm starting to get annoyed now and mad because this shit's making... We're dropping Armageddon for this beef? Really? Armageddon? This is so fucking dumb. But anyway, next post is Lex saying lame. I don't know. I don't really get this. Okay, another post. Brady posting again. Dude, you guys are dumb. MK4 doesn't count. MKDA didn't count. When I was raping for the first 2 months before I left trash MKD, that didn't count. Wait a minute. Hold on. What did Tom just say? What did Tom just say about MK Deception? Let me read this shit again. Did I just hear this? Because I thought I was going crazy the other day when I was on the podcast talking about Tom, I don't think you played Deception for more than 2 months. I thought I was crazy because Biggs was on trying to tell me Tom was there for all these games. Let me read this shit again. Let me read the sentence again. Out of Tom's mouth, what did Tom say? When I was raping for the first 2 months before I left trash MKD, that didn't. So Tom is saying he played Deception for 1 or 2 months and left? So what I said about Deception back in 3D MK, I was right. I'm not someone who's crazy. So the whole time when I was playing the game like crack, Deception for 2 years, playing Armageddon for 2 years, playing MK for DC for 2 years since the beginning, and I said, I don't remember Tom, Deception, or Armageddon, and for a second, people were trying to make me sound crazy, like I wasn't there during around the 3D era, when all this shit started online in 2004? That's fucking crazy. Because for a second, I was second guessing myself. I was like, wait, maybe Tom played for the first year of Deception? Maybe, but I was on that game too much. Bro, I had like 50k games on that bitch. Like I was playing that shit like crazy. I would have played Tom. There's no chance he would not have ran against me. Tom even tells you when he meets me first through MKDC. So how could Tom be around for MK Deception, for Armageddon, if the first time he met Rio when he tells me on a story is through DC? This shit is crazy, man. This is why I'm so tired of people coming on to tell people how stories are about 3D MK, MK9, this and that. Like, you motherfuckers weren't even there. You don't even know shit. Don't try to tell me who was there for Deception, who was there for Armageddon. You guys weren't there playing that shit. I'm sorry. Anyway, I don't want to pop off and shit, but I'm annoyed as fuck when I have to second guess myself if I'm a liar or not on my memories of playing shit when I was there. Anyway, to continue off this. So he says, dude, you guys are dumb. MK4 doesn't count. MKA doesn't count. When I was raping for the first 2 months before I left trash MKD, that didn't count. Blitz doesn't count. What does count? UMK3? Is that the only game MK that counts, especially when it's very simple? If it says MK on the box or Machinist MK, I can hold my own in UMK3 right now. But if I played you guys in MK4, DA, or Blitz, I'd kill you. You can say I suck. You can say I suck because I lost in this UMK3 tourney, but then you suck because I'd beat you in any MK that came out after 1996 blindfolded. What I don't understand is this drama does not make any sense. Basically, Lex and these other people are saying, Tom, you're not good in MK2. You're not good in UMK3. This is what I'm reading, guys. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. They're not saying Tom isn't good at DA or Armageddon. They're saying they don't play that shit. They play MK2 and UMK3. You're not good at UMK3. You wouldn't have beat us back then, like you're saying in these posts that you would have beat us if we played back in 1960. You're not. But Tom keeps saying, I'm going to beat you in DA, Blitz. Like, I still don't know what the fuck Blitz is. Is that like some new MK game that didn't come out? What the fuck is... What is Blitz? I don't understand. But anyway, someone quotes the Tom Brady and says, lame. Lex quotes Tom, where Tom says, dude, you guys are dumb. And then Lex says, quoted for... okay. Then Shock responds and says, the only reason you think UMK3 is so simple is because you use one character. So I guess Shock here is talking to Tom, because Tom is the one saying UMK3 is a simple game, it's whatever. And based on your strategy off one concept, there's a whole lot more to the game than that you know of. MK4 is somehow one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional all at the same time. 1D, because it is extremely limited. 2D, because it is in essence a 2D game with unreliable sidestepping. And 3D, because it is displayed using polygon characters in a rotating environment, with the characters on a static 2D path. I don't understand how they could have gone wrong with MK4, but they did. All the elements of UMK3 that were established and not kept, removed, or modified poorly, it was like they started from scratch. So I guess Shock is kind of going at Tom because Tom is saying UMK3 is a simple game. Like, doesn't matter. Play me these new games like DA, Blitz, Armageddon, and then Shock says UMK3 is the only accepted competitive MK game there is. Everything else in the series is either extremely limited or overstated. They put so much into MKDA and MK Deception, and yet nothing came out of them because the gameplay is a joke. MK4 is just a wasteland, no pun intended, of thrown together special moves and a nearly uniform character style. People complain enough as it is that the variety between characters is too difficult to detect, and that the only difference is the special moves. But that is not true. Big deal. There's no regularly playable characters twice the size of others, and no one's arms stretch across the screen. MK1 and MK2 do not have enough depth to be considered acceptable tournament games. Bill, you said yourself that, and quote, the Chicago guys don't like the fact that I only use one character, but in reality, no one likes that. You didn't have to use Cabal against every single character of every person you played against at ECC 11 to win. You know that. Against me, Julian, or even Phil and Busta. Yes, you do need to use Cabal if you want to have a chance at winning tournaments, but even in casuals, you rarely selected anyone else. So I guess Shock here is giving shit to Tom for only wanting to play Cabal. I don't understand what the big deal is. If someone wants to play one character, who cares? Let him play Cabal. But then Shock says, but anyway, I don't understand where you are going with all of this though. You want to be accepted into the UMK3 community again, but you say you hate UMK3 and play DOA. On one hand, you have too much ego to let yourself lose it all, so you pick the best character in the game, and when you do lose, you often blame it on not using block because you wanted to do a friendship. You want to win all the time, but you intentionally limit yourself in case you do lose. But you only do friendships to people who aren't good enough to beat a Cabal player. You have to make up your mind, and I think you should do it at MWC. Play Chicago, and win or lose, and win, lose, or draw, retire. So basically, Shock is saying, stop making excuses as to why you don't play. Like, either you like UMK3 or you don't. Stop playing. You don't play the game for 10 years. It doesn't count. Play me in these other games. Like, stick to your word. Stop trying to do friendships and then say you lost because you only lost because you were doing friendships. Like, just admit you lost. And he's saying to go do it at NWC and play against Chicago, win or lose, draw, retire, whatever. Like, just get it over with. So, Tom makes a post here and says, it's not like I never could or ever did play anyone else, but I don't see the point of getting all worked up and back into a game made in 1996. I moved on past UMK3 when it died. I moved on past UMK3 when it died. Everyone else but Chicago, because they had WaveNet. I played MK4 while most of Chi players played MK4 very shortly, then went back to UMK3 and WaveNet. I also then moved on to MKDA when it came out. See, unlike Chi, which is Chicago, even if I don't like the game as well as some others, I can and will and did win in them. When DreamTR called me out in any arcade MK for money and I picked MK4, the money match was off because he said it had been too long and he needed to be compensated for his time. But if I had picked MK2, there would have been no words, but okay, how much? First to 20 for $500, right? To me, there's no shame in having moved on to MK4 when there was no one better, and I have always stated that I would back up that for any amount of money, and the same goes for MKDA and Blitz Pro. I still don't understand what the hell Blitz is. I just think it's dumb to call someone a scrub because he's not good, because he's not as good as you in the MK game that you like best, especially when they moved on and you chose not to. MK4 doesn't take any less skill. You guys just don't like it. It's not like I can't practice UMK3 more and get that good again, but it sometimes seems pointless getting 100% back into a game whose future lies in the past. So this drama, it seems like it keeps going to, like, who cares about UMK3? Let's play in these new games. I don't want it to be about MK2 or UMK3. I want it to be about MK4, MKDA, Blitz Pro, whatever that is, and these newer games. But that's not what the beef is about. The beef is about Tom who said earlier in the thread that he would have beaten Lex and them earlier in 1996 if they fought in the arcade. That's where all this drama is. It seems like, and even I guess Shock is saying this to Tom, like, if you want to call yourself good at this game, then prove it. Get good at it. Start playing it. Stop saying you don't play in 10 years. You're playing these new games. Like, if the beef is about MK2 and MK3, because these players don't care about the new games, they're talking about the older games, then play them in the game that's being discussed. The game that's being discussed is UMK3, and to a lesser extent, MK2. So anyway, Lex now responding to Tom again, and says, this is your crutch. If you had any generalized skill in fighting games, you'd know that diversity and versatility shine. Picking one character and abusing top tier's ability strats is what you do in every game. That's why people call you a scrub. I mean, I don't agree with this logic. I think if you play one character, it's your job to beat them. But it seems like not only are they like calling Tom out for, you know, not being good in these old games, but they're also like going extra ham on him by saying you also can't even win when you only tier whore in these games on top of that. Which again, I don't know. I guess the culture was different back then. If you played one character all the time, it was bad. But in my opinion, because people try to do that to me in MKD Armageddon, people were talking shit, but they were like, bro, all you do is play Noob Smoke, do Infinites, like do something else. All you're doing is playing Serena and like first to tens, like play some skill shit. So I get that. I don't agree with that point. I think if you're gonna play a game and the characters in the game they're not banned, then you got to deal with that shit. Like, but anyway, so then he responds to this post. This is why you will never be as good as Chicago. It's been stated before, and you just cry over it. And this is referring to where Tom here is saying that he basically wants to move on from UMK3 because Tom said he didn't play UMK3 since 1996. He didn't play for 10 years. He's playing these new games now. And Lex is basically saying, this is why you're never going to be good at Chicago because you don't play these games. You moved on while we kept playing. We're the best at the game. Now this response here, Lex is saying, see paragraph 1, which goes up to here. Okay, again, what this is your crutch, excuses or whatever. Now this response, MK4 doesn't take any less skill. Lex is saying that's wrong. It's not like I can't practice UMK3 more and get that good again. Lex is saying you said the same thing 2 years ago. So basically Tom is repeating himself again. Like these are things that keep getting stated by Tom. Like, if I practice and play, I'll beat you guys. Like, or play me these new games. Like this is like a continuing thing. It's not just a one-time thing. Anyway, Lex responds here and says, but there's your embedded excuse. If you're so bent on playing me in a current game, practice Third Strike. Pretty sure you will never win. So I guess I don't even know that Lex played Third Strike until now, but he's saying, so apparently this time Lex is playing Third Strike and he's saying Tom to play that in practice. So I guess, I don't know, we're gonna see like a Third Strike beef. Let's see in the comments. Here this person quotes what Shock said and says, it's funny because Lex started talking trash in the first place. Who cares if Bill only picked Cabal in tournaments? Welcome to the high level scene. In Tekken, I can play every single character, but when I go to casuals or tournaments, it's straight business. And again, it's pointless to attack players since I saw Lex post in here first about Bill. Now Lex is trying to prove that Bill isn't good at UMK3 is retarded. First of all, Bill already posted he doesn't care about UMK3 anymore. Okay, so if he doesn't care about UMK3 anymore, how's he good at the game? And why is this beef even? Why are you beefing with people that are playing UMK3? You'd know that diversity. Then he quotes him saying this, and saying, then you post this. Bill can play any other character he wants. Top players can play top tier characters. If you are the one complaining, then you are the scrub. Any top player will use a character that has the tools to win. Then he says, UMK3 is cool, but I think it's dumb to attack Bill about his skill level. I can vouch for him, and others can vouch for him as well. Bill taught me how to play Tekken at a high level. I don't know many scrubs who can teach me, but if Bill is a scrub, then I must be super trash. And I assure you, your small run in UMK3 is not much credible to make you a better gamer than I. Jin Master. Okay, so this person apparently is Jin Master. And he's saying, well, if Tom is bad at UMK3, then why is he good at Tekken? But the problem is, what does Tekken have to do with UMK3? He's saying you're bad at UMK3 because you're bad at UMK3. Like, why do other games keep getting brought up, even back then? Why do other games keep... Why is it even 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, when someone says, yo, you wouldn't beat me in MK2, you MK3, people are like, but you're gonna beat me in that Blitz, that Tekken? Like, what the fuck? This is like someone saying to me, let's say we're playing MK9, right? And someone's like, Rio, I don't give a fuck you beat me in MK9 and we played, like you're not gonna beat me in, Soul Calibur, and I'm like, but I don't play that shit. I play MK9. And then they're like, okay, but if I'm bad at MK9, then how am I good at Soul Calibur? Can you explain? I'm good at Soul Calibur. I'm a good player. So how am I bad? Like, this shit, this is making my brain melt. My brain is rotting from the inside. The more I learn about the lore and history and all this shit, like I'm dying. This is actually making me dumber. Anyway. So after Jin Master's post, I didn't even know, first of all, I didn't even know Jin Master was a 2D MK player. Because I remember him from Tekken, but I had no clue he was a 2D MK player and he was involved in all this drama. Like, this is, again, like, I'm getting taught on, like, all this lore and, like, the beef and, like, all this hidden shit. Anyway, Lex responds and says, I was attacking him? Read the entire thread before posting. Everyone was attacking him. And I guess he's referring to Tom. I was also getting reports of him talking shit about me behind my back. Please be more informed before posting. Also, you stated that you have gone through every character in Tekken and then used the best character for high level play. Bill has yet to reach advanced in UMK3. You can figure out the rest, I'm sure. And the mere fact that you are backing up Bill's mouth makes you look just as retarded. So this post is basically saying Tom was never a high level good player at UMK3. This is not true. And he's telling Jin Master this to do his homework on UMK3. Okay, then Brady makes another post. And he's saying, Lex, you say I only play the best characters? Play me in MK4 or MKDA. I'll play you on random select and you won't get one win. You could play me MK4 or MKDA for 100 years and I'd still beat you like you never touched those games in your life. UMK3 is not the best MK, nor does it take the most skill. It's something Chicago MK players say to make them feel better for losing for the last 10 years in the game they made in their city. The only two Chicago MK players I have respect for are Mo and Paulo. LOL Mo. I thought I was cheap with Braicho till I heard you started doing this shit even cheaper. Haha, too good. Wait, what? Wait. LOL Mo. I thought I was cheap with Boraicho till I heard you started doing this. I don't remember Chicago Mo playing MKD. What do you mean Chicago Mo was his MKD player? Is Tom talking about the actual Deception player that played that played Deception called Mo? There was another player called Mo who was MO3. This was a toxic ass guy. This was a player in Dave's clan TKO who I used to have beef with. Dave would send Mo to come play me and be like, yo, go play Rio, beat his ass, do an infinite, and then if he record it and upload it, and if Rio beats you, yo, pull the plug. Say it never happened. Say it never happened. So Dave would send Mo. By the way, this is not the same Mo. This is a whole different Mo. Dude, holy shit. Tom did not play Deception. He's literally confusing the Mo that played Deception with an entirely different Mo from Chicago. The Chicago Mo was not the Mo doing this shit with Braicho and Deception. That's a whole nother person. This is a whole nother person, dude. I'll tell you about Mo from Deception, because I know a lot of shit about that scumbag and the shit he was doing with Dave to me. Like, what the fuck? Tom literally does not know shit about Deception. Like that. This is crazy to me that he thought it was Chicago Mo this whole time. No, it wasn't. This is a whole different person. This is literally a whole different fucking player. Mo is literally like this shit is so funny to me how
Damn, dude. Like, when you actually know about the lore and you were there for shit, like me being there for the 3D MKs, and I know the people back then, the players and the stories, and when you hear people like are inaccurate about the shit back then, it's funny as fuck because it's like, what are you talking about? Anyway, oh yeah, and you guys don't know this. Dave and I used to have so much beef back in the 3D era, so much beef. Like it was, you guys think we don't like each other now? It was 10 times worse back then. Like, but anyway, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. If we ever get to the 3D era and stories, there's so much behind. There's so many layers and stuff behind that. But anyway, Lex responds to this and says, because it's funny, because I read comments on, hold on real quick to talk on Dave real quick. I'll read comments that people leave sometimes on my videos, or sometimes people go to my chat and they'll be like, they'll be like, Rio, why do you even like interact or do anything with Dave? He's like a random nobody. He's no one. And like when I read comments like that, I'm not saying Dave isn't an asshole, but I'm like, damn, these people don't know the history of M2 Dave. They think M2 Dave is literally a random person that has no ties with MK. Like, you guys don't know. And I'm not going to say Dave was a bad player back in 3D era. He used to run shit. I'll keep it real. He was one of the people to beat back then. If you were playing the game online, all these sets and clan battles and first to tens, you were not going to beat Dave. He would beat the shit out of you. He was one of the best 3D era players. Like, he was someone... He has a big tie-in with MK, like a big tie-in, and people think like he was someone that never really was a part of MK. That's the crazy part, because again, you guys are just not, you guys don't understand a lot of the lore behind all this. Like, you guys don't know the history, which is fine. But anyway, back to this stuff. Lex responds and says, Bill keeps the arguments going by posting more senseless off-topic blabber. Congrats, dude. So Lex right here is saying, why do you keep going off topic talking about, like, this stuff's off topic? No one's talking about those games. No one's talking about UMK3. The more I'm seeing this, the more I'm realizing, like, dude, this is so bad. This is so bad because, again, I don't like Lex. Because Lex was a dick to me in 2010. But this is starting to sound like Lex is fucking telling the truth. Like, Lex is actually telling the truth. That Tom was making excuses back then. They played... Tom literally says earlier that we went through that the only reason Lex won is because Tom doesn't play the game anymore and hasn't played the game since 1996. So how the fuck could you be the best at UMK3 back then and say you would beat them back then if you played, but you never did? Yet they had their established shit. Like, bro, this is not good. This is actually making me more angry the more I'm reading this shit. Anyway, this guy responds to Lex and says, get a life. People talk shit behind people's back in gaming every day. If he did or not, get over it. I see you posting in this thread the most, and every thread in here was directed towards Bill. Before you popped in here, the thread was about props, old strategies, and EWA sharing vids of a recent UMK3 tournament. Jin Master. Okay, so Jin Master replies to Lex and says, bro, who cares if Tom was talking shit behind your back? People do that all the time. Like, who cares? What's the big deal? Okay, so then Lex responds and says, he responds to Jin Master and says, and not about how many other games people are good at. Please do me a favor and find anything out of context that I have posted. You are the two guys bringing up other games and nonsense into this. I was commenting on the videos that EWA was sharing. So Lex is telling Jim Master that you guys are literally talking about other games and other things that have nothing to do with the point. If this is about UMK3 and whatever, why are these other games being brought up? Why is Blitz getting dropped? Why is Armageddon getting dropped? Why is DA? Why, like, this is not what the argument's about. Like, this is like almost, like, you're pivoting, you're going off point. That's not what the argument is about. Okay, then Tom is posting again, saying, Josh Wong, why are you so dumb? Who the hell is Josh? Who's Josh Wong? I don't know who that is. Is that like Justin Wong's brother or some shit? So Tom is apparently saying someone Josh Wong, why are you so dumb? I don't know what that means. Anyway, another post from Tom. I guess this is where it continues. He says, no, Lex, you are saying I am a scrub because I lost in UMK3, even though I see videos of me winning too. If I suck so bad, why did I even win the first set? I am a scrub. Look, man, I don't play UMK3 much,
I played here and there a few months ago and with my friends, but you guys play it like it came out yesterday, as well as the Chicago players playing it for 3 years on WaveNet after it dies everywhere else. Like I said, Lex, you say I am a scrub because I lost in UMK3, yet you can't win in any other MK game, and when you try to play another MK game, you lose and decide it doesn't count. That sounds pretty scrubby to me. I'll pull a Lex. UMK3 doesn't count because MK4 took the most skill. You will probably see this and say it's dumb, but this is exactly what you do to me. In any event, I am tired of hearing about UMK3. That game is not rocket science, and I wish Chicago players would wake up about it. I got second at ECC. Fuck it, it's done. I'm still waiting for the $500 money match in any arcade. Mortal, ha 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 ha. In fact, no one from Chicago says shit to me unless they want to play. He's saying, in fact, no one from Chicago say shit to me unless they want to play for money in Blitz, MK4, or MKDA. I don't give a fuck about your Stone Age UMK3, nor have I since 1996. So, this just gets like, this gets so dumb. So what Tom is saying is that, Lex, you're saying I'm bad. However, look at the matches in the stream. If I'm so bad at UMK3 like you're saying, why am I beating these people in this ECC tournament in this thread? Like, why did I come in second place in Shock? Why did I beat Julian? Why did I beat these other people in this 13-man tournament? The problem is, okay, what does this have to do with you beating these people now in this tournament? It have to do with you saying that you would have beat Lex back then in 1996. That's literally what you said. And then you keep mentioning Blitz, MK4, DA, Play Armageddon. Like, that's not what even Lex... I feel like there's such a disconnect here. There's like, this is like a wall. Like, I don't know if Tom is reading what Lex is posting here. Because again, guys, you tell me if I'm wrong. Am I reading the right stuff? Is this not about UMK3 and stuff? But then when Tom responds, he says, I don't play UMK3 since 1996. Either you played the game, you were good, you beat Lex, or you did not. You say earlier that Lex and you played, and yet you lost, but you don't care about the game because you don't play it. So which is it? Are you good at UMK3, you played it, or you haven't played it since 1996, but when you were good at it back then, you would have played them? This shit doesn't make any sense. Then LZJ responds and says, what happened, Bill? You were supposed to win that shit, right? Wasn't it supposed to be easy cake? Oh yeah, Julian wanted me to let you know that he let you beat him to see if you'd win the tournament, and you didn't. And you didn't. Yo, is this real? Like, okay, I don't know if I believe this. I don't know if I'm gonna believe someone was like, you know what? I'm gonna let Tom beat me, because let me see if he can win this shit. Like, there's no way the hate is that deep that people are going to tournaments losing to Tom on purpose to see him win it in grand finals, to give him a better chance, just so they could say you didn't lose in grand finals. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is true or not, but that shit sounds crazy to me. Like, this shit sounds crazy to me that it's this deep, and there's so many people that have this thing like against Tom. Okay, so then Tom posts it again. Brady on this account says, replying to LZJ, and then he says, did Julian let Phil beat him too? Didn't I beat Phil in losers finals? So he's saying, well, Julian lost to Phil, so did Phil also let him win? Like how you're saying that Phil let you beat him and so on? Then Lex responds to Tom again, and then says, Bill, do me a favor and leave your non-context banter out of this thread. Posts like this make you out to be a coward. You should follow the mindset of your buddy Jin Master and stay on topic. Then Lex responds to Tom saying, I'm still waiting for that $500 money match in any arcade immortal, ha ha ha. And Lex says, LOL. Then Dream TR comes in and says, Bill, I never bitched out of anything. Of course I need to practice a couple weeks, you idiot. You never said you would show up for sure at all. You bitch out of going to everything. You have been making up lies about me and everyone else for years, including beat me at MK2 World Championship. So apparently he's saying that Tom was saying that he beat Dream TR at the MK2 World Championship. Made up shit mess. Just shut the fuck up once and for all. I never backed down from your mess. You just never went to MWC. I go every year there, and there's MK there every year, but you never show up at all. So please quit this tired 1996 bullshit old game crap. You have never been proven to be even good at these games. Just some overhyped, overzealous bullshit that people got caught up in that don't know any better. Wow. So apparently, see, I don't even see, like, here's the thing. Apparently there were tournaments back then, from what I'm reading. There was MWC, and it was there every year, and Dream TR was there, and they were running shit on the side for like some of these 2D MKs and stuff. And Dream TR is saying Tom never went to these. He's just going around saying he won tournaments, world championship, and he's the best. And Dream TR is saying this never happens. Like, you always back out, you don't go. This is like, bro, like, it's insane to me. And again, shout out to Biggs for even finding this shit. If it wasn't for Biggs, I would not know the lore between why Shock and Lex hate each other. I would not know the lore of when Hanzo was coming up in the background, and then there was a little feud in USA about who's better, Chicago or South America right now. I would not know about any of this. Like, this is all so much history shit. And like, now we're getting to the part like where we're getting like to Tom and Lex actually like arguing with each other, and we're seeing more of this. Like, this is crazy. Seriously, shout out for Biggs for finding all this, because we would have been still going around in circles, going about who won old there, this person beat that. There's no proof, this and that. But I mean, like, this is as proof as it gets. All this shit happening back then. Anyway, Tom responds to Dream TR and says, Dream, I didn't go because you did not accept the money match you challenged me to. I didn't show to MWC that year because I wasn't about to show up for a money match that wasn't even confirmed. If you had not made every excuse in the book on why you didn't want to play MK4, I would have gladly been there. And if there is even I doubt that I doubt that I was the best in MKDA, then you are an idiot. And the same goes for Blitz Pro. In MK4 or MKDA or Blitz Pro or Fortnite, I will play anyone from Chicago for any amount of money. If you ever came out and said yes flat out to a money match, I'd be on a plane to shut up. I'll say it again. You have no chance in any game after UMK3, especially not in MKDA, where I proved I was better than Chicago players once already. By the way, Dream, I remember when you and Adam said Ray was gonna rape me in MKDA. I believe you said some of these players actually help make the game, so keep the dream of being the best alive. Wow, what a joke. You guys are idiots. Now, as far as UMK3 goes, I could care less about who beats me now in that game, Lex. When you beat me in Chicago, I was there for UMK3? No, I was there for MKDA and played UMK3 for old time's sake. I don't give a shit about UMK3. Stop insisting I was some dumb scrub when I was the best at MK4 and MKDA, and I still am. When MK Deception came out, I raped everyone with Baraicho easily, then quit after playing that trash game. I mean, I don't believe this. I don't think you were raping everybody. But again, maybe you were streaking people in the first 2 months. It's possible. But a lot of people started getting pretty ridiculous at Deception like 6 months later. There were the people that became really good. After I quit playing that trash game for 2 months, I don't give a shit who the hell beats me in old ass UMK3 anymore. I've said time and time again that I will back this up anywhere, anytime, for any amount of money. So Tom is saying, like, bro, I don't care about UMK3. I don't care about these arcade games. I'm talking about MKDA, MK4, Blitz Pro, Armageddon, all these games. I'm talking about all these games that you aren't talking about, that we're talking about. That's what Tom's talking about. The games that everyone isn't talking about between this argument. So then Lex responds and says, you seem to think we are like talking about your overall gaming skill and taking it very personal when this thread is about UMK3. Is there something wrong with you? Stay on topic. Then he says, oh really? You won't play me in UMK3 for money because you're a scrub. So Lex responds to Tom and saying, Tom, he's basically saying, Tom, are you okay? We're not saying you're not good in these newer games. You're taking it very personal about your overall games. It's not about that. Lex is basically saying, this is clear as day here. This is what Lex is saying from back then, the feud. that we're not talking about these other games and your overall fighting and player skill. We're talking about UMK3, the game that you said that you were saying that you were good at, that you would have beat Lex and them in 1996, which Tom said earlier. So again, why is there such a big disconnect here? Lex and them are talking about Tom not being good at UMK3, MK2, these games back then in the arcade era. Why does Tom keep mentioning, but if I'm bad in those games, then why am I winning in MK4 and MKDA and Blitz Pro? Like, what does this have to do with that? So it's like a huge disconnect. It's almost like Tom doesn't understand what they're saying, but Tom is arguing about shit that they're not saying to be right about the shit that no one's saying. Lex is literally saying here, it's not even about your overall gaming skill and that you're taking it personal. It's about UMK3. Like, it could be any more. It's about UMK3. That's what this drama has always been about. It's always been about UMK3 and to a lesser extent MK1 and MK2 because those were popular as hell in the arcade era. That's what the drama's about. Then Shock responds to Jin Master, and I still don't understand why Jin Master is involved in this because again, I never knew Jin Master was a 2D MK player. I always thought Jin Master was a Tekken player. So again, I'm learning more lore. I'm learning that even Jin Master was playing these games. But anyway, Shock responds to Jin Master and says, he shows the UMK3 results. 1, Shock. 2, Tom Brady. I am commenting about him using only the best character in the game, but I beat him. There was also a 2-on-2 match in casuals where one of the rounds he didn't beat Reptile with either character. This was shortly after he did a little run with Julian, going nuts, punching the already buggy monitor, building up his bravado, only to be completely and utterly shut down and didn't come back for half an hour. Okay. Then he says, I used a Reptile against him for a few reasons. 1, I know he has trouble against him. And 2, I want to work Reptile up on the general tier list. He's currently fighting Kano for 4th because of his accessible infinites. It's just that a bigger chunk of the player pool needs to get better with him before it happens. Seeing Reptile players in tournaments beating Cabal will do this. Reptile is also not even close to being my best character. I am a lot better with Ermac, Human Smoke, Sindel, Cabal, Kung Lao, and Unmasked Sub-Zero. I didn't have enough time that day to really get to get used to his Cabal with a bunch of characters, so instead 3. So I stuck with 1 character against him to ensure that I would win the tournament. So Shock is also explaining why he only stuck to Reptile and why he wasn't like showing other, like playing other characters. Okay, so I guess this is finally Perfect Legend posting on the Perfect Legend account. I don't know why this whole time it was Tom Brady posting on a Perfect Legend. I guess Tom, I don't know, it's weird to me. But anyway, so now it's actual Perfect Legend posting on the Perfect Legend account. Actual owner of account posting. Why don't you guys just settle this? Because it's getting repetitive, just going back and forth, back and forth. Like, say, have a month training period of you guys just practicing, not together, of course, and then meet up somewhere and play for the cash money. And it would be the end all be all. Here you guys go. Pick a multiple MK game. Pick a MK game or multiple. Pick the amount of training time, like some DBZ shit. Pick the date and play. Then settle it. That sounds like an easy solution. But I would end all this. So, you know what? This is actually some real shit Peel just said. And this is probably the most sensible thing that's been said. Why not just end this beef by picking a game? Like, if the beef is about UMK3, then play UMK3. If the beef is about Blitz Pro or Armageddon, whatever the fuck it is, then pick that game, agree to it, and play it. What is this back and forth about? You said you would beat us in UMK3. You wouldn't. Stop saying that. And then Tom is like, but you know, I would beat you back then, but I don't play anymore because I don't care. And also, if I'm not good at UMK3, then why am I winning in MK4 and MKDA, which has nothing to do with that? And it's back and forth. Like, bro, you guys need to like act like normal people. And this is more so in Tom's case because I don't see Lex doing this. But Tom basically keeps saying these other games. He's not listening to the point. If you guys want, if this is about UMK3, then play UMK3. Like, stop mentioning these other games. No one cares about these other games. If it's about UMK3, then talk about it. Set it up, play it like PL said. Like I actually 100% agree with this post. Like, this post, like, this is what it should have been years ago. This is what it should have been right here. Anyway, Shock posts something and says, here's something to help Bill. This is a link to www.ultimatemk.com guide. Wow. So Shock basically posts the compendium UMK3 guide that Lex made for Tom Brady so he could read and Tom Brady can study that so he could get good at MK3. That's kind of fucked up. That's harsh. The shit talk was kind of real back then. You guys were going at each other. You guys are posting guide clips and shit saying, read this. That's toxic. Anyway, DreamTR responds and says, LOL at Bill bringing up MKDA or Blitz Pro. Wow, Bill. Since we are bringing up random games, I will beat you at any Street Fighter game, Donkey Kong game, Popeye, Mappy, Survival Arts, Fortnite, Call of Duty for any kind of money. Seriously, biggest idiot I've ever encountered. I don't even live in Chicago anymore, you effing tool. More proof Bill is stupid and makes up shit. Quotes. When DreamTR called me out in any MK game for money and picked MK4 in a money match, was off because he said it had been too long and he needed time to compensate for his time. I can't even play MK1 that well, genius. I would never take a bet in any MK game. 3, come on. Please make up more things to look good to your 12-year-old fans. Okay, thanks. So basically, man, this shit's getting so bad, dude. This is getting so bad. And I hate because, dude, I don't like Lex, man. Dude was an asshole to me. But I fucking hate. When I came on today, I thought I was gonna be saying, Tom, I'm sorry, you were right. Biggs found this shit. I'm gonna blow up the person who's fucking lying and doing this, but bro, these fucking this fucking shit that Biggs found is not doing me any favors, man. Why would you only show me the one image in the text, Tom? Why would you only show me one image of where Shock said that you beat Lex as a third party and leave out the entire rest of the thread? Like, I came in here thinking that I was gonna be going like, yo, Tom, good shit, you beat Lex. Like, I should have fucking believed you. Like, you're my friend, this and that. But then you leave all this shit out. You leave all of this out. How? Why was only one post showed to me? Tom only texted me showing one post going like, look, it's over. I won. I beat Lex. Like, admit you're wrong. Blow him up. And I was like, bro, yes, I'm going to do it. Like, you're right. That's all I've been asking for. We need proof. But then we get the shit and I read through it, but it's not even like, this is so fucking bad, dude. This is so fucking bad because I don't like Lex. The more I'm reading of this, Lex is right, dude. You fucking lied. You fucking lied about when you first told me the story about your side, when I had that interaction with Lex on TYM, and I remember I was heated because I heard of Lex word of mouth through Xbox Live because other people were saying he was this good player, Shock was this good player. I never met these people during Xbox Live MK3. They were talked about. I heard about them, word around in my mouth. Lex was one of the people I heard about, along with Shock, Mo, Dead MK, Hanzo, all these other people that were mentioned to me. I never interacted with Lex until later, years later, Xbox Live. Like, I'm talking May 2010, late. When I started making, I remember I was playing with Juggernaut, I was playing No Doubt, I was playing with these other people on MAME, and we were like, you know what? Let's start making, I wanted to make a UMK3 thread to talk about the tier list. That's what I wanted to do. Because one thing I noticed is me going into 2D MK during Xbox Live era MAME days, a lot of people didn't seem that obsessed about, yo, who's the best character? Is it Tumid Smoke? Is it Ermac? Like, the tier list wasn't that crazy. Me being part of the 3D MK, that was such a huge part of 3D MK, was we would talk about all the time, like, yo, this character broke as fuck, Daru this, Serena this, yo, Hotaro got this 50, like, we would talk about shit, break it down about what characters broke, who's tier list. Some people would argue about, yo, Tanya's better than this, now you're wrong, Havoc's this, yo, like, we would take that shit to, like, we loved talking about tier lists and all that shit. That was the bulk of how we played and talked about it. But in 2D MK, it wasn't really about that. It was more about you guys talking about legends, 2D MK players, this and that. So it comes to time where, you know, I want to start making stuff about UMK3, right? Because I feel like I've been playing the game now for years. I played for a couple years in Xbox Live, moved on to MAME because I thought MAME was way better. I thought the Xbox Live port was trash. That shit had so much input delay, and the online was so bad that once I started playing MAME, I never went back to that. Like, the 2 years on Xbox Live was garbage. So I just decided to play on MAME, and that's when I met really good players like Winter Wars. That's when I met people like No Doubt. That's when I started meeting other people like, you know, like all the players that were playing around then, like Broken and so on. And, you know, we started playing there and it was fun. But then I wanted to start making tier lists and talk about MK3 because I've been playing it for years now. So I felt like now I can make a thread and talk about tier lists. And, you know, me and Jugs would talk about it, be like, hey man, how good do you think Katana is? Like, you know what? Maybe Katana is better than people think. And we were looking at the old tier list thread made in umk3.com. And there was a tier list thread where it had characters placed. Like I had Kung Lao top 3, had Kano top 5, had Melina bottom 2. And we would look at that and we would be like, man, I don't know, man. Like I know these players were good back then, they're legends, but I feel like the game, like the game just feels different to us now. Like Katana feels like she's so good. Kano doesn't seem that good. Kung Lao doesn't seem top 3. So guess what happens? We start making tier list threads. We start posting. I make a thread on TYM. You guys can go. As a matter of fact, somebody go find that shit, please. Because you guys are probably going to be like, we need proof for never happened. Somebody go find these threads I made. If somebody can. Hopefully Biggs can. Because Biggs is literally the GOAT for finding this shit and putting this shit to rest finally. Somebody please find where this happened during TYM. Like 10 years ago, whenever. When we started talking about UMK3. Me and Jug started making tier list thread. And then once I made this thread and I started saying like, hey guys, how about we move Katana up and move Kung Lao down? Because I don't think Kung Lao's good. Then all of a sudden, this is when I first interacted with Lex. All of a sudden, Lex comes in the thread out of nowhere. I guess he saw the thread and makes a post, replies to me and goes like, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. I seen you play. All you do is jabs. You don't know how to play MK3. Like, you don't understand the game. And at first I was like, whoa, because all I heard from Lex before that was like him being a legend and one of the greats, but I never interacted with him. Nobody told me he was an asshole or a dick. But like when he interacted, like that shit was condescending. That made me not like Lex. Like right then and there, I was like, what the fuck? This guy's a dick. Like I thought this guy was, I look up to him as a good player, as one of the good players, along with like Shock and Mo and Miss Spin and Crazy to Make It, like all these other players and shit. But yet this guy's coming at me like that, saying like, well, I don't know what I'm talking about, this and that. So I do that. Then during this time, you guys may not know this, but I was already good friends with Tom at this time, right? Me and Tom are good friends. We used to talk so much. We used to hang out a lot. We were playing. I've known Tom since like 2008 MK vs DC, dude. We played so much offline in MK vs DC, in MK9, all that shit. So Tom, as a friend to me, is like, oh, you don't know about Lex? Let me tell you about Lex. I'm like, bro, this guy's a dick. He's like, no, you don't understand the story about Lex. Let me tell you the story about Lex. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you my side. Rio, it's okay. Don't sweat it, bro. Don't take what this nobody is saying to you. He's a nobody. He's a trash player. So this is what Tom starts telling me. Tom starts telling me his side of the story and who Lex is. And basically, you know, like, I guess as a friend should be, right? Like telling like, bro, don't worry, don't sweat it. And he starts telling me Lex is this garbage ass player from UMK3. He was never good. He never won anything. He was always a scrub. That Tom told me that when he played Lex, he beat the brakes off him. Like he was running that ass around. That shit was free as fuck. Everybody was like, Lex, you're so shit. He embarrassed Lex. He ran Lex out the community. Like it was garbage. And he was like, he beat Lex so bad that this dude was so salty. This Lex guy can't even take a fucking win. He got so mad after Tom beat the shit out of him that he only uploaded one win because he was so salty, and then upload the other 100 games of Tom streaking that ass, streaking that Kung Lao, beating him to a pulp. This is what I was told. So after I heard this, I instantly lost all respect for Lex, because when Lex got into that argument with me on TYM, I didn't like him, but I still respect him for being a good player, but I didn't like him because I thought he was condescending. But when Tom told me all this, how Lex is a fraud, how Lex lied about beating Tom, how Tom beat the shit out of Lex, and how Lex went and only uploaded one match and couldn't take his losses, to me, dude, I don't respect people in a fighting game. If you beat them in a fighting game and they lie about it and say it doesn't count or this or that, I can't respect people like that. Like that to me is lame as fuck. If somebody beats you in a game and they were better, then admit they beat you, take your loss and move on. That's how it should be. It's the whole point of a fighting game. So you fight to test your skill, learn from your losses. You can't get better if you don't lose. That's whole part of the story, becoming good. How can you become good if you never lose? That makes no fucking sense. You have to lose first to become good. That's what fighting games are about. So the fact that I was told all this, and then I believed this shit for like a decade, because I never talked about Lex or respected him. Or like after that, after Tom told me all this shit and told me the whole story and told me, real, don't sweat it, bro. The motherfucker's a like shit garbage player. Bro, I never respected Lex. And this is why when you go back to listen to the earlier podcast, I was also ragging on Lex. I was like, yeah, Lex is a scrub bad player, because this is what I knew. This is what I was told about. I was told Lex is a fraud, that he lost to people. He was never good. He never did anything, that Tom beat the shit out of him. He was such a sore loser that he only uploaded one win, deleted everything else because he was a coward, and that to not worry about it. Like he's a scumbag. Who cares about him? So when I went at Lex in that podcast episode, it's because I thought Tom was telling the truth, right? Why would Tom lie about that? Why would Tom lie about this? But now we're here, and I get texted earlier about Tom. I'm coming home from work. This is like literally 6 hours ago. I'm coming home from work. Tom texts me, sends me a text before that, and I read it through, and Tom is like, it's over. Look at this image. Biggs found everything. Biggs found the post from back in the day. It's done. Tom texted me an image of the post, and it's showing in the image. I read the image, and it says, yeah, Shock is saying Lex lost to Tom. Tom is better, through Shock's words. That was the proof I was sent. However, when I read this, I was like, oh shit, so it's finally fucking over. We got proof. Now I'm gonna come home. We're gonna do the stream. I'm gonna watch some videos he made, just go through that. Then we're gonna go through the post, and I guess go through everything and get to that. So then I was gonna blow up Lex. We could get to that, but then he didn't fucking tell me. Tom didn't tell me as his friend. He only showed me one fucking post out of the whole thread. Why would you only show your friend one post out of the whole thing and trick me into going to blow up Lex for you when I didn't know about all the other posts? There's all these other posts on his backstory. I didn't know about all this. Like, were you trying to get me to blow up Lex, but make it a lie? Like, was I not supposed to see the original thread that you showed me in with this? Was this not supposed to happen? I don't understand. But now I'm mad because as I'm going through the thread to get to the part where Shock makes that, things aren't adding up. Other posts aren't adding up. Shock is saying that Lex is better than him, that Shock doesn't want to play a money match, that when that post of Shock replying to Lex in the post I replied to is saying that Tom didn't even beat me, that Lex is saying he crushed Tom, and that Tom only won a few games. And apparently, from what it sounds like how Shock is saying, Shock is basically insulting Tom Brady so much. Shock is literally saying that Tom Brady is so bad at UMK3 that the fact that Lex even lost any amount of games to him, even if it wasn't Lex beating him 100-0, the fact that Lex lost even a few games to Tom is bad, and it's embarrassment, and that Lex should feel bad. Like, haha, you lost a few games to Tom, even though you beat him. Like, that's how bad Shock thought Tom was at UMK3. That the fact that you can't even lose a single game to Tom, otherwise people will make fun of you. Like, why would you show me this, Tom? Why would you show me this thread and leave all that out? I don't fucking understand. Why would you leave the whole story out? Like, this is just getting worse and worse and worse. The more I'm reading of this thread, and again, shout outs to Biggs, dude, because if it wasn't for Biggs finding this shit, none of us would know what happened. Now I'm starting to understand the whole fucking story from the beginning. Everything now makes sense. I now understand. This is so fucking bad. But shout out to Biggs for finding this shit to begin with. Because it would have been kept going back and forth of, but he said I lost, but he didn't, I won, and that was the whole argument for like 30 years. Anyway, to continue this, because Dream TR in this post basically said, bro, the argument's not about these random games. Like, I don't want to play you in Donkey Kong. I don't want to play you in Popeye. I don't want to play you. It's about UMK3 or MK2, bro. It's not about these other game games. Dream TR even says he doesn't even play the original MK1. Like, it's not about these games. Like, you're mentioning random shit. You're going off topic. Anyway, so Perfect Legend replies and says, and again, I don't know if this is PL or Tom now because it doesn't specifically state it in the post, like the other posts where they state it's either Tom or PL. He says, responds from DreamTR saying, Brill from VA was never even met for one thing, like Sabin said. He got beat down in Philly, And Lex set him straight and told him he would get owned up for me by me in the end case, and that was that. What comment that was then, this is now. What comment that was then, this is now. I'll gladly play him in MK3 and MK2 and MK4 for cash and arcade. What's that? He doesn't want to beat me up for $500 all. Don't waste our fucking time. If you want to see you are the best, put up or shut up. Bill is a myth, plain and simple. So Perfect Legend replies, and again, I don't know if this is actually PL or Tom because it doesn't specify between the two, but says, this is one if the first post that started anything. If people want to see the truth on good old Dream TR, you can read everything here. So here in this post. And there's more threads. There's just more and more. What is this? This is just linking to the Evo announce show. It's like redirecting to something else. But anyway, he says, nothing but a pussy bitch who talked then walked. Only way to get this guy to play for money would have been to chose MK2 or UMK3. If I'd had done that, there would be nothing said, but okay. But wait, isn't that the whole point? I thought the whole thing was about you guys playing UMK3 and MK2. Like, as I'm reading, this is what it's about. You're the only one, like, the disconnect here is that he's not seeing it, keeps mentioning all these other games that they're saying that they're not talking about. Anyway, Rush Guy responds and then says, all the 3D MK games are horrible and should be burned. Okay, this guy's just roasting 3D MKs. Then, Shock says, I'm sorry, this guy's quoting Shock, where Shock posted results and says this. And says, who cares? Bill already posted and said multiple times that he doesn't care and hasn't played UMK3 competitively since 1996. But it seems like to me, you guys keep instigating that you won, or Lex is instigating that Bill was messing up a combo on a 13-year-old machine, etc., etc. And if Bill posts that he can play other games, because you guys are saying he's a scrub, etc., etc., and he's just saying if he's a scrub, how can he be top in these other games? To me, all I see is someone posting the results for a game that wasn't even scheduled for ECC. I bet if Bill won the tournament, the results would not have been posted at all. Now, I'm not saying I'm trying to take either side. I'm just saying to be a median between the two arguments. Gin Master. Okay, so this is Gin Master, and he's saying basically, if Tom were to win this tournament, that Shock wouldn't have posted the results. It'd be like a blow up because I guess Shock wouldn't want Tom to be. Or I mean, again, for some reason, it's such a big embarrassment to lose to Tom that I guess Shock wouldn't want to upload the tournament because you wouldn't be able to live that down if you lost to Tom in UMK3. Anyway, Shock says, what do you mean who cares? Bill cares. He might say he doesn't, but he does. He's exactly like my friend Steve. Always wants to be accepted, but if things don't go his way, he doesn't care. It's an old story. If Bill didn't care, he wouldn't have entered the tournament. He wouldn't have gone on and on about how he's still the best in UMK3 at the said tournament. And he wouldn't have used Cabal in every match in the tournament to ensure victory. The only thing I can say is, after the tournament, he made no excuses, shook my hand, and we discussed the game as a whole briefly afterwards. Everyone was messing up that night, and the player 1 side was incredibly loose, and the player 2 side was incredibly tight. So if you were swapping sides all night, like the both of us were, you couldn't get used to anything. I was messing up routine combos left and right. Normally when I do the reptile jugger after the pop-up, I get 3 to 5 volleys of his dashing punches, but sometimes I couldn't get even 2. This hurts reptile because 3 of volley combos is 51%, meaning you only need 2 of these combos to win, obviously. We all play other games. I play just about any Capcom game I play about any Capcom game as a matter of fact, but this thread isn't about other games, it's about UMK3. So basically what Shock says is that he's saying Tom does care. Tom acting like he doesn't care, and Tom is only doing this when it doesn't fit his narrative or when it's convenient to. And he's saying that at this tournament, Tom literally was saying that he was still the best UMK3 player. Like during the tournament, he was still saying how he is still the best UMK3 player there before this whole tournament went down and they played. And he also said, after Tom lost and got beat, Tom actually shook Shock's hand and said, GG, you got me. So at that point, I guess it was over. I guess what Tom was saying about being the best UMK3 player was finally put to rest. And it was done. And at least he admitted to it there. At least he admitted it against Shock. Then here, this person responding, I don't know who this is because it doesn't say who's responding. This person says, that is fine. Bill is a competitive gamer. You have to understand that. If you ever played a game called Tekken Tag Tournament, you would know that Jop was the undisputed best in the USA in that game. He won many tournaments all across the US when Tekken 4 came out. Jop picked up the new game and revised engine and stopped playing Tekken Tag and really didn't care for it too much. Because Jop was the best in the US in Tekken Tag, his skill level was very high, even though he stopped playing once Tekken 4 came out. He still entered a few tournaments, of course, with others still playing Tekken Tag competitively after Tekken 4's release. Jop lost a good amount of Tekken Tag tournaments he entered. Of course, Jop was very, very angry when he lost, but he didn't truly care. Because if he really did care, he would practice the game again and dominate. So in a nutshell, no one likes to lose, but if Bill really cared, we would still be playing UMK3 competitively. So, okay, so this was Gym Master. Okay, see that then. So it's Gym Master saying this. So he's saying basically, like, to use Jop an example, this is true. I heard stories from Tekken that Jop was the person to beat back then during Tekken Tag in its prime. And he's saying after, like, Tekken Tag wasn't in its prime anymore and Tekken 4 came out, Jop started playing Tekken 4, so he didn't really focus on Tekken Tag. So then, when there were still tournaments being held about Tekken Tag, even though Jop moved on to Tekken 4. Sorry, guys. Sorry if I'm jumping around, because there's been like 20 different games mentioned in this beef. There's been like 50 different games. It's hard to keep all these different games in my head. But Jop in Tekken 4 when he was playing, and then I guess he entered some Tekken Tag tournaments when he moved on and played Tekken 4, that he would lose some Tekken Tag tournaments to some people that I guess were still playing Tekken Tag. But Jin Master's saying that if Jop really cared, he would have been grinding and playing Tekken Tag, so he can, you know, show that he's the best and he's beating them in Tekken Tag as the best player. So Jim Master's basically saying, well, if Tom wanted to, he would have kept playing UMK3 and still being the best and beating Lex and them. That's what Jim Master's saying. So because Tom moved on after UMK3, didn't care about it since 1996, that he only cares about the new games, even though this beef is about these old games. Now Shock responds and says, you don't have to talk politics about fighting games to me. You have completely missed the point, but that's okay. Now PL posts, okay, and this is Brady. This time it's confirmed who's saying this. Tom is saying, I have made it known on several occasions that I never liked UMK3. I only play Cabal because I hate the damn game. In MK Deception, I only played Baraicho. Why bother using anyone else? The game was trash, and I hated it on top of it all. UMK3 may not be trash like MKD, but I still didn't like it. MK4 and MKDA were both better than UMK3. And the people who say those games sucked at them. So they really wouldn't know shit anyway. MKDA is rocket science next to UMK3. I can assure you of that. Anyway, I don't like to lose no matter what it's in care. I don't like to lose no matter what it's in care or not. I don't like UMK3, so it's natural that after MK4 and MKDA came out, that I would play the most current versions, especially when I like them better anyway. But for the record, I've stated many times my dislike for UMK3, but somehow some players considered UMK3 to be the measuring stick on if you suck in MK or not. I do not suck in UMK3. I do not suck in UMK3. That's point blank. I am not a total UMK3 scrub, so you can drop that. The point is that some players didn't like MK4, so they just decided that UMK3 would be the measuring stick. If MK4 ended up being the measuring stick, the players who didn't like it wouldn't care about it 10 years later, even if they played in a random tourney. If they may not like that they lost, but they don't like or care enough about the game to play it like that, again, it's the same deal with me and UMK3. If you don't agree, then answer me this. Why don't you play MK4, Shock? Because you don't like it. Why don't you care about MK4, Shock, or MKDA for that matter? Because you don't like it. Same for me. Okay, so what Tom is basically saying is that he never liked UMK3. He doesn't want to play it, Why does it matter if Tom is good or not UMK3? He doesn't like the game, he doesn't play it. But this doesn't make any sense because earlier in the post, Tom is saying that when I played UMK3 back in 1996, I would have beat you. So Tom liked it back then, but then says he's never liked it. Like this shit's like all over the place. It's these stories are so inconsistent. Anyway, Lex responds and says, hey guys, if you haven't found out already, Bill doesn't like UMK3, nor does he care about the game, but he still goes to UMK3 tournaments and tells everyone he's the best. And this is what I was told was a drama. This right here is literally why this drama is even a thing. Because apparently, and again, there was no proof of this back then, but because there's a post earlier of Tom saying he would have beat Lex back then in 1996 when he was playing. I mean, it's literally out of Tom's mouth. He posted it on the PL's account. Bro, the whole reason this stupid drama exists is because literally for 30 years now, for 30 goddamn years of this dumb shit, Tom says he doesn't care about MK2, his UMK3 games, but then goes around and saying he's the best at them and he's good when he never was. Even Shock earlier in a post before, Shock says, before this tournament started, that Tom was going around saying, I'm the best in UMK3, I'm the best player, you guys don't know, I'm the best. But then they play, and then all of a sudden, he shakes hands, goes, GG, never mind, you were the best. I don't get it. Is that because now there's proof? Like, he couldn't say it didn't count because the whole thing was recorded, the tournament? So do you have to kind of accept your fate at that point? Like, this whole shit is so dumb. This shit is so stupid. Anyway, Perfect Legend responds, and I don't know who this is because it's not specifying. I don't know if PL is saying this or if Tom is saying this. But it's saying, no, don't say I'm the best in UMK3 these days. Okay, I'm guessing this is Tom because it's saying, no, don't say I'm the best in UMK3 these days, actually. What I said to Shock is that I could beat you in UMK3, Lex, right now, after all this bullshit. I don't care if I can or can't anymore. You'll say I'll lose, so who cares? As I will never play UMK3 anymore, because obviously this happens every time I do. I'll play MK4 and DA, and I'll try MK, even though I hear it's as bad as MKD. To me, the last MK mortal should be the one that stands, not UMK3. The only MK game that I will say is complete trash is MKD. Online it's still crap, but not as bad because the lag and cheese actually makes it better, but offline that game is WTF, Baraicho equal rape. And just so you know, I didn't go there for UMK3. There just happened to be a tournament for UMK3 while I was there. If you think I travel for a UMK3 tourney, you're crazy. Okay, so Thomas basically saying like he doesn't care about UMK3. The game that should count, the only relevant MK games that should count of if you're good at MK should be the current newest MK game. It shouldn't be about games that come before the current one. And he's saying he didn't go to this tournament Shock ran with 14 people. He didn't go there for UMK3. It just happened to be a UMK3 tournament while he was there. So he actually didn't go to this tournament that Shock won for UMK3. He just happened to be there. Anyway, Lex responds to PL saying, Tom saying, post a link to some video which we can't see, and says you aren't fooling anyone here. Then PL, I'm guessing this is Tom again, even though it doesn't specify, but it's saying, Lex, that was 2 years. That was 2 years and more rusty than I have. Wait, that was 2 years and more rust than I have now ago. I don't play anything like that now that I have played a little more here and there since then. Jeez, let's drop the shit already. Keep playing your simple MK games that you want to believe is super advanced. Funny, because it's not even the most advanced MK in reality. I mean, damn. You don't see me trying to revive MK4 or DA or even still play the games casually. I move on to newer current fighters, aka fighters made in this century. So, I guess there's more back and forth between them. Tom is basically telling Lex, like, who cares about these old games? Play the new shit. Like, no one cares about UMK3, MK2. Even though the beef is literally about UMK3 and MK2, and Tom saying he was good in those games when he wasn't, and yeah. Anyway, this guy Rushdown comes in and says, seriously, Seriously, now UMK3 is the most advanced as far as timing and overall combo possibility. Don't keep saying how you play fighters in the new millennium so you can cover your ass because you keep losing. I suck at UMK3, yet I still enter that tourney. Games are supposed to be fun. That's what they are there for. I play every game under the sun as far as fighters go. Just because a game is newer, sure as fuck does not mean it's better or more advanced. Look at the DOA series, for Christ's sake. Oh, and every 3D MK game sucks. They should have stuck with the 2D digitized format. Midway jumped on 3D bandwagon train, and all the MK games have sucked since. So this guy's saying it shouldn't be about only the current newest MK game. Should be all that counts, and the games don't count before. It should be, and just because a newer MK game comes out, doesn't mean all of a sudden it's better than MK games come before that. Then Shock says, Bill, if Lex is the best, but you say you can beat Lex, wouldn't that make you the best? Then Shock comes in. Jop comes in. Wow, even Jop is involved in this. I have no idea. Like, I'm learning so much. So I had no idea of like Tekken players like Jin Master, Jop. They were all involved in 2D MKs like this. I thought these were like Tekken players. But then Job comes in, responds to PL, who I think is Tom posting on the account, and says, "That's fucking right. Let's drop this shit." Then Shock responds and says, "I don't understand your love for MK4. It's one of the worst fighting games ever made, not just in the MK genre." And to be fair, I mean, I have been hearing Tom say a lot on the podcast lately that the MK4 was very bad and garbage. To be fair, so I mean, I guess Shock and Tom have the same opinion. But I guess this is back when Tom thought it was good. Because every time I hear Tom talk about MK4 now, it's always like it's a terrible game and bad. But he says, you have a few added elements on top of UMK3's system, being the double air attack, kinda neat. 2 different jump kicks, a good idea. Sidestepping, limited and unreliable. Limb breakers, fancy throws, weapons, broken. Throwable stage elements, cheesy. Now remember, every character has exact combos. This means the emphasis on different is going to only be the special moves. The combo system itself is very bizarre. They established a very tight, specific combo system in MK3, but by MK4, you could do things like combo Scorpion's Harpoon midway through an auto combo, or combo a sweep, even though by the game's own recovery time, you should be able to block it. Or if you connected a jump punch too high, you can't continue into a auto combo. Everyone has a launcher. Terrible MK almost became a Capcom verse game for MK4. There are 2 character models for the males, and then there's Tanya and Sonya. This means that the variety between actual characters is even more limited than MK already was. Anti-air jabbing is way too easy. You can run immediately after a pop-up combo, and run is extremely fast. Like, everyone runs as fast as Reptile's elbow dash. There was a reason why auto combos disabled run, and this concept is just taken away. Knee jabs, come on. Extra recovery time on roundhouse. Sweeps make your opponent fall a distance for you because you can move in way too quickly afterwards. Maximum damage is weak and lazy. It doesn't even have to be explained. Every time you bring up the game, it's been for a few months, I fire it up to see if there was something I missed, and within minutes of playing the game, I know beyond the shadow of a doubt that it's trash. It just makes me ill playing it. The game is very grandiose. I don't know what that word is exactly. And they went overboard trying to make it flashy and wild. That was never what MK was about, and no wonder MK4 failed in the long run. So then someone says, all I have to say is Kano equals sweeps, okay? Dream TR says, Bill, I told you I needed 2 weeks practice. Now please go cry about things. Please keep talking about me online because you have never had the balls to come here in person because you would get slapped down. Now go practice at home. Then he says, Dream TR says, Bill's making up things all over again. First he plays MK4, then he doesn't. I mean, come on. You are calling me out on games I never play anymore. Of course I need 2 weeks to practice. Please come to NWC once in your life. Bill said Neo powered by 121. Join date. RIC. Quote. What the hell is all this? Original post over YouTube. Bill, you must be bored. You practice MK until in your little hut day and night, and you still lose. LOL, LOL, LOL. The only MK I played in the first few years was MK5, which came out in 2003, and I've never lost. You are an idiot. And I mean, okay, there's no more for this. How does all this get left out? And I guess it finishes here. I guess, I don't know. I guess Jop got mad at them and said drop the shit, and then it finally ends. It's kind of crazy how Jop had to get involved to drop this shit. So I guess they stopped arguing because I guess Bill couldn't respond because I guess Jop was like stop. But anyway, dude, this just all of this, like, what I don't understand is why only tell me one side of it? Why only show me an image and do this? What I don't get is this, man. Again, I don't want to be lied to. I was coming on here because Tom showed me proof. We were gonna watch Tom videos we were doing. Then we were gonna look at what Biggs showed. And again, shout outs to Biggs. He discovered all of this. If it wasn't for Biggs, none of us would know all this lore and the details behind this shit. But dude, I got sent evidence that Tom showed me, and he proved that literally Tom beat Lex. Shock said it. Even though it was a third party and it didn't come out of one of their mouths, Shock said it. However, when you go back and read it, Tom didn't tell me about the other posts. So when we're looking in real time and we're going through the whole story and origin, it's wrong. Like, there's so much missing to it, and it's actually showing that Lex beat Tom. That Tom is saying that he would have beat Lex back in 1996 if he played and cared about UMK3. But then Tom says he doesn't play the game for 10 years, he doesn't care about it. Only the new MK game should count. And then they're explaining, saying that, yo, we're not talking about MK3 or MK2. We're talking about, we want to challenge you in this game that you go around saying you are good in these games and the best when you're not. Like, it's just, this shit makes no sense. And there's such a huge disconnect because in the post, reading these posts is driving me crazy because every time either Lex or Shock or Dream or whoever says something, Tom is saying completely something else, which is not the argument about. Like, he's mentioning, again, beat me in Blitz. Again, I don't know what the hell Blitz is. I guess it's a fighting game. He's saying beat me in Blitz, beat me in MKDA, MK4, like freaking Armageddon. All this random shit has nothing to do with what the original argument is. It's just like going off the main point. Like, no one's saying that. And then there's even a post where Lex says, dude, this is not a challenge at your overall skill at the game. This is not about you being bad at all the games. It's about just the games we're talking about. UMK3, you're not good at the game. That's what he's saying. The problem is, when I saw this video, I was so happy for Tom. Like, okay, so if you guys weren't here earlier, we were going through Tom's videos because I didn't get to watch them. But when I saw this video, and I was said, yo, you gotta watch this, it's over. My chat was like, you gotta watch the Tom video. Tom exposes Lex, it's done. I'm like, okay, finally, we got to this point. Finally, we realized who was lying back then and who the better player actually was in UMK3, where this all started. And we can finally fucking move on. The problem is, when I watched this video,
What's up, everyone? MK Tom Brady.
I'm sorry, not this one. The video where Tom says it's over, it's done.
All right, what's up, everyone?
This is the proof. This is the proof. It's over. Even Tom showed me it's over. Biggs found the proof. It's over. Lex is done. Lex is done. Shock says that he lost. He admitted, and it's done. And I watched this video, and I'm getting happy with Tom. I'm like, okay, this is good. Tom wasn't lying. There's proof that, you know, Shock is saying that Lex lost to Tom. Tom won. It's over now. We finally got it. However, Tom didn't show me all the other posts. So when we watch it, and I'll let you guys, this video's not too long. It's only 6 minutes, it's only 7 minutes long. So let's just watch it real quick so you guys can see.
MK Tom Brady here. So I'm doing this video very quickly because some new evidence has come to light. I did my video showing a bunch of documentation, but some new documentation has come up. I just want to preface this by saying in my 2-hour video, I said I believed I probably lost to Lex by about 5 to 10 games, you know, in that UMK. So when I went to Chicago, it was never supposed to be a beef set, right? I was there for MKDA. I played Lex in casuals. It wasn't for money. It wasn't to prove anything. He recorded, etc. Now, because it was 25 years ago, and I just didn't want to argue over who won or lost, because really, after 25 years, I don't remember. The videos never got published. There was no official score to go by, so I'm not sure. Now, I remember when I first came back saying that I believed I beat him because I was up by quite a few games, and he made a comeback at the end, but I thought overall I edged him out. And I was a little upset when Lex posted only one video of him winning a match, but not the whole set. But what proof do I have? So I showed a bunch of documentation, but of course people have done some research and found the documentation from EWA Shock a long time ago. This is from the Super Combo from Shuriken.com. Lex officially sinks to a new low, folks, and resorts to trolling. Good job, man. Just don't let up on it or you might lose. Lex brings a new message to the word dense as well. Lex has admitted he lost to Bill from Virginia and used an excuse. The first sign of the apocalypse. And he just goes on with some more stuff about Lex, et cetera, et cetera. Let's go ahead and just bring my face down here. So here's the thread. Here's where it actually is. You can see it right here. And here's the thread, and you can just scroll through and look at Lex. Just walls of text. Lex just going off on people, blah, 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 blah. Lex just going off, you must be stupid, blah, 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 blah. Back and forth, whatever. Because Lex started shit-talking Hanzo and shit-talking everyone else, how they don't know anything, and then they started shit-talking back. And people were in this thread calling Shock EWA cock or just cock instead of shock, and Lex and his Chicago buddies are just doing what they normally do and try to dogpile everyone who doesn't agree with them, which coincides with what I said. But ultimately, when it comes down to who was lying, who was telling the truth, who was lying, is there any documentation? Not only in my video do I have an abundance of documentation to back up what I said was the truth, but then we have this. Now, the true story is that Lex has claimed no one knew who I was in the arcade era. Where did I get the skills then, if not from the arcade era? Because we damn sure knew I wasn't playing UMK3 in the 2000s. The skills I got in the 90s, I used in the 2000s when I would play casually here or there. That's where I got it. By the word of summoning, Lex was the guy to beat. And beat him I did. So anyone that says Bill is lying about being as good as he says he was in the arcade, you can apologize in the comments below. And I apologize for being unhinged. I want to apologize right now publicly to Rio. I want to apologize. The truth is I was mad in that podcast because, honestly, I truthfully didn't remember if I won or lost. But I know I didn't get broomed, and I know I didn't record footage and refused to put the matches up because people would see the truth that I was losing. I knew that I was lying about who I was in the arcade era. All this is false. Like, Rio wanted to know who was lying. And I was unhinged. Yes, I had to hear for 6 hours how, quote, I was a nobody. Quote, nobody knew who I was. Quote, I wasn't one of the top players. Quote, I wasn't the guy to beat, and I couldn't and would not beat the guy to beat. And I had to hear this for 6 hours. I had to hear who's lying. I don't know. I want to apologize to Rio, first of all, and for everyone on the podcast, because yes, I was unhinged. I was angry. And regardless of how I want to try to say I was justified for being angry, the truth is how people do things is no excuse for me to lose control of my emotions and just blow off the handle. I apologize for that. I apologize to everyone involved and everyone who had to hear that. I am sorry. Regardless, and even if you see this and say, Tom, I understand why you went so nuts, it doesn't excuse my behavior. I want to apologize to Rio for in his stream, the first night Lex started spouting his garbage, for not letting it go, for him calling me a liar and all these things, for just saying, who cares what Lex says? And I kept it going for 1, 2, 3 hours. I apologize for that. What people do has no... I should be enough in control to know that what people do, I always have a decision on how I act. I apologize. But listen, here's what I will say. I had to hear for 6 hours who was lying, who was making it up. And Rio said, and I quote in his video, if the truth ever comes out, of who lost that set, they are going to get blown up as a liar. I hope, as my friend, we can come together, mend this. I've apologized for we can do this more on the podcast. But keep your word and say whoever gets exposed as a liar is going to get blown up. I expect you to keep your word. And I have a 2-hour video in which I tell the story. I have a lot of documentation. And when you put this in it, it shows who was telling the truth. It was me. Look, I made a lot of mistakes back then. 7 years ago, I was not a good dude, man. I was desperate. I was in a bad place. I made mistakes. I betrayed people's trust. And while I may be, Tom Brady still, where I got the fire every once in a while and I'll go crazy and whatever, I'm not that guy in here anymore. I'm still the fire guy. That's still the firecracker that I once was. But I'm not that desperate, not that guy who is not a good human anymore. That is not me. And lying is not something that you're going to see me doing these days anymore, ever again, especially not about this. I want to thank every one of you who didn't give up on me, who believed me. Thank you. Thank you. You will never hear me say I don't have supporters. This was brought to me by Biggs, by the way. This was brought to me by Biggs. Biggs found this. I don't know who found it for Biggs. Maybe somebody did. I don't know. But if not for you guys and your tireless work, and Biggs, thank you so much, the truth would never have come out. I owe you guys such a debt of gratitude, man. Thank you all. See you next time. Hey, Lex. Back of the line for you, brother.
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When Tom sended me that picture of him going like it's over, Lex got exposed. Shock said that I won, that I beat Lex when we played. He sent me the image. I saw it, and literally on the car ride home, while reading it, I was like, Lex is going to get blown up so bad tonight, and I feel so bad for Tom for, not believing him and waiting for there to be proof. But now that we actually have proof, Lex was going to get blown up really bad. What I didn't expect was when we go to the thread to get to the shock image, how it would end this way, where it's actually the opposite. And if you read all the posts, it's not even true. And when Shock is saying that when Shock is saying that Lex said that Tom beat him, he's not even saying that. Like, Shock thought Tom was so bad back then that Shock implied losing any kind of match to Tom in UMK3 is so insulting that it means Lex is not as good as he thinks. This to me is fucking crazy. But at least it's finally over. And we know who was telling the truth back then. And I'm sorry, but I'm speechless right now. I don't know what to say because I was planning to blow up Lex. On the car ride home, I was like, I'm gonna congratulate Tom. Shoutouts to Biggs. He found all the shit. He found out that, like Lex was a fraud. He lied this whole time. He couldn't just admit that Tom beat him. He was better. But what I did not expect was to come here, read the thread where this was posted, and it's the complete opposite. Oh my fucking God. How many times do I have to do this with Tom? I don't understand. Why? And this is all over a game, UK3, that Tom says he doesn't care, I didn't care about since 1996. I just don't understand. What is the big deal? What is the big deal in admitting the truth, saying, hey man, Lex didn't beat me back then, like, I just like, is it to look good? Is it to look better? Because a lot of us really don't care about UMK3 like that. Like, you don't have to lie about this. Like, why take advantage when I was so angry at Lex on TOM, the way he talked to me, when I was like, fuck this guy, he's a scumbag, he's condescending asshole. Why take that advantage as you being a friend to try to comfort me and say, yo, bro, it's okay, don't sweat it? Why would you just use that opportunity to make an entire fake lie story narrative where Lex was this garbage shit player, never beat anybody back then, was a nobody, never beat that you played him, you beat the shit out of him, you walked circles on him, that Kunal was getting shrieked like crazy, he only won one game, he got embarrassed, everybody thought he was a joke, and then he got beat so bad that he could only upload one win because he was embarrassed to upload other 100 losses. When you told me that, Tom, I took your word. This was way back, before any of the current drama came out, and I'm talking way back when I looked at you as a real friend, and I'd listen to you. And this was back then when I would listen to people and not take proof. I would take their word. When someone told me this guy's bad or that, I used to take people's word and not ask for proof. But then hearing all this, and now seeing how the whole shit is, and that it's actually the opposite, that makes me so angry. Because, dude, I can't keep covering you for anymore, man. You screwed me over twice. You had me literally believing for a second, all the way on the car ride home from work. I was believing you. I was like, okay, this is amazing. We finally got proof. Biggs finally got the stuff. Tom showed me, he sent me the image, like it's done. Like Lex is a liar. He lost. He didn't want to say Tom was better. And like, I had no idea that this was going to be a plot twist when we read this thread. Like, I'm just so sick of my stomach right now that I don't even want to eat food. Like, and I honestly don't even feel like playing some 2D MK because I got to think about this shit. But this is fucking bad, man. I hate when people lie to me and say shit that how it not, like, bro, if somebody was better than you back then and you weren't better, just say it, dude. Nobody fucking cares. Literally nobody cares. Like, just admit the dude was better than you. We did 30 years of this shit for what? 30 years of this shit for what? Because of an ego in MK2 and MK3? Like, and I also want to apologize to Lex for thinking he was a scumbag trash player that can only win one game and was like a fake UMK3 legend back in the day. Because I was convinced for like a decade until this 2025 bullshit got resurfaced. I was convinced for a long time that Lex was this garbage ass UMK3 player because I took it from Tom's word of mouth. That he was trash, garbage. Tom was the better player in UMK3. I didn't know it was like this. I had no clue. I had no clue. I did not know. Because I was not around back then. Just so disappointed right now. Like, why are we in this position again? Why are we lying over credibility? Over history? Why are we lying over credibility and history of who the best were back then? That's just fucked up. You can't take away what people did in the past. Like, when we were scrolling through the thread today and I came across Tom saying where he admitted Lex was better than him and he beat him, and Tom was saying he never cared about UMK3 and this and that, like, that made me so fucking mad, man. That made me so mad because this wasn't a third party. This wasn't a news article that was fake, an interview that was fake. This wasn't, oh, this came out of Shock's mouth that was fake. It was Tom saying it on the account that Lex did beat him, that he didn't care about the game, that he didn't care or take UMK3 seriously since 1996. I just don't understand why it's so important to be known as something good. Why would you spin this and have it go for so long, so many decades of being this dumb drama and shit? Why? You had me convinced for decades, Tom, that you were that guy to beat, that you were the GOAT of UMK3. Because Tom doesn't understand, like, when I knew about people like Lex and all these other people, and Tom was telling me the story, like, bro, don't believe Lex. Let me tell you the truth about this trash player. I looked at you as a UMK3 legend from that point. I looked at you as a UMK3 legend. Like, to me, for a while, you were considered just as good, or if not better, than all the people back then. Like, I thought you were like Hanzo, like Lex, like Mo, like Paulo. I thought you were that guy in UMK3 for so long until now. Now I know you're not that guy in UMK3. You never were. You were never this UMK3 god. This UMK3 guy that was going to Chicago beating people, running streaks. I just, like, what a stupid thing to lie of. What a stupid thing to lie. To pretend you were good at something in the best when you weren't. All I can say is I'm glad it's finally over, but it's not over because I'm sure we're going to get to a whole new saga, and I'm sure there's more threads and stuff that we need to go through, but there's only so much I can read for you guys. Like, I want more of this. I want everything because I learned so much lore today going through this stuff. I learned what caused the beef initially between Lex and Shock. I learned that there was like beef between Hanzo, South America, and USA. Like, this is all history in the making. Like, this is all actual history that happened in the past. I'm just so disappointed because maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm just easy to trick and control. But why even do that? Like, I literally don't even care. I literally don't even care if you're good at UMK3. That's the thing. Like, I don't even care. How good you are at UMK3, and this goes for anyone, how good you are at UMK3 does not change my opinion of you as a person in terms of respect. Like, I don't care about that. How good you are at a game, that shit does not matter to me. Like, why would Tom send me that stupid image of the proof saying, yo, Biggs got it, it's all exposed, it's over, Lex is liar, I was a better player, I won? Like, why convince me like that? Bro, I was literally, I was getting ready, I was like memorizing a speech in my head on how I was gonna blow up Lex and how I was gonna say I should have trusted my friend. Like, it's just so fucked. Like, why? Why did it have to turn out like I just don't understand, man. Like, did Tom not read the thread? Like, what did you not read? You just saw, like, I don't understand. Like, and then Tom makes a video about it, like celebrating, going like, yeah, guys, we did it, guys. Lex was shit. I was doing, like, why did you make a video on top of that celebrating? Oh my god, I can't, dude. I can't. This is like... This is so bad. This is so bad. Like, I wasn't prepared to blow up Tom tonight. I was prepping to blow up Lex. Like, this is just so fucked. This is just so fucked that I got tricked like this. Guys, I had no idea that the 2D MK drama was this juicy and crazy. You guys should have told me shit was like this back in the day. I had no fucking clue. I thought you guys had a dry ass scene where there was nothing going on, but holy shit, you guys have one of the most craziest beef, rivalry shit going on for decades, and I did not know it was this detailed until you get to read everything that's in front of you. I didn't know you guys had this crazy shit. Like, you guys were crazy back then. You guys were replying to people, putting a UMK3 guide, basically saying, get good at the game, your shit. Like, the beef is insane. Like, I want to read more of this shit. Like, I'm so sucked into this, like, drama. Like, I want all of it. Give me all that shit. I want to read everything. I want to know who else hates each other. Who else is beefing? Who else was good? Who else? Like, give me all of it. It's just crazy, man. Like, between all the beef and drama during the 3D MKs, during MK9, during Injustice, during MKX, we just... First time I'm being able to see all the shit for the 2D MKs, like, in front of me as proof. I'm so disappointed, though. This is very disappointing. And look, I know I'd say my word. I know I gave my word on the video last night when I made a 20-minute video. When I gave my word and I was like, When I find out who it is, I'm gonna blow them up. But I didn't know that we would be all of a sudden getting the proof the next day. Like, I didn't know. I thought we were never gonna get the proof and it would never happen. But now that we got the proof that it happened and we can actually see how it went down, and that it was actually Lex telling the truth the whole time, and Tom never beat him, and I wasn't prepped to blow up Tom, so... But I'm gonna keep my word. It's gonna happen. Because like Tom said in his video, I have to keep my word. But I just don't understand why Tom would mislead me on the car way home. Like, he sent me the text going like, Biggs he found everything, it's over. Lex is done, exposed, Shock proved it. Like, imagine we didn't look at the spread. I would have blindly made a video, and dude, I was gonna go in on Lex. I was gonna go in on Lex. Imagine I did that, and then this came out before. I mean, imagine this came out after that shit. Imagine. I would have looked so bad. It would have been deja vu all over again from 5 years ago. It would have been deja vu over again, where they were like, "Rio, you dumbass, why did you believe? You should have waited for the proof." You guys could see me right now. I'm literally face palming at like all of this dumb ass shit. This is just... This is just like... It's so bad. Like, it's so bad. I'm getting lied to about who was good back in the day and shit. Like, I don't get it, man. Like, the Tekken community, Street Fighter community, whatever other community, you know about who were the good players back then, who was winning and shit. Why is it in the MK community this shit is like this, where it's like, it's just lies, and then when you see the truth, it's like, holy shit. I need time to process this shit. I need time to process this. But it is so goddamn bad. And I hate that Tom puts me in this position again. Like, what was the point, bro? Like, nobody gives a fuck if you're good at UMP3 or not. Just be honest. This is like me going around telling you guys. This is like me going around tell you guys I was the shit back then in MK2 arcade or whatever. And because there's no proof or any of the stuff you guys see on screen of people actually talking back then when they were playing this shit and arguing about it, because none of that exists, you guys are just gonna believe me because I have a name. Like, now you guys are gonna start believing, like, yeah, Rio was that guy in MK2. Like, it's just, that's not what history is, man. It's just fucked. Like, I don't respect shit like that. You gotta give people props and credit when they're good at a game, man. You gotta take your losses. You can't erase what people did. You can't erase when they were good at anything. Like, I'm so over this, doing this drama and shit over and over. We're gonna still do this podcast tomorrow. Because Tom, he already told me, like, when he sent me the image of saying, yo, we got him, Lex is done, Biggs exposed him, here's the proof. And he's like, podcast tomorrow. So yeah, we're gonna do podcast tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. And, I mean, it is what it is. So we can't ignore, like, this is fucked. Like, just stop lying. Stop lying. It's not important. This is not, like, stop. If you're not the UMK3 guy, then stop. Just let it go. It's not about Blitz. It's not about MK4. It's not about Armageddon. It's not about DA. Just, bro, stop. I just read the post with everybody here in front of it. And the disconnect that you're not reading what they're saying. Like, you're just walking around in circles. You're pivoting. Like, it's just so bad. And it's making me angry reading the shit. Because it's like, you're trying to play them, but then you're pulling this shit off. You're pulling the same thing again, years, decades later, on people that are supposed to be your friend. Like, like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? All you had to say since the beginning was say, You weren't that UMK3 guy. Chicago was better. They weren't shit. That Lex did beat you and drop it. Nobody would have cared. The reason why it's such a big deal is because for so long now, for some reason, there's been two sides to the story we could never understand. Why was there two sides of the story? How can that be? When something happens and there's a match or a fight and there's two people in it, one person always wins, one person always loses. So how is this the only thing with this Lex versus Tom beef where there was two different sides? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Just admit when someone is good and better than you in any game. It doesn't matter. Stop saying games don't count. That who cares? Look, I'm sorry yesterday if I called you guys out, or earlier when I said the 2DMK is dry as hell, there's no drama because everything you guys are doing is fake. But man, now that I know about all this shit, you guys have some crazy beef. Like, there's so much lore in this shit. Like, I didn't even know about the USA beef between South America and you guys. That shit's sick. Nobody even knows about that. I always thought Hanzo was super friends with Shock and everybody. Like, I didn't know about this shit. I didn't know at one point there was beef. Like, that's cool stuff. You guys should be talking about that. I didn't know about how Shock was training people online on MAME, like these warriors, to beat Lex in Chicago and prove them wrong. I didn't know about this. Why doesn't no one talk about this? Like, all this cool lore. I learned all this shit on my own going through this thread that we just went together. I learned all about this shit. Like, there's so much history and stuff here that you learn. But I can't believe that. Look, I know I kept my word that I was going to blow up whoever was wrong about this, but man, I was so convinced that it was Lex when I got sent the picture, when Tom texted me that picture when I was driving on the way home from work, and I saw it, I was like, oh shit, we finally got proof. Fucking Biggs the hero. Biggs exposed all this shit. He finally dug up and found all this shit. Apparently you can't even find this on the internet. Like, I don't know, like Biggs found this somehow on the Wayback Machine or something, and he found that Shock post, and that was it. It's over. So in my head, I was rehearsing. I'm like, bro, Lex is like, Tom was right. Lex is a scumbag. He's a liar. Like, why couldn't Lex just admit that Tom was better than him? But then it turns out that it turns into... Bro, this shit is so crazy, dude. Like, the layers behind this is just, oh my god. What I don't understand is, why did Tom send me that and tell me that and be like, it's over, Lex is done? Did Tom not read the rest of the thread? I'm trying to understand. Was Tom trolling me? Was he just trying to get me to come home, make a video, and blow up Lex without me? I'm trying to understand. Why did Tom do that? Why did he send me just a screenshot of the Shock post, then not talk about everything else in the thread, and then say it's over? Like, I took his word for that. I believed he was saying the truth right there. Why did he leave out everything else in the thread? Why was it only one post in the thread? Why? Like, I don't understand. I'm trying to understand, like, why do that? Why not tell me the whole story or show me the whole post, like everything, so I could see? Like, this is so dumb. This 2D MK drama shit is crazy. Like, it's crazy. And what's sad is, like, if you guys were on like a big league or something, like a Street Fighter thing, whatever, and there was all this like beef and personality and people behind, like, you guys don't understand how big and popular this would be. Like, you guys, like, you guys are obviously passionate about this game. Like, this is all stories and shit. Like, this would be big. Like, all these feuds and beef, and it sucks that, you know, like, nobody Nobody knows that this was all going on. It's hidden on the internet. You can't even see it. And again, shout outs to Biggs for even finding this, because wow, this kind of like just, it opened everything, and it pretty much told us how it is. And I'm ready to read everything else about this. Because these are just 2 threads out of like 1,000. This is crazy. I mean, look, I admit I'm a bad podcast host. I should be telling people to shut up and stop talking if they're taking too long. So I'll admit, Dave was right there. I'm not fit to be a podcast host. It should be either him or Tom should be the one running the show and saying who can speak and who can't, and make sure everybody has a turn. It shouldn't be me. So next episode that we're doing tomorrow, we're probably gonna let, I guess, between Dave or Tom, whichever of them want to moderate it or be it. But this is just, I don't know what to say, man. This is just so fucked. Like, it's just so bad. All this over UMK3. All this over UMK3. I would love to have Shock come on, because Shock was involved in all this shit too. But I don't know if he wants to be on a drama episode. And this is the most I ever heard about Blitz Pro, by the way. I guess I gotta look up what that is, because apparently it was a serious game people were playing for money. But, I mean, this is disappointing, like... this is... This is just... this is just a bit sad to think about all this. Like, I'm sorry guys, but I can't do the blow up right now. Because I didn't think it was going to be Tom. I just need more time to think about this, and like this stuff is so stupid. I mean, I was gonna do it. I thought it was gonna be Lex I was blowing up. That's why it's just awkward as hell now, because it's like flipped. It's flipped on me, and I'm like, wasn't expecting to be like this. So I guess the only thing to do now is Go through all the other threads. Because these are just two of many. But anyway, I guess we're going to see what happens tomorrow. It's already about to be 1 a.m. here. And how long have I been streaming for? Almost 7 hours. That's insane. I didn't realize this took that long. I'm sorry guys, but I need to go grab food. But yeah, I mean, look, I'll check all the stuff you guys spam to me on Discord. Like, you guys were spamming the hell out of my Discord. I'll go through all that later when I have time, or maybe tomorrow. But really quickly, before I end the stream, shout outs to you guys who I guess stuck around, even though this is the dumbest drama ever. Shout outs to those who subbed and supported and followed. Again, I apologize about this this dumb drama about UMK3 from decades ago. And hopefully, next time we're streaming, I don't know if there's going to be a part 2 of all this where we go through everything again, but hopefully next time we're streaming, we start to actually play MK and play the games instead of just talking about them. But yeah, I doubt there's going to be a stream later because it's already 1 a.m. And this is going way too long. I didn't expect these messages to be long as hell. There's like 1,000 replies in them. But yeah, with that said, let me go get food. I'll read what you guys send me on Discord. I don't know if I'm due tonight, but tomorrow. And then we'll probably go through it all again if it's a lot more threads and stuff. That said, peace out, everybody. Thank you for watching, and I'm sorry it's more about this irrelevant drama.